Hello, I'm back already. Okay, so if you're watching this now, then thank you very much for joining again. I've literally just ended the stream on the other channel, so this is just to pick you up a little bit before we have a break. So I'm here, I'm now. So feel free to comment and say hello and all that sort of stuff. But obviously, I'm going to have a short break after having doing this for 7 hours. So if you're watching this now, then there's a small chance that you might be watching this because you've accidentally clicked on the wrong link for part 3, which starts in the very small hours of the morning UK time. So if you're watching this now, great, but live. So hello, I know there's someone watching, a couple of people watching there now. But if you're watching this at the start of the 3rd stream, which will be 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, don't watch this one, watch the next one, because you've probably clicked the wrong link. Right, I'm having a break. I'm going to go and get some food, and hopefully I'll be back for the quiz in a matter of minutes. So thank you very much for joining me again. I can see the feed is filling up already. I'll be back soon, I promise. See you in a bit. Thank you for joining us.
to happen that has not happened for an age. Entmoot.
Hello! I just made it just in time, got my headphones on. Welcome back to Entmoot Live. Short break there, only about 10 minutes. My pizza hasn't arrived yet, so I'm quite happy to jump back in and get cracking with everything that's going on. I see people already in the stream, which is amazing. Thank you very much for all joining again. It's time, though, for quiz time, which means it's time to introduce Debbie. Hey!
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the stream. Thanks very much for agreeing to do this.
That's quite all right.
Thing. I'm looking forward to this because I'm hoping it means that you can do some reading and I can take a break. But for those who don't know, David, just explain what you do and a semi-regularly. I think it's every 2 weeks on a Tuesday, isn't it?
Every 2 weeks, yeah. Yeah. So from what was it? June maybe. There was a discussion within the GBHL, I think it was, about possibly if people wanted to partake in a quiz, like a Middle-earth SBG kind of law and game quiz. And so I went to set one up, and I know you had a similar idea, and I just happened to beat you to it.
Yes, yes. Yeah, I was thinking about doing it myself, and I thought, oh, actually, this would be quite good because I love the quizzes that happen on a Saturday night, usually at big tournaments we all go to if we go to tournaments. So, and I love that because it's just a nice wind down at the end of an A tournament where you can chat and have a drink and have some food and all that sort of stuff. And the quiz, it just kind of gives structure to the evening, which I always like. But I thought, oh, I could do this on a Saturday every so often or whatever. And then you just cracked on with it and did it, and it was amazing. And I joined in for a few of them, but Tuesday nights have never always been great for me, so I haven't got to all of them. But It's great. I understand you've got like a little kind of pub quiz team developing there, haven't you?
Yeah, there's normally between 10 and 12 kind of people there, and yeah, it's let's say I run it every 2 weeks. Even then, it can be a little bit of a push to get the quiz done. In more recent times, I've been known to finish the quiz at 5 o'clock on the Tuesday, and we go live at 8 on Zoom. So yeah, that's another thing. We host it on Zoom. I thought about hosting it on like live streaming it on YouTube, but then I like the interaction I have with all the other people. So I know we've got like a good kind of core bunch that come along, and it's good fun. We have generally 3 law rounds, whether that be films or background reading, and then 5 rounds on, well, another 4 rounds on SBG stuff, and then a say what you see round, which is always good fun.
Yes, a legendary one in the community, really, isn't it?
Yes,
it's a common
of course
one,
it is.
which I love. And just before we get into the quiz, which what will we need? Will people need to be getting pens and paper?
Pen and paper. That's all you need.
Excellent. This is great. We don't need to have any special timers or anything like that. So that's good. And just remind us, just tell us a bit about yourself, first of all, because you can see the toy soldiers in the background of the show. You do a YouTube channel, Guardians of Wiltshire, which you post your quizzes on after the fact. Just tell me about everything.
So yeah, I'm similar to yourself. Love the films at the ages of 8 to 10. Because I think we're similar age, aren't we? Me and you?
I think so. I'm 93. I was born June 93, which I never try and...
July 93.
You see, I never try to tell people my actual age because I always get it wrong. I always say I'm 28 or 26, and I'm actually 27 apparently. Now I've done the math. So yeah.
So yeah, we're only a month, 6 weeks apart. So yeah, I loved the films when they came out. Saw The Fellowship on video at home. Was lucky enough to be taken to the cinema by my parents to see The Two Towers, and it is the first film I remember my dad not falling asleep in the cinema to. And
you were lucky. My dad did fall asleep. I remember it quite well.
and then I remember one of my vivid memories of it is some family friends brought round Return of the King on DVD, and I remember being fixated on it. And just the one thing that sticks in my mind is being led on the floor with a pillow under my chest, hands like this, as close as I could, watching the Bride of the Rohirrim and the charge at the Pelennor. And yeah, it captivated me. I also had a friend at primary school who did some Warhammer Fantasy, so kind of got me into that when I went around his house one day. We went to the Games Workshop in the Cribs Causeway in Bristol, and I picked up some of the little spiders and rats you could used to get from the Warhammer Fantasy. No, they were literally just rats.
Oh, okay.
They're like really tiny rats and spiders. Yeah, I don't know what they were for. They were in one of the the really tiny boxes. And then from there, obviously found out they were doing Lord of the Rings. My grandparents had a GW local to them, so I used to ask it for Christmas, birthdays, all that kind of stuff. Back when you used to get the nice big Battle Force boxes.
Mm-hmm. We were looking up earlier. I think just grab it because the White Dwarf, very first one, shows the box set you got, which was £40. Look at that, and look what you get in that for 40 quid. You get all the goblins,
nice,
all that, and the ruins, the book, the dice.
That's the equivalent. It's essentially the equivalent to the Pelennor box, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but obviously the Pelennor box is like 100 quid or something, isn't it?
Yeah. No,
I know that was a different time and whatever.
Yeah. Oh god, yeah. So I definitely remember getting a Minas Tirith one and an Isengard one. So the Isengard one had 40 Uruks, some Berserkers, bits and pieces like that, and then the Minas Tirith ones had
So there you go. There's a couple of answers. Three answers about your swarms.
I have literally no idea.
There you go.
And yeah, so got a few of those. So yeah, you could say my first 2 armies were definitely Isengard and Minas Tirith. And then I went through kind of waves of painting stuff, not doing it at all. then getting it all out again and painting stuff and that kind of thing. Then through my teenage years, gradually did a bit. I know there was a club at secondary school that I used to go to after school, and play a few games of the Return of the King edition. And then, yeah, kind of fell away a bit later on in my teenage years. And then it was really when I was at uni, I was like, oh, I've got all these things. I brought them up to my halls. Started painting some of them because one of the guys I met at uni, who I'm still really good friends with, Sean Creed, did 40k. So we just like chat about hobby and all that kind of stuff. And then, like everyone, you come back from uni, you start getting a wage, and suddenly,
splurge.
Yeah, I'm sat currently on last count. Let me open up my lovely spreadsheet. Last count, I had something like totals over 2,600 models. Yeah,
that's a lot of models. That is a lot of models. I mean,
yeah.
so I've sold a lot over the time. I've never bothered to count them, but I mean, you can see just slightly out the corner. There's my cabinet, so it's full. Every shelf has got something on it, and there's loads of stuff under the bed to my right.
Yeah.
So there's a lot, but I've never thought to count it.
So yeah, kind of once a year I count everything. It's just I like knowing how many I've got, and I know my collection is far bigger. Like, I'm a collector. I've sold stuff on eBay when I was at uni. And within 2 weeks, I regretted selling it. So I haven't done that since.
Yeah, I stopped selling it once I got a job and a regular wage. I just kind of quit the whole buying selling because I think I've had an Imperial Guard army from 40k about 3 or 4 times, and I've bought Lord of the Rings stuff 3 or 4 times. So this last time I was just like, that's it. I'm not going to buy them again. I'm not going to sell them again.
So a little bit of a go around the room. If I move my camera very slightly, there's
mummox.
There's 2 mummox up there, and there's another one in progress.
Damien will be happy.
Yeah, so that's full of painted models. I've got let me go out of the way. There's a printer there, but down the bottom is a load of cases with some painted stuff in, because I tried to put some other painted stuff in my cabinet the other day and realised I have no room in there. Those boxes, where we're going there, are all either they're non-based. They're either plastic, like they might be eBay lots or whatever, but all of that shelf is unpainted miniatures. Yeah, so I've got a lot.
Clear that backlog. Clear that backlog.
I have. I was watching a bit earlier and figuring out I've painted, because I like to keep a note of everything because I'm like that. I've painted 268 models this year.
Wow, that's pretty good going, actually.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nearly the end of the year, so 268. What's that? That's you know, 2/3 of a model a day almost, isn't it? So that's not bad.
Yeah, something like that. And I've got, like I said, I've got my Mummock War Leader that I'm finishing, and I've got 2 great beasts of Gorgoroth that are primed and ready to go.
Fab. Well, it sounds like you've got lots to work on, and hopefully I'll be able to provide lots of hours of content for you to paint over the next 24 hours. And I know you'll be but this I suppose the next hour and a half or however long it takes. It was aiming until maybe about 9 o'clock to do this until.
So the quizzes are normally 8 rounds, 6 questions in each round. I've increased them a little bit because it's just going to be us 2 talking.
Yeah.
Because normally, you've got 12 people chiming in with funny stories and all that kind of stuff. So it takes about an hour and a quarter generally.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited to do this. Just before we go on, you said have you been painting? You've been in the list in the chat earlier on this evening. Have you been painting while doing that?
I haven't been painting. I have been sorting out that. So
what is that? Is that a bag of bases?
Bag of stuff. So
Okay.
I won some eBay lots last weekend, and have taken them all apart. They were Wild Riders and Wild Wargs. So I was counting. I now have 33 Warg Riders, as in the actual orcs that go on top, plastic ones, and 43 Wargs.
Hey, that's good. So are you going to do a Charcus Legion?
That's the intent in the end. So I can probably take that up to about 600 points now because that's like 35 models.
See, I foolishly, you know, when the new made to order or limited release thing came out,
Yeah.
and everyone was like, "It's going to sell out straight away." I bought too many boxes of the metal warg, so I've got 3 boxes of them now, and I kind of regret it because actually I really only want the ones with spears in them. So what I'm going to do is hybridize them, get rid of some of the bow shooting ones because there's far too many bow shooters, keep all the spears, and then just sell the rest on eBay. So hopefully get rid of them. But
I've got some metal ones sat in front of me, and I was in the last hour trying to figure out how to convert them into captains or banners.
Yeah. Oh, good idea. Yeah.
That's the next thing because you need captains and you need banners.
100%. You've maybe convinced me there. I might not do get rid of all of them because there's some the bow guys are really nice. I've already got a couple of the bow ones, the ones shooting forward. But the one that's like leaning down, that looks really cool. Be ripe for a conversion. So
yeah, I was going to say that's one of the things I like doing is converting things.
I know you've got a name for yourself in the community for being sort of someone people commission to make things.
Yeah, I've done a few in the past. The predominantly ones are the ones you can't get. So your Gilgalads, your Elendils. I've done an Isildur. Forlong is another one. Faramir Ranger.
Yeah.
I've done all of those. I've got Forlong and Faramir for myself as well. And Glorfindel's the other one in armor. But yeah, I've been known to chop up bits and pieces. Not as expensive stuff as Mr. Steve Crow.
Yeah, he's a legend for chopping up like the most expensive models he can find, like incredibly rare stuff, and chopping it up. And
I may have chopped the Rohan captain with axe up.
That's a rare one. That's like
I had 2 of them, but he's now on a horse, so who can complain?
Fabulous. Well, there you go, Devi. If anyone wants to get a conversion or get in touch. Right. Excuse me. I've got a few things to catch up on in questions. David says, Clubly, did I miss seeing the doggo? Yes, you did. Sorry about that. Dave Farmer saw it, and he has committed to putting an extra £5 in for the dog.
I still think Dave Clubly should put another £5 in.
I think he should. I think he should because the dog
just for missing the dog.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, right now you could rewind through the previous video, which I assume goes up live, and you could go through and check that the dog appeared just to confirm it. But yeah, or you can just trust us and carry on watching this one. But I don't know. It might take ages for it to actually arrive on the stream. I don't know. It might take ages to upload 7.5 hours of video. I don't know. Anyway, quiz. It's quiz time, right? So. So you've got how many rounds did we agree that you've got?
I've got 8. There should be 8
rounds. Now, what's the app that I would have been opening it on? I've recently I've upgraded my computer and simultaneously had to delete what Microsoft Office and all that because Microsoft Office sucks now.
Well, the software you're using allows me to share my screen.
You can share your screen, can you?
I can do. That's what it says. This could be
tell you what, this could make it
on the fly. Let's find.
Well, if you can do it, let's see what. Because if not, I've got it over here. Because then you can just go for it. Dave Farmer says she was lovely, the dog. So that's very true.
Definitely.
But yeah, if you can't get it up, I'll happily get it up and click through for you, and you can just do the rest of it. But I know you've got different fonts, so it might help. And also depends on the power of your computer. But I guess if you can do Zoom quizzes with everyone else, you'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah. How is that?
Obviously, I can add that to the stream. So here we go. There it is.
Aha!
Look at that. What do I do? How do I get rid of this banner? Got a comment above it. There we go. Right, there we go. Look at that. Harry Parkill's charity live stream. Entmoot live. Okay, I can put it full screen actually if you want.
And I can click through it. That's excellent.
This is amazing. Look at this. The live production here on the Entmoot live. Let me just get rid of some of the banners because they're covering stuff up a bit, aren't they? Let me see. Here we go. Right, how's that sound? Well, I can't get rid of that. So hopefully
that's fine. There isn't anything in the top corner. There we are.
That's better. Right. Okay. So if everyone is ready, we've got how many rounds did we agree on?
8. 8 is the normal number. I've increased a couple of them for a couple of. We'll see. I'll show
8
you. What
rounds. Now, the winner, I didn't reveal this before, the winner will get some, hold on.
Oh.
Here we go. Right, I've just knocked everything over while doing that, but not the whole pack. But the winner will get one of each of my new exclusive Entmoot dice. I don't know whether you can actually see them. There we go. Look at that, Entmoot dice, and one Boo-rah rum. Right. So they're going to be available for patrons very soon, but the winner of the quiz, and I really hope you don't all Google the answers just to get a Boo-rah rum dice, but the winner will get one of those. So do play along, and we'll keep you honest by asking you to comment in each after each round what your score is after each round.
So I've got it. So we'll go through the whole quiz, and then we'll go through all the answers.
Okay, that's fine. Well, let's do it that way then. But we'll say how well you're doing, how confident you feel after each round. So we've got 21 people in.
That's the joy of doing it on Zoom. Is some people go, oh yeah, I think I've got 6 out of 6 on this round. So when you come around to the answers, it's nice to ask them. And sometimes there's been quite a few who've called 6 out of 6 and got 6 out of 6. There's also been other times where they haven't.
Brilliant. Now I'm just what I'm going to do. Because the pizza has just arrived, so I'm going to dash off for a second. But do you want to do the first round?
Yes.
And I can read it and catch up because I've got the quiz on my other side of things. I'm going to leave you vaguely in peace when I'll appear with pizza. But everyone, I hope you're ready because this is going to be tricky. All right, go ahead, Debbie. Start that quiz.
Excellent. I hope everyone's ready. So we will rock on to the first round, which is supplements. So these have all been, each round has been taken from the previous quizzes I've done. I've added a few extras on certain rounds, but we'll just crack in. So the first question is, what is the first supplement to come out for SBG? So this is not rulebooks or anything, this is supplements. Question number 2. What is the name of the War of the Ring expansion book? So this is the mass table games with the movement trays. What is the name of the expansion book? Question number 3. How many battle games in Middle-earth magazines are there, including the special film editions?
Oh, I know that.
I was going to say, I would hope you know that.
I'm pretty sure I know that anyway. I'll write my answers down, so I'm confident. I'm confident.
Have you got answers for the first 2 questions?
I think so. I actually do. I've lost my pencil. Sorry, I'll stop interrupting the quiz.
So question 4. How many different editions of the rules have there been? Just looking for a number on that one. Question number 5. What is the name of the naval rules released for SBG? And question number 6. Keisumu was a character for which faction in Legions of Middle-earth? So they're your 6 questions for the supplements. How many do you reckon you've got, Harry?
I think I've got the first one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure on the second one. I think I've written something down, but I'm not sure I'm right. The third one, I'm pretty confident on, but then I can't decide whether it's there's 2. I know what the number that it ends with, but I'm not 100% sure what it starts with. But I'm 90% sure I am. How many editions of the rules have been? I'm pretty sure I know that one. Now I think. No, the naval rules. Definitely don't know the naval rules. And I know the number 6. So I think
out of 6,
1, 2, 3, 4. I'm confident on, maybe 5.
4. So I'm going to write down how many you think you've got, and we'll come back to it.
This is going to really embarrass me later, isn't it?
So this is a round that everyone's got a little bit annoyed with. So we started off doing guess a silhouette, being simple silhouettes or models, and then found a lot of the models are really unique. So in the more recent ones, I've started cutting them and only having a little part of it.
Oh, right.
However, for this, we have kept them whole.
Excellent.
So, number one, what is that model?
Oh, no, this is the difficult bit, is naming which one it is, isn't it?
Yes. And while
Can
you're
you
at it,
by the way, in the
number
comments,
2.
oh, okay. In the comments, please drop in what you think you've got in the first round and the second round. I'd love to be able to keep you honest. Okay. I think I know this one. Yeah.
So, if everyone's had a bit of time on those two, we will go on to 3 and 4. So, number 3.
Oh, which way
And
around?
here is number 4.
Bloody hell. These are hard.
So, yeah. So, yeah, like Harry said, if people in the comments can say what they think they've got for round 1.
Yeah. I can see you all furiously writing away on your notepad. I can just sense it. This is the excitement that we're all involved in.
So, Harry, have you had a good look at those two?
I have. The second one is number 4. Question number 4 is difficult. I'm not sure I 100% know, but I think I've written something down anyway. I think it's wrong, actually. I'm going to change it.
So we've got Dave Sweeting is normally on our quizzes, and he likes to write an answer down and then scribble it out and write something else. However, his first answer is normally the right one. So here is number 5.
Excellent.
And number 6.
I think it's Damien from Battle Streams in Middle Earth says, "Thank you." You can't see it because he says, "Thank you for doing this, Derry." Oh, there you go. Cheers for doing it, Derry. I agree. Thank you very much, Derry, for doing this.
That's quite all right. Like I said to you, I've just nabbed some rounds from previous quizzes, so it's wasn't too difficult to put together. I did have to update some of the questions though, because the question of Ring Bearers come out since.
Interesting. I'm thinking about how that could have affected questions. That's good.
And I guess the silhouette normally ends with 6, but I thought I'd include 8.
Oh yeah, I know that one. That's
so
good.
here are the two. Here are the last 2.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I think I've got. You know what? Actually, I don't think I can't be very confident. I've definitely got the last 2. They're the only 2 I'm confident on. Everything else, it's a matter of whether I've got the right name. So I think they're all pretty much 50-50s. So I could be confident about 2.
What do you think you've got? So if you've got 50-50, say 5?
I'd say 4 or 5. Yeah,
We'll
4. I'll go with 4.
Excellent. Yeah. So next quiz is Wargear. So,
by the way, if we're going too fast, drop a comment in. I'm keeping the best of it all.
Barring the axe, what Wargear does the Dunlending Horseman have? So one of the other themes in these quizzes is if there's multiple answers, you get a point for each. You don't have to get a point for. You don't get 1 point for all of them. You get a point for each.
Okay.
So barring the axe, what Wargear does the Dunlending Horseman have? Yeah, guys, in the comments, put what you think you've got, not what the answers are.
Nick Brewer not getting the quiz. What does that mean, Damien? So is that just a joke, or is it just that it's not showing up for people?
No, I think he's put 6 is a Mordor which is
no.
which you can see.
Oh yeah. Sorry, Nick. Just to clarify, yeah. Just write your answers down on a bit of paper. keep a track of how you're doing, and then we'll just tally it up. I'll assume that you're all being very honest at the end of the quiz. Yeah, don't put your answers in the thing, otherwise it'll be a bit confusing and might give it away for people. Also, I'm not convinced you're right on the Mordor Uruk either, so I don't think it's helping any. But thanks, Damien, for flagging up.
So, question number 2: what Wargear does a Palace Guard have?
This could be any of them.
This is base Wargear. A Palace Guard. Is base Wargear? Yeah, it's base Wargear.
I don't know.
I think.
I can't remember. I don't like the elves.
Question number 3: match the troll with the Wargear. Bill, Bert, Tom, fork, knife, and spoon. So who has what? Again, point for each. Because I know Damien has joined us for one of these quizzes earlier in the summer, which was good fun. Jay's also joined us, Jay Clare, for one or two, I think. But yeah, there's a normal bunch who all come around. Josh Bryant being one of them.
Yeah, so I believe he's in the comments somewhere, and I think Dave Sweeting's also in.
Yeah. So Josh has written, I think he's got a new pad for this quiz, but all his other quizzes are on one pad, and he keeps a note of all of them. So question number 4: what weapon does the Mummock War Leader have? You play him, Harry.
Yeah, but I don't know what it's called.
It's got a specific name.
Yeah, it's not quite. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
Question number 5: which ruffian hero has a jagged knife?
Jagged knife. Man, this is harder than I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to breathe through this. Well, actually, I shouldn't, because I always do badly when I've joined. Maybe that's why I haven't appeared in a while. No, I do find them very difficult, but it's always really good to get them on.
Yeah, I know. When we've been in tournaments and you've been at quizzes, though, you've smashed them.
I'm usually good at film stuff. I've watched those special features far too much.
Yeah.
Damien says, last Tuesday dinner time isn't going to go for me, which is exactly the reason for me.
Yeah. I like to say everyone's life schedule is different.
Yeah.
Question number 6: what Wargear does Paladin Took have? What pizza have you got? There's a question.
Well, I'm on the garlic bread at the moment because Louise, the legend that she is, the other half, she's picked up some sort of deal. So we get garlic bread first with wedges, and then I've got a tandoori hot waiting for me.
Nice. Nice.
What's your food of choice? What would your pizza of choice be at Domino?
Oh, we had one last weekend. Oh, what did I have? Like, essentially anything with lots of meat on it, and I changed the base to barbecue because that's always a winner.
I like that idea. I've got the barbecue sauce and the 2 garlic dips because Louise doesn't like the garlic dip. But I like this. I like a bit of spice. Anything that gives you heartburn, that's for me.
Anything that gives you heartburn. Excellent. So that is the end of round 3. So now these will be general SBG questions.
What do we think we've got for round 3 then, ladies and gentlemen? Let's
go back to it quickly.
I've probably got 3, or maybe 5 if I've got the troll weapons in the right order. So
which one are you going for? 5?
Be confident. I'm not going to be confident, but yeah, all right, I'll go 5. 0 for Dave Sweeting, he says. Ethan says barbecue supreme. I think that's about Domino's rather than what he's got in there. Nathan,
if you've got that in the quiz, excellent.
Yeah, if you manage to do the quiz and manage to get a barbecue supreme, I'd be amazed. Ace, Nathan says round 3 is hard. Yes, it was hard. I think that was much more difficult than I was expecting. So that was round 3, was it? Yeah.
Yes. So round 4 is kind of general SBG-ness.
Okay, I hope this is going to be a bit easier.
How many battle company scenarios are there?
Oh, come on. Nobody plays that.
These are not the narrative ones. These are the kind of match play battle companies scenarios, if you want to call them that.
Yeah. Okay.
Question number 2. How many objectives are there in total across all 18 match play scenarios?
Do heirlooms of ages past that don't end up being the objective count?
I think from memory on this answer, it's anything that's listed as objective in the kind of scenario layout, what you want to call it.
Okay.
Oh, Josh played Battle Companies this morning.
Oh, Josh, you're proving me wrong. Nice.
I wonder if he's got the right answer.
Yeah, I hope you have.
Uh,
I'm going to just guess this objectives because I could probably work it out, but I don't have the time, and there's pizza waiting for me.
That's perfectly valid. Question number 3. What is the scenario called with Legolas on top of the mummy in Gondor at war?
That's such a good idea for a scenario, but
have you played this scenario?
I've not played. You know what? I've played very few of the scenarios because largely I play 1 or 2, and then I get to a scenario where there isn't that I don't have all the models for it, and then I go, okay, I'll do that one when I've got the models for it, and then inevitably never do it, and then that's the kind of stop. Yeah, I'm with Damien here. Mother of God, yes, as if who remembers this stuff? But either way, it's great. I love this kind of. It's making me scratch my head. Definitely. I can't think.
I have found I've learned a hell of a lot more doing these quizzes than I have in the last 2 years about playing the game and lore stuff.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Question number 4. What is the most expensive pointed hero that doesn't have heroic strike?
I think that's a very easy one, right?
You tell me.
I think it's very easy, but I may be wrong. Depends.
Question number 5. What does the special rule Huntmaster do? I'm trying to remember where that's from.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that.
I think I know where it's from. Ah, Damien. And question number 6 for this round. What 3 spells does Galadriel have? Where is my armies? There it is.
I think it's... Yes, I've worked out the Huntmaster, I think. And...
Apologies, this question 6 is wrong. It should be what 4 spells does she have?
Oh, okay. It's a good job because I can only think of 2. Okay, that adds 1 then. I'm pretty sure it's going to have. I'm sure there's something else, but
one running feature is I do tend to have like at least one question where I've changed it on the answer slide and haven't changed it on the question slide.
Well, all right. This is flawed, so we can always blame that if we get.
Oh,
really
I always get blamed. Traditionally by David Clubley.
All right, how did we do on this one? Comment below. I think I've got. Do we get a point for each of the spells?
Yes.
I might have 6.
6. We'll go for 6.
I think I've got all the spells right. I think.
Ooh.
And then the question 4 and 5, I think I've got right, but I'm not sure about the first 3. I've guessed, and I've probably got some good guesses, but I'm not sure.
Good. So we'll move on to round 5, which is guess the SBG profile. So this is a
round 4 between 0 and 4.
So this is a traditional GT kind of Throne of Skulls quiz round. So the first one is move 6, fight 5, 3+ shoot value, strength 5, defense 5, 3 attacks, 3 wounds, courage 6, 3, 2, 2.
Hmm.
I'm trying to remember this myself. Oh, yeah, I know what it is.
I always start by trying to work out the race.
Yeah. That's always a good way to do it. And I'll let it number 2 while we're here. So it's move 6, fight 3, 5 plus shoot value. Sorry. Strength 3, defense 4, 1 attack, 1 wound, courage 4, 1/1/1. I'm trying to remember.
The courage is really throwing me off on the first round. The strength 5 and the defense 5 make me think, and fight 5 make me think of an Urukai, but then courage 6. It's not right.
Courageous.
Yeah, that's very courageous.
And I'll let it another 3 while we're here. Move 5, fight 4, 4 plus shoot, strength 4, defense 8, 1 attack, 2 wounds, courage 6, 1/4/1.
Oh, I think I know that one. That must be
From a previous quiz. I have a feeling I've got the wrong answer on the slide, but I know which one it should be. As per, I told you there are always mistakes.
Yeah, I like that though.
So,
well, I think we should hold on to this one.
Yeah, we'll hold on, most definitely.
Because this is a thinker. This is a thinker.
Yeah.
Fine.
So out of those 3, how many do people think they've got?
I think I've definitely got the last one.
Definitely got the last one.
Well, I say that.
I'm trying to remember what number 2 is.
2.
I'm trying to remember what 2 is.
You're meant to have the answers, you know.
Yeah. Because I've taken them off previous ones, I'm trying to remember what that one is myself.
0 says Ethan. Sorry, Ethan. I hope it's not too hard. It is hard. It is really hard. God, I don't think I'm going to get either of these. Any of these. 3 attacks, strength 5, defense 5 for that first hero. Damien says, "Big fat 0. Hate these so much."
Oh God, what's number 2?
It says a lot when the quizmaster himself doesn't even know the answer to the quiz. Dan says 2. He thinks he's got 2 out of 3. That's amazing.
Nice. I have a feeling I know which one it is. Number 2.
Can't think for the life of me what it could be. Oh, maybe.
Oh,
I think maybe I've got it.
Light bulb moment.
Maybe. Okay.
Damien thinks he's got number 2, not 2.
Oh, that's what I was just on. So I was thinking I might have an answer for number 2, but I don't think I'm unsure, but I've got something written down, which is the most important thing. If you're just joining the stream, by the way, we're doing an SBG quiz. Get your pen and pad out, join in, and comment in with what you're thinking of questions, but not the answers themselves, because that would ruin the point a little bit.
So, out of those 3, which ones do you think you've got?
I think I've got 3, and I think I might have 2, but I would say I'm probably more confident that I've got 0. To be honest, I think defense 8 is throwing me off on the last one, because it's the will that's throwing me off a little bit. But the fight 4 is quite low as well. Although, okay, yeah, because it's that guy. Yeah, I think so. All right, okay. I still a guess. I'd say 1 or 2.
Right, we'll move on then. If you think you've got answers for all of them, we will carry on, because there's another 3 for everyone. So number 4 is move 6, fight 5, 4 plus shoot, strength 4, defense 7, 2 attacks, 2 wounds, courage 3, 2/1/1.
Who could that be? Name that profile. If you're just joining us, name that profile.
Question number 5 is move 6, fight 4, 4 plus shoot, strength 4, defense 5, 3 attacks, 2 wounds, courage 5, 3/1/1. I'm trying to remember that one as well. And the last one is move 4, fight 2, 3+, strength 2, defense 3, 1 attack, 1 wound, courage 3, 0, 3, 1. So the way I found out these were all unique is I laboriously put all of the hero profiles into a spreadsheet.
Every single one, every profile.
Yeah.
Wow.
Every hero profile.
Yeah.
Along with points cost, what heroic actions they have. A flip on the guess the SBG profile that I've done on previous quizzes is name special rules that the profile has, and you've got to try and guess it from the special rules. And the one I've started doing more recently is saying, for instance, let me think of one I had last week, is which Barad-dûr heroes don't have any additional heroic actions? Saying it like that. So, or which Minas Tirith hero only has heroic resolve and heroic strike? So twisting up the SBG, guess the profile, because it's things that make people unique.
I think I might have 2 there.
You might have 2 of those.
I think so.
Which ones?
No, I only have 1. Because
Okay.
I just looked at the move profile and it's not what I thought it was. I think I've got 6.
Think you've got all 6? Oh,
no, number 6. Yeah,
number 6.
I definitely don't have all 6.
What do people think they've got on these 3 then?
Well, Nathan's saying maybe 1 or 2 out of the second 3, which is
good. That's a good effort.
Yeah. It's hard. And apologies for eating on the stream, but I've got to do it at some point. I'm doing this for 24 hours. What are we thinking?
How are you feeling at the moment?
I'm feeling all right.
Good.
I'm feeling okay. I mean, it's a normal day so far. 12 till 8. The one thing that's wearing on me is the headphones. They're pressing into my head. I might change my headphones at some point, just because. Ask me the same question in 12 hours. I'll feel very different.
I was going to say, I'm sure I'll jump on tomorrow morning.
Oh, well, that'd be great of you. Thank you very much, and thank you for everyone who's sticking on by and supporting the stream. If you feel like it's a worthy cause, do donate. Have a look at the links below for a schedule for what's coming up. I mean, Battle Streams in Middle Earth, Damien and Steve are going to be in later on once we've done with the quiz and dispense with that. So we'll have some chat, but I think we could easily overrun with the quiz and they won't mind because they're playing a big scenario with me. So be good.
I think we should get Damien on to look at his answers.
Yeah, good idea. That's a good idea.
So do you think you've got answers for all of those and ready to move on?
I don't have answers for them, and I don't think I'm going to have answers for all of them. So I've got 1. I'm happy with 1 that I've got.
Excellent.
But we can leave it there.
So 3 out of 6, do you say?
I'd say maybe 2 out of the 6.
2 out of 6. Cool. Right. Legendary Legions. How many Legendary Legions are there?
So that's something you've had to update, I guess.
Yes, this is what I'm going to have to update.
There you go.
Oh, Damien, you could always come on early to go through your answers.
This is true.
Because that would be very amusing.
I like the idea of an overlap. This is what I'm all about. Okay, so how many Legendary Legions are there? I'm going to guess. I'm thinking there's probably about 3 or 4 per book. So I'm just going to say that on average. Actually, I'll go. Yeah, I'll add an extra 1 just for.
That's what James Wilson from the EHC does our quizzes regularly, and he does that for some things. He's like, I think it's this, but I'm going to add 1 just in case, and it works out more often than not.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So, how many Legendary Legions require 2 heroes?
Oh.
So this is where in the additional rules where it lists what you must take.
Now,
so
is it a minimum of 2 or specifically 2?
specifically 2. So I was going to say, so like Riders of Theoden says you have to take Theoden.
Mm-hmm.
Which Legendary Legions say you have to take 2 heroes?
Because I'm thinking like the Fellowship of the Ring. Is that one from the new book, Breaking the Fellowship? Although you don't have to take all of the characters, I don't think, do you? Maybe you do.
I'll give you it here. The Breaking of the Fellowship, you only have to take Aragorn.
Oh, okay, there you go. I mean, there's 2 I can think of.
Question number 3. What is the name of the special rule that gives Sharku free heroic combats?
Sharku gets free heroic combats?
In his Legendary Legion, he does.
Oh, right. Okay, I didn't know that.
He still doesn't get heroic strike, but he gets free heroic combats.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, trying to think what even says in the films that.
Question number 4. How many once per game special rules are there in the Legendary Legions? So these are the kind of, they affect 1 turn.
Mm. Excellent. Damien looks around, counts how many cats he can see, and writes down a result. Yeah, I think I can name some, but that's not very useful because there are almost certainly other ones that are there that that's really.
Take a guess and add 1.
Well, that's. Oh yeah, okay. I'll add 1 then. I'll add 1. There's a lot. This is too hard, Debbie. Too hard. If in doubt, quote the film, says Nathan. I think that's right, actually. I'm trying to think what. Sharku doesn't really say much other than like coughing a bit and saying they take a tumble off the cliff. And that's definitely not. Surely, the name of the heroic combat festival.
Question number 5. What does the special rule Fear Fire Foes do?
What does it actually do? I know the army. What
does the special rule do? And question number 6. How many heroes change heroic tier when included in the Legendary Legion?
God, definitely. This sort of stuff. Obviously, this is amazing. You must have taken a lot of time to find these things out because this is tricky. Because this is not a very easy thing to search for, is it? You've got to go through the books and really collate your spreadsheet for this.
Yeah, I've got to collate a lot of things. Yeah, it involves me quite often because I've got another bookshelf to my left, which has like my compressor and airbrush and cleaning, like stripping station on it. And I've also got all my books along the bottom. And they're normally all nicely on the shelf. However, when it comes to making quizzes, I tend to have all of them on my desk, which can get a little chaotic.
I can imagine.
So,
good. Damien's right though. It protects against the Google crowd.
Yeah. So generally, like the quizzes out of between 50 and 70 generally. I think this one comes in at 67 in total. And people get between low 20s and early 40s if it's a high number.
Okay.
So yeah, it's relatively difficult.
Yeah,
it's more niche questions that people playing the game go, yeah, fine, I think I'll do this, and yeah, you pull out some zingers.
I think in this one, I've got 0.
Just guess some numbers.
I've put some numbers down, but I'm not confident at all with any of them. And I'm not even. I thought I'd know what number 5 is. I might have that 1 correct, but even then, I'm really not 100% sure. So we'll see.
So we will move on to the next round, which is points values. So, what is the maximum points the Witch King can be? So, what is the maximum legitimate points he can be? Because when I did this, when I've asked this question before, someone said, "Can he be on a armored horse, on a horse?" Yeah, can he be on a horse that's on an armored horse? And I was like, no.
Because, yeah, I guess there must be somewhere in the rule book that says you can't buy all the Wargear. But I guess
I don't know if it says you can only purchase one mount. Or
yeah, but I mean, there's probably if you were really weird and wanted to buy, say, a fell beast and a horse, and then depending on who you're playing against, choose your mount, then that might be odd. But I suppose it's a big investment of points.
Yeah. Weapons and Wargear 82. Let's have a quick look. So I'll load up question number 2. How many hero profiles cost 10 points?
That can't be very many, can it? How many hero profiles cost 10 points? 10?
10. Only 10 points.
There must be more than that. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Question number 3. Which profile is the most expensive Fight 6 hero?
Damon says, I'm sure you can't, because if you could, then Larry Miller would have taken to a tournament by now. That's a good point. That's a good point.
That's most definitely true.
And Nathan says, if someone converted it, I'd let them play. I don't know how it would work in practice, but I'd like to see someone with a horse glued to the top, Witch King with a horse glued to the top of a fell beast. That would be amazing.
I have a feeling I've seen, I don't know if it was glued or blue tacked. I've seen a warg on a warg for battle companies, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I like that idea.
So, yeah, very amusing.
Is there a rule stopping that from actually happening? Getting a warg, having a mount? Because it is just an infantry model, isn't it?
Depends how PG you want to get. Then question number 4. How many points is Smeagol? It doesn't necessarily say.
The Fight 6 hero is tricky.
Excuse me. Question number 5. What is the cheapest pointed creature companion in battle companies? So that's points cost, not influence points.
Okay. Ali's just joined. Are you talking about Witch King and his multiple mounts? Yes. We were just saying that you could is technically allowed to buy all of the mount options for Witch King and stick them all together and play it in a tournament.
So Ali is one of the regular.
And Dan says the Felbeast could definitely carry the Witch King's horse. And in fact, I think you could probably do a conversion where the Felbeast is holding on with its claws, holding on to the Witch King in the way that he launches Theoden around in some way, or with his claws or his mouth or something like that. That would be quite cool, and just have the Witch King fly, sitting on it for some reason.
Yeah, because you have the Witch King sitting on the horse in the Felbeast claws with no Witch King on top of the Felbeast.
Oh, now this is interesting. Damien says, I'm picturing the Witch King on the Felbeast and the Felbeast on the horse, which is an equally plausible thing to convert. If you've got the one that's the bendy one that goes on the base with the ruins, you could easily stick that on. I'm picturing loads of strange conversions there. I love it. Alice just joined at exactly the right time during the quiz.
Question number 6. How many points is a battering ram?
Oh, God.
Josh is remembering previous mistakes in this round. I'm wondering if it's my mistakes or his mistakes. He's not beating me this time. I presume it'll be his mistakes because I think this was probably about a month, 6 weeks ago, perhaps this round. Probably one of the most recent rounds.
Battering round. It's hard though. Because let's be honest, how often do people read the siege rules? Not very often. Maybe before you play a siege game, and then never again.
During.
Oh yeah. You probably for something like this, you've got to know beforehand, right? But yeah, you're right.
So, what do you think you've got?
I reckon I've probably got 3 right there.
3.
Yeah, I don't know the Fight 6 hero. I could guess.
Put a guess down.
All right, I'll put a guess down. I might actually have it right. I think I've got that one. I think I've got the maximum points the Witch King can be. I might have the hero profiles costing 10 points, but not sure. There's probably some that I've missed. Cheapest pointed creature. I think I know what it is, but I'm not sure I've got it right in terms of exactly the name. So I think, yeah.
I think if you've got it, generally you can give yourself a point.
Okay. Well, I think it's going to be close. It's going to be close.
So, say what you see. No, this is one that is good fun, and I think the guys who've done this before might remember some of these. But we'll see if you get them. So, number 1 and number 2. Put them both.
Excellent.
So, say what you see.
Oh, I think I might have seen the top one when I was in it.
Yeah, I think that might have been one of the ones you were there for.
Yeah.
Can you remember what it is though?
No. I remember looking at it for ages, thinking Hellfire and all this sort of stuff, and then I don't think it's that.
Oh yeah, this is Clubley's favourite round.
I can't think of anything that's useful here.
It's good to see Mr. Clubley donated his extra £5 for the dog.
Thank you very much, Dave. Much appreciated. Even though you missed the dog, hopefully you go back and watch the whole 24 hours, so you missed for the bits that you missed at some point in your spare time, and then you can see the dog.
No skipping through. You've got to do all of it.
And you've got to watch all the 2.5 minute breaks when I go to the loo and stuff like that.
So, do you think you've got anything for question 1 and question 2?
I'm pretty confident. When we did this a while ago, I saw the top one, and I'm pretty confident I got it in the end. I think I got it in the end as well. Don't have it now, that's for sure. Oh, yes, I do have it. Aha! Yes, I've got number 1.
Number 2? Damien likes number 1.
It's very good, isn't it? Very well. As soon as you get it, it's great. Dave, remember to not put the answers in the comment thing, otherwise it ruins it for everyone else. Yeah, Clubley. We're just writing them down as you would at the thing, and then sharing our scores. In fact, can I hide that? I might just kick you out of the chat for a bit. No, I'm not going to do that.
It's only 1 point.
Yeah.
Number 2. What do you think?
I think I've got it. If it's what I think it is, it's not a very good one. So apologies, but I think I've got it. The last picture in particular is a bit vague, but I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, then I'm glad I'm wrong. If that makes sense.
Excellent.
So I have got 2. Yeah.
Should we move on to 3 and 4?
Yeah, go for it. Ethan says he's got this round.
Oh, he's got 1 this round. I think that was.
Oh, sorry, I thought he said he's got this round, which obviously is a different thing.
So here are 3 and 4.
Alistair saying, even when Clubly broke it down, it took me longer than it should have. Mm.
3 and 4. I think number 3 stumped a lot of people from memory. Damien, you going to come on for the answers? Go on.
I think we can get Damien on at some point.
It'll only be like half an hour earlier than when he was scheduled. So you feeling confident going through the night?
Yeah, I'm all right. Like I say, I think Damien said it earlier in the chat. Said something along the lines of getting to once you get to 3 o'clock and you realise you've got 9 hours left. That's going to be hard because I've not done 9 hours yet and I feel fine, but 9 hours tomorrow will feel way worse. Luckily, I've got some lovely people coming in from 3 o'clock onwards. It would have been an absolute nightmare if there wasn't the community across the world to do this, because having people from Australia come in feeling fresh-faced because they're getting up in the morning, or no, they're sort of in the evening by then. Having some of the Americans who are a good few hours behind, so that's going to really help. And then there's Dan Collister from out the frying pan the last hour, so he's going to be like the helpful, reassuring voice to help me over the line. And I also think tomorrow morning, anyone who's been on should feel free to just say, "Can I come back? Because I'll need all the help I can get." Just to cheer me on, especially in the last hour or so. So I think we can do it. I think we can do 24 hours. I hope everyone's up for at least listening for as much of it as possible.
I was going to say, because I did I think the latest video that we published on Guardians, I did a 12-hour painting session with like half an hour for a bit of food in the afternoon. And yeah, that was intense.
Don't tell me that. That's half of what I'm going to do.
But you're chatting to people and doing bits and pieces where this is physically sat painting with the lights and everything the whole time. And yeah, the headset did get a bit heavy in the end. But yeah, like I had people on Discord chatting to me most of the day, which was really nice. So.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. I haven't even looked at number 4. I'm stuck on number 3.
Ali's on about nights out in Cardiff. So
I feel that if you aren't in Metros at 3 in the morning, it's not a real hobby event with Dewey. Metros is a Cardiff club, right?
Yeah. So I went to uni in Cardiff, and I'm generally the instigator for going out into the West in January. And yeah, that's why I posed the question to Mr. Entwistle and was seeing what answer he would provide. Because I've had some good nights with Mr. Entwistle in Cardiff.
Excellent. I said in the chat with Dan Entwistle that I don't think that I've been out on a night in Cardiff. I've heard the stories the next morning. The time that I went, I think I've only been once. The time that I went, I was staying with my brother. So he's a couple of years older. And we went out for a comedy night, which was great fun.
Nice.
We had a lovely time, and it was great to see him and his girlfriend and stuff like that. But I say his girlfriend now. They're both become parents in the last week, so I've got a nephew, which is all very exciting. So next time I go to Cardiff, I'll be seeing my nephew, which is really exciting. So cool. Yeah, but anyway, so I saw them, which is great. But yeah, I missed out on the raving night. So maybe the next time round, we'll see. Which, by the way, now you mentioned Cardiff, if you're contributing, you're donating to the thing. There's a surprise draw tomorrow morning, which you win either a Hobbit hole from Weta Workshop, which is an amazing prize, or you can win a ticket to Into the West, which is sold out. So if you do donate, it's not just for the good of your health or for the for the good cause, it's also for that. So feel free to, if that makes you stump up a bit extra cash, then great, do it. Okay, cool. Should we move on?
Move on to 5 and 6.
I've not got number 3.
So there's 5, and there is 6.
I've got 5. That's good.
That was quick.
Mm-hmm.
He's confident.
I think it's got to be. Yeah, I've got them both. Nailed it. We'll need a bit more time because I got them very quickly, I must say.
Yeah, I think a lot of say what you see is you kind of you either get it relatively quickly, or whatever's going through your mind just doesn't equate to anything relatable to SBG or Middle Earth.
Mm-hmm.
So. Chatting about nights out and university prices in the chat.
Oh, I know. I remember when I first went to a pub, they're talking about £1 pint nights and stuff like that. I remember when I first went to the pub in Boston when I was definitely 18.
Of course.
Yeah, the pints were under £1.
Jeez.
I think it was like 80p for that was at Wetherspoons for a pint of Ruddles. And then when I sort of left to uni, it was like £2. So that was only like maybe 3-4 years. So
yeah.
Yes, Josh, we'll have a comfort break before the answers. Absolutely. So I know we've been hard at it for this hour or so, hasn't it? And I need to move my tray of pizza remnants.
And we've got 2 more on this round because I thought they're such fun.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's still number 5. I didn't change those numbers. So these are number 7 and number 8.
Mm-hmm.
What are you puzzled about, Mr. Parkhill?
Both, to be honest.
Any particular picture?
The first one, to be honest, the number 5's first image. I feel like it might be an internet meme that I don't know. Am I right?
Perhaps.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that image on the internet, but I don't know what it's connected to. So that's going to make it much harder for me.
You might still be able to get it with the other 2.
Mm.
I think it might have been Alistair who didn't necessarily know the first one. Josh thinks he's got a clean sheet on this one.
Oh, well done.
Because he's remembered all of them from previous ones. Because I think Josh has missed one, perhaps. It's the internet meme.
The internet meme, says Damien. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not a meme person generally. I get a few of the SBG ones. When anyone tells me about a horse in Grimbold, then I get it. But that's about it. I can tell it's quite an old. It's like an early one, isn't it? But
oh yeah, I think it's one of the first things that really, really went viral.
Mm. I recognise the video, but I just don't know how that helps. But
okay.
Hmm.
I think I may have got it wrong. It was Josh who didn't know the meme because Josh is 5 years younger than us.
Mm.
So. Damien knows the exact origin.
I know that. Yeah. I remember that song. Peak of the internet. Downhill since then. I don't think that really helps, though. I know, like the song. Yeah, I don't think that's going to help me at all. Thank you for helping there. No, I have no idea. No, I don't think I'm going to get either of those 2. That's really weird that I could get the last round like that and then.
Yeah. Very, very interesting.
Hold on. What's that?
Oh.
Now, how does that? That doesn't make any sense. I was thinking that's a brand, isn't it? So I was thinking the Fields of Kellerbrand or something like that. But that's Ken. Ken brand doesn't make as much sense. Is it Ken? It is Ken, isn't it? I know.
Do you know your dolls?
Well, I know that that's the Toy Story character, so I'm sure it's Ken, right? It's because it's Barbie and Ken, I think. That's right? Please tell me that I'm right, because I'm losing the will now. Oh, sorry, Nathan. I did introduce the spoilers there. But no, I don't think that's right.
But it's not helped him, so I don't think
it's not. And it's funny seeing Harry work this out. Alas, I'm not working it out. It's not working at all. It's nearly there, Harry. Just a little bit more in front. Oh, Ken Brand. I don't know.
Oh, there's going to be a light bulb moment soon, team.
Just because I'm so close. Okay, I don't know how I can. What is that? Question. Ken Brand. I don't know.
Oh, this is my favorite bit about hosting the quiz, is watching people squirm and then suddenly some of them go, "Oh,
yeah,
got it."
I do like that moment, but I'm not getting there yet. Yeah, I'm really confused with it.
Oh,
hey, I got it.
there it
is. Of course it is. How did I not get that?
Look at Damien.
I know. It was because I was thinking the words. Yeah, I shouldn't have revealed it, but apologies. I gave that away. And the penny drops. Excellent. All right, and to spare you any more agony, I think that. Oh, there we go. Right, there we go. Sociopath. I agree with that. Right. Okay. So we did mention we'd have a little bit of a break.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
So we'll pop it'll literally just be 2-3 minutes. So we'll drop us both out of the stream. We'll leave answers just there for now, and then we'll be
try
back.
and get Damien.
Yeah. We've got 5 minutes. Have a look through your answers and all that sort of stuff. And remember, you could be the winner, the very first person other than me to own an Entmoot Boo-Rah rum and an Entmoot dice. So, and I'll post them.
Quickly, how many do you think you got in the last round?
Everything I've written down, I've got right 100%. So I've got 6 out of 8, surely. Although I wasn't 100% sure on the second one, so maybe
excellent
95% sure.
Excellent.
Oh, Nathan, don't say that. We'll have a break. Drop Dewey out, and I'll go out, take my pizza boxes away, and come back we'll come back at 8:45 and run through the answers.
Perfect.
Thanks for watching so far. Hey, we're back. Hello. Dewey has been caught off guard. I'm
No, that's
here.
all right. I'm just replying to Damien, who says he's happy to jump on for answers.
Oh, excellent, excellent. We'll get you on in a second, Damien. Let me just, I need to send you a link, basically, to do it. I've just got myself some ginger beer.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's good for the stomach. Beaver.
I do love myself a ginger beer.
Bit of fire in the belly. Right, there the answer sheet. Let me just send Damien a link, and he can drop in when he wants, because this will be a nice transition period to hand the baton over to the next group. Hold on, I'll send Damien. Actually, Steve Crow's also jumping in. I don't know whether he's been involved in the quiz. I'll just let me know.
We can pester him for answers even if he hasn't.
Yeah, exactly. Let me just send a message to Damien. There we go. Where are you? Oh, that's wrong, Damien. There we go. There we go. Right. Okay. So, right. So let's just start, and we'll just dip in and introduce our competitors as they drop in. So. Let's see let's just catch up on a bit of the chat, actually. Just Nathan says 15 hours before you can sleep. Excellent, thanks. Harry, you should do a quiz when he's knackered tomorrow morning. Yes, yeah, well, that's I don't like that idea. Thanks. I'm awful at this one as it is, so there's no chance. Same quiz, see if he gets better or worse. The strange thing is, after 18 hours awake of doing this, I probably will get worse answers, even though I've done it only this evening. So, if you notice, it's the same. Yeah, nice. That would be something. Dewey has to like ginger things for a happy home life. Oh yeah, ginger beer. Yeah, I guess you're.
That will also be in relation to my other half.
Yes, I was going to say. And Michael Haskell back in for the mid to late evening stint. Do let me know what's going on. Are you in the Are you in painting? Are you doing anything else? Are you doing whatever? Just let me know in the comments. I suppose the quiz has put a stop to that, but get the paints out ready for after the quiz. And we shall introduce Damien. Hey!
Hey!
Greetings. How's it going?
All right. Is that working?
Yeah, it's working perfectly.
Wow, madness.
It's very straightforward.
You're right. How you doing?
Yeah, it's good. Very good.
Quiz, Dewey.
It's very difficult, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's insanely difficult.
Out of 67, Damien, what do you think you've got?
Oh, I don't know. So it's 20, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, I do.
So many of them are guesses. It's pure guesses. So if I've purely guessed right, I might get 50. If I've guessed wrong, I might get 0. You know?
Well, right, Dewey,
we will
take away our pain.
So, supplements. What was the first supplement that came up for SBG?
Do you know this one, Damien? I think you probably do, don't you?
Yeah, I put Shadow and Flame.
Yes, I put Shadow and Flame too.
Correct, gents.
Back of the net.
Back of the net. That's one in the bank.
Question 2. What was the name of the War Ring expansion book?
I thought it was something to do with Legions of the Middle Earth, but I may be wrong.
No.
Battle Hosts.
Ah, you see.
Correct.
Damien's been around the hobby a lot longer than I have.
It's a good answer. It's the supplement to the Blue Rulebook.
Yeah, that's. I couldn't remember which one. Yeah, there you go. Battle Hosts. Interesting.
How many battle games in Middle Earth magazines are there? You should both get this.
Yeah, I know, right?
See, I remember they're going to an issue ending in 1. So with the films, it must be ending in a 4. So but I couldn't remember whether it's 81 or 91. So I settled with 91 plus 3 is 94.
That's exactly what I've got.
Correct.
Yes.
3.
Okay, good. How's everyone doing, by the way? Comment on the things and we can see how
it goes rapidly downhill in the later round.
How many different editions of the rules have there been? I think I remember the answer to this one.
Well, I put 6, but I'm not sure that's right because there'll be the 3 films, the big blue rule book, the Hobbit edition, and now the new one.
Yeah, I had 6.
Correct.
Excellent. This is looking
question,
strong start.
5. What was the name of the naval rules released for SBG?
I've never heard of this.
This sounds ridiculous, but I put all at sea.
Oh, well done. Look at that.
I think they were
Is
in.
that in the blue rule book? I feel.
I think they were in White Dwarf because the
Can't believe that.
River Assault rules are now in the Best of White Dwarf.
Ah.
There's something
So-
in the big rule book about ships. I'm sure it might just be a modelling. Maybe it's just a modelling guide, but I'm sure that big blue rule book has got.
All let's see is correct.
I can't believe that.
That is very impressive. Well done. See, this is why we've got Damien on at this time of night, because we need some proper hobby knowledge.
As I say though, if they were all like this, I'd be laughing. But as soon as we get into profiles and points, as of now,
No way.
Kosumu was a character for which faction?
I think it's canned, isn't it?
yeah, I guessed canned based on the name.
Ariaxa Kand, correct.
It'd be nice to see these sorts of characters pop up. We were talking about this earlier with Dan Entwistle when vaguely hinting at his new job, and canned stuff would be great. I'd love to see these guys.
Because there's also the Dragon Emperor for Easterlings.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So
Cool. So first round, 4 out of 6.
I got 6 out of 6.
nice.
Oh,
Harry, you are on target with your guess.
that's good. Well, I thought the ones that I wrote down, I knew I'd get, so that's good.
So, guess the silhouette.
5 out of 6 says Josh Bryant in first round. Let us know your scores, see how well you're going. 3 out of 6 for Nathan. This is obviously one of the trolls. I genuinely have no idea which one.
Correct.
But
What is this one?
Damien?
It's Bill, isn't it?
Correct.
Oh, Will, I wrote that down. Excellent.
So,
Well,
yeah,
well,
one in
it's
3
really-
chance. One in 3
1 in
chance.
3.
He's
Yeah,
got
that's what I thought. Okay, I'm doing better than I thought I might be. Tom
So-
White got 4 out of 6 as well in the round 1, so
nice.
nice scores out there.
So, number 2.
So it's one of the twins.
Yeah, one of a number, one of 2.
I think. Go on, what do you think?
I put Eladan. I don't know. I'm guessing it's a 50.
I think Eladan as well, because I think you look at them left to right and see Eladan and Elrahir, and then the sword would look right. I don't know.
Do you know
So-
where mine came from? I think it's either James Braund or Sam Jeffrey about 5 years ago. There's 2 swords and there's Ella down and Ella up.
Elrahir.
The way I remember the foot guys is one of them is holding his sword with 2 hands like this,
Uh-huh.
and they look like 2 L's. So this one is Elra here.
Oh god, I'm wrong. Yeah.
Okay, so,
That's
yeah.
that's the only way I remember the foot ones. Only way. The mounted ones, not a clue.
Yeah. Devi's so small. That's definitely either Murin or Dra, and I went with Murin.
I went for draw.
Murin.
Victory. We have it. Right.
And number 4?
Is it Bill Fernie?
Harry.
Oh yeah, it probably is one of the. Yeah, I didn't put a ruffian. I put Percy. I think.
It is Bill
completely
Fernie.
wrong.
It's
I
Bill
thought it was
Fernie.
one of the Bard's kids, the boy. Is it Percy the boy?
Oh, apparently it's Dra. I can't remember.
What?
Oh, hello.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Dave Farmer says he's living a lie. Dave Farmer says, what? Dra?
I told you there are mistakes.
Still wrong. Well, let's
Still wrong,
get
dude.
this clarified. Let's have a look.
I'm going to take this to the Supreme Court.
We need a recap.
I've got my book here.
I was going to say where my rule book is.
Where is it? Where is it?
It's in the exact centre. So
It is Dra. It is Dra. I am
Yeah,
mistaken.
it's Murin and Dra. Dra has the bow. So that's
On
really
an
annoying.
unrelated subject, and to prove my honesty, I'm going to say that I'm very disappointed to learn that Bill Fernie does not have a jagged knife.
Yes, that
Ah,
would be a later one then, isn't it? I've also put him for later. But we'll...
I'm double checking my scouring book now. You've got me worried.
So not Bill Fernie. Quality of guest clearly going downhill, says Alistair King.
Based on it, Ali.
That's a reference to Derry's quiz going wrong, or the introduction of Damien. I don't know.
Oh dear.
I'm pretty sure it's a thinly veiled slight at my good self.
See, this is where I think it's myself because it's Ali.
So this one it's obviously one of the Nazgul.
Correct.
and that's as far as I got. So I've put Slayer of Men, but I think the Slayer of Men has axes, so probably not him.
I went down into doubting myself again and again, and it's either a Lingering Shadow or an Abyssal Knight, and I put the Lingering Shadow.
Probably is the Lingering Shadow.
Oh, Damien.
It's Abyssal Knight.
Oh, lucky.
I went so many times back and forwards before you don't know what you believe anymore. You know?
Number 6. I did not. Looking at it now, I still don't know what it could be.
It is. That's a Mordor Uruk. I'm almost sure of it.
Correct.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Someone put that in the comment.
Yeah, that was one of the ones that was spoiled.
I said, no, I don't think that's right, and it was obviously right. So apologies to whoever said that. Anyway, yeah, well done. Nice work. Okay. Went a bit far there. I've got it as a canned chieftain though.
Oh, I mean, I don't really know that range. I just put Candish Horseman. I don't know.
It's the chieftain.
Yeah.
That is a good spot.
Are we letting Damien that? Because it's not. It's a chieftain as opposed to.
No, I was saying it was a warrior more than a particular hero. This one's going to do my nutting because I don't know what this is, and it's clearly incredibly obvious.
I thought this was really easy. This is Gollum's boat.
Is it? It's Coracle. That's the only thing I have.
Gollum's boat.
Yeah,
There you go then.
yeah.
Ding.
Ding.
I didn't get the rock. That was all. All right, wicked.
Yeah, it's another. I've never seen that in real life. I didn't know it was actually a model. I thought it was like a.
Steve Crow's got it. He's going to cut it up and turn it into a car or something.
Love it. Gollum's boat then. So I got 3 in that round. How'd you do, Damien?
I managed 5 in that round because of the draw overall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on 4 and then lost the draw overall because Anyway, so that's not bad. 7 out of 14, half points. That's not good. How's everyone doing so far?
Out of 8, was it that one?
Yes, that was out of 8, including the first round. We're looking at a tally of 14, although there wasn't any.
So I'm on 11 so far.
11. So round 2, Rowan, bless your heart, you've got 1. Bless you. Tom, 4, not bad. 5, very good. Nathan, very good. 5 as well. Josh got 6 out of 8. Still don't know my Ruffians or New Nazgul. Apologies, 6 out of 8.
You know what's absolutely heartbreaking? I grabbed a beer when I ran up here and I've left it downstairs. This is
No.
absolute nightmare.
If you want to rush down and get it, we can just wait for people to do the comments. It's fine.
Go on then. Yeah, why not? Let's go for it.
I was going to say, go grab a beer.
Go grab a beer. It's essential for this sort of stuff. So yeah, keep those comments coming in. So we've got how are people doing at the end of the second round out of 14? I'm intrigued to see who's in the lead for the dice. Remember, who wins this gets 1 of each of these Bura Rum dice. You can't quite see them, and 1 of the Entmoot dice. These are only going to be open to Patreon subscribers soon. So this is great incentive for you to lie about your score. I hope you don't. But I think looking at the scores, I think that Josh Bryant's probably highest. 11-14. Yeah, he's just put it in.
Nice.
Damien Byrne delaying the stream since 2020.
No, it's fine. We're going through the questions again. So Tom's got 8 out of 14 in total, 11 out of 14 for Josh. I think he's in lead. Nathan says, presumably Harry won't be drinking. It won't help. Yes, you're quite right. I'm not going to be drinking. I might drink at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I was just saying, I think you should start drinking at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll drink for you, mate.
Alex claims he hasn't
try and help you through.
Hasn't got one wrong. I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And Joe says he missed the start of the quiz, so answering these as we go, pretty close to 8 out of 14. So considering I've got seconds to answer each one.
That is excellent.
Excellent work. That is some great hobby stuff. And Josh and Ali have done these quizzes before. Alistair, have you actually not got one wrong? If you haven't, then very impressed. Very impressed. But yes, anyway, and who's this? David's pointing out that Josh and Ali have done these quizzes before.
Knowing the answers is something of an advantage, isn't it?
Yeah. Alistair says he wasn't playing. He's just here to give abuse. So that's fine. So
that's what you need, isn't it?
That's
That's what you need on a 24-hour stream when you haven't slept. You need abuse.
Right, we're on round 3 then.
Wargear. Barring the axe, what wargear does the Dunlending Horseman have?
Well, I've put down a shield and a knife.
Yeah. Anything else?
I put armor, sword, shield,
There's one more thing.
hat.
A horse.
A horse.
Oh, come on. You can't.
In his war gear, he has an armor, a shield, a horse, a dagger, and an axe.
Yeah, of course he does.
Okay, so we get 2 for that. That's
So
not
you,
bad.
get, so you get a point for each answer.
What about sword or dagger? Does it have to be a dagger?
All right, you can have a point.
Oh, thanks, babe.
That's very generous, Dewey. I'm not sure I'd have gone that far. Not very charitable of me.
So, go the other way. Question number 2. What war gear does a palace guard have?
I've put glaive. Is he the one with the glaive?
No, he hasn't got a glaive. He'll have an elven-made blade and heavy armor, I think, and then probably a horse now. But...
heavy armor and an elven hand and half sword. So yeah.
Well done.
Points.
I must have been mixing up. Who are the ones who have glaives?
The Mirkwood elves.
So is elven-made blade all right there?
Yeah, that'll do.
Thanks. You're generous.
Feeling generous. The guys in the comments are gonna have a go at me now because I'm never generous when we do.
I like a palace guard.
I was going to say I thought you might have got that.
You know, I don't have any, and you don't see them very often. I don't think on maybe it's just these days, but I haven't seen Mirkwood armies very often recently. I haven't seen any armies recently, to be fair.
I haven't seen any people, so.
Question 3: match the troll to the war gear.
So this could go very well or very badly. Oh man, this was stupid. So I got the question for Bill right earlier on. Personality, he's holding a fork in that picture.
It's all there. It's all there.
Got it wrong. So unless Tom is the one holding a spoon, I won't get any.
Yeah, Bill has the fork. Tom must have the spoon because he's the fool of the group, which leaves Bert to have the knife, I think.
Yes. So Tom does get the spoon then. That's good. That was really stupid though. If I just been consistent, I'd have been fine. Excellent work.
What weapon does the Mummock war leader have?
He's got a pointy spear. I've put half spear. I don't know why I've called it a half spear, but it's like a hand and a half spear, isn't it?
I guessed Mahud war spear. That sounded
bladed spear.
Yeah. Can't have anything.
One of those things, unless you read the profile and you know it, then. But how often is he going to be on the floor with his long bladed spear?
Yeah, that's true. I remember he's pretty good if he's off the Mummock, but you can't have him without the Mummock. And once the Mummock died, you're worrying for him more than anything else.
We'll see how good he is later.
No! Oh, he's one of them, isn't he? Clever.
Which ruffian hero has a jagged knife?
Indeed. I'm going to put my hands up and say I put Bill Fernie.
Yes, so did I.
It is Sid.
It
is Sid.
Question
6. What war gear does Paladin Took have?
A cane.
Yeah, I put a walking cane.
A walking cane is correct. Points for everyone.
Hey, that's not bad. Just so you know, the chat's a little bit behind. So if you're commenting as the answers come out, good on you, but we won't see them until.
Do you get a point for walking and a point for cane?
No.
Alistair points out that you didn't actually put your hands up when you said, "I'm going to put my hands up." And say,
Valley. There you go.
Dave Farmer just says was too busy having a bath. Not sure what that was related to. Oh yeah, previous comment.
Not doing the quiz.
Maybe it's going to do the quiz after all.
Surely he could have done the quiz in the bath. He's got
done the quiz in the bath. That is true. Wow, round 3, 12 out of 12, according to Josh. That is crazy. Was that how many points were available in this round? That's a lot.
I only had it out of 11. This one. I got 9.
You got 9? Nice.
Again, it's generous hosting because a lot of people would do that sort of thing where if you get one wrong, you lose the points for the whole round. You know that if you put a wrong answer in, you don't get any for it. That sort of thing. Horrible quizzing. We lost. Is Harry gone?
I swiped myself out of the stream for a brief period there. I've got a new mouse, one of these Apple mouses, and if I stroke it slightly, it goes back, which is really annoying. Anyway.
We were just chatting to ourselves and didn't know where you go.
That's how he's going to get through 24 hours. He's just going to leave.
Let you guys go to work and I'll go off for a nap. Okay.
So
What are we on in total? I don't know what score did you say you're on, Damien?
In total, I'm on 20 out of 26, I believe.
Jesus, I'm on 11.
I really think it's going to go dramatically downhill now.
You said that last round, but you've done all right in this one. So we're on round 4 now.
yeah, Ali's pointed out I do kind of make the rules as I go along.
But I think you make the right answer. The right ruling.
Oh, for a stroke, said. Thanks, Steve. Can't wait to get you in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you've just found the level of the next 3 hours. Haven't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he on the beer already?
Yeah, I hope so.
I don't think he stopped this last night.
Exactly. Whatever helps get me through. Right. SBG round. So this is the game that we're all such big fans of, and it's where the round quality starts diminishing in terms of answers. How many battle companies are there? I thought just 6, because that's how many there are for everything else. Okay.
No.
I went for 18.
18?
Is it really?
Correct.
18 scenarios.
There is 18 battle company scenarios.
Christ, that's a lot.
I just had a memory of knowing there were more than there used to be regular scenarios, and it's got to be 6, 12, or 18 or 24, isn't it? So that's
yeah. Okay, that's interesting.
Oh, result.
Well done.
So how many objectives are there in total across the 18 match play scenarios?
Well, I know there's the new ones which I've forgotten about, which they burn the what is it called?
Oh, destroy the supplies.
That's it. Destroy the supplies.
Yeah.
So I don't think I've counted for them. So I've put 21, which I think is wrong. It's probably way too low.
I've got written down 656135, which is 26, and I'm going to assume I've forgotten one, so I'm going to say 27.
32.
Oh.
So domination has 5, hold ground has 1, capture control has 5, heirlooms of ages past has 6, retrieval's got 2, breakthrough's got 4, destroy the supplies has got 6, and divided conquer's got 3.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm familiar enough with the new scenarios to even know which ones I forgot.
The thing is, I think it's like with most people with the new 6 that it came out middle of February,
Yeah.
and then obviously we had the GT, and then that was it. So.
That's true. I think I remember Destroy the Supplies had a fair few, but I completely forgotten that Divide and Conquer and Breakthrough have any at all. And Retrieval is beyond me. So yeah.
I was going to say 4 of the new 6 have objectives, which
absolutely.
don't help. What is the
Rowan
scenario called with Legolas on top of the monarch in Gondor at war? Sorry, Harry, for cutting you off.
No, that's fine. It's my stream after all. Don't mind. I was just going to say that Josh Bryant gets 45, so I don't know where he's got the extra 13. Rowan says he's desperate to get something right, and he said 24, which is wrong. So bless you. In terms of this scenario, Damien, you seem proud of yourself. I thought, is it something like it counts as one or something like that? But maybe not.
I'm gonna deliver this answer through the medium of a shameless plug. As I lift this up.
Oh wow!
And turn and have a cheeky look inside the battle report and find that.
Still only counts as 1. Oh wow! Is that right? That counts as 1.
That counts as 1.
Can I have what? Because I've just put that only counts as 1.
Yeah, go for it.
Yes,
it's your stream. You need to get you through these 24 rounds.
I need to get a point in this round, so I'm happy with that.
Is it actually called that only counts as 1?
As far as I'm aware.
Well, I mean, if that's true, what I've just shown you is a typo on 550 copies of this. Well, I think we just went with the quote from the film rather than checking the title.
Oh no, you are correct. That's.
Well, thank God for that.
I'm going to still claim it. I've written it in shorthand. Okay, so I thought the most expensive pointed hero that doesn't have heroic strike. Surely this is Smaug, right? Smaug doesn't have strike.
Pretty sure he has strike.
I thought he had it.
Well,
Damien,
all right,
I went for the Balrog.
Balrog was going to be my second choice. I can't believe what's fight value is Smaug then?
9 or 8. One of the two.
Oh,
He's got strike. I'm sure Smel's got strike.
oh, well, that's annoying. I just thought he assumed he had a really high fight value that you just never need strike.
I started off on. I kept jumping up. I think I started off on Saruman. At one point, I was like, pick expensive wizard. And then,
That's annoying because I'd started the most expensive things in the game and started, right, okay, Smaug, and then thought, yeah,
That's as far as you got.
yeah, but I thought, well, he's not got strike because he's like fight 10 or something stupid, but I suppose maybe he isn't. All right.
completed it, mate.
What does the special rule Huntmaster do?
I think that's isn't it the Warg Chieftain's rule? Or is it is it one of the Hunter Orc captains?
Yeah, I had it as Fimbul's rule that would allow him to move through terrain, but it's a guess.
Correct.
There you go.
Unmounted Fimbul ignores penalties suffered by cavalry attempting to move through difficult terrain.
I knew it was Wargy. I thought Warg Chieftain and his, he can only affect other Warg stuff. That's like Beastmaster or something, isn't it?
Something like that.
Yeah.
That was called Big Dog.
Big dog.
Oh man, this is embarrassing. Look at this.
What 4 spells does Galadriel have? Come on, Harry, redeem yourself.
Oh, okay. I think I might have gotten these. I put Transfix or whatever the good version is, Command, Blinding Light, and is it Renew or is it Refresh?
Ooh, along those lines, but not quite.
Okay, I got 3 though.
I've totally forgotten Blind Light. I went for Immobilized Command, Aura of Command, and Terrifying Aura.
Oh, you've got.
I think you're mixing her up with the other Galadriel, are you?
This
Because
is
I think she
standard,
has Aura of Command.
standard Galadriel. One of the guys in the comments has got it. Rowan, it's Blessing of the Valar.
Well done, Rowan. Is that the first point you got, Rowan? Because you kept commenting how low you
got
were.
that comment as well. He's like, yeah, you're right.
You got the Balrog. You got the Balrog.
Oh, did he? Oh, well done. Yeah.
I've got 2 for that. Can't believe
Blessing of the Valor. Yeah, okay. That makes sense as well, Blessing of the Valor. That's a logical one. Okay, I'll get 3 for that. I'm quite happy with that. That's not bad. And then 4 in the round, putting me up to 15 out of a lot.
2 for that and 6 for the round.
Excellent.
Rowan's on 8 points now. Well done, Rowan.
You've got to try and catch Harry.
It's very possible. I've got none in the next round, I think.
What, guess the profile?
Yeah.
I think I'm in the similar boat, though. Here we go.
So, Harry, what were you talking about with Mr. Entwistle?
Mummox?
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Is that the Mummox War Leader at the top?
Yes.
Oh, bloody hell. Well, yeah, that makes sense, I suppose. Courage 6, that explains it, because I remember looking at it and thinking, why the hell is it Courage 6? But he's a super Mummox man, so you want to not fail your Mummox courage check. So. Did you get that, Damien?
No. I had the Dunland bloke, Gorolth, or Forlong the Fat, and I was quite convinced both were wrong. That was as close as I got with that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, those are good chats, though, because they're both pretty strong,
I don't think Forlong's 3 attacks, is he? And I don't think...
He's 3 wounds, 2 attacks.
Yeah,
and I don't think the Dunland guy would be Courage 6.
No, that's a good point.
Gorolth Iron Skin, is that right?
Yeah, Iron Skin, yeah.
Yeah, he's the guy.
Yeah, Josh is saying down there he thought it was Thryden or Shagrat, but the Courage 6 threw me as well. Yeah, interesting. All right, next second one. I wrote down, in the end, Haradrim Taskmaster.
I don't think so.
I always like doubt in
What did
I
you put?
went for Haleth.
I've done like 14 of these. Is
14.
Algor.
Oh, very
you're kidding.
close.
It's in the same pack.
To be fair, I thought it might be one of the ruffian heroes.
That's
So-
the old bloke. Is that the old bloke?
Yes,
Albert?
yes, it's the old bloke.
I meant the kid.
Oh,
so at
yeah,
least I didn't put the wrong name down.
The shoot value makes a lot of sense for that.
Yeah.
Because he gets a reroll, doesn't he? So it's basically focus.
I mean, that is actually agonisingly close. It's physical
You are so
millimeters.
close.
They're millimeters apart.
Alistair says that Harry's making Damien feel better, even though they weren't good shouts. Excellent stuff.
This is abusive trolling that's going on.
It's going well so
Number
far.
3. I think the answer on the slide is wrong, but I know what it is.
Okay, well, I think it's one of the Champions of Erebor,
Correct.
but I don't know which one. I've put Oin.
Damien?
It's Oin or Barlin, and I don't think Oin is Courage 6, and I don't think Barlin has 4 will.
Yeah, I think Barlin's got 3 will, hasn't he?
I thought I'm going to go Oin.
Oh, Oin!
No, it should be Oin.
Oh, Oin.
no,
Okay.
It should be Oin, but this is one of the ones that was wrong.
Excellent. Oh, I didn't get it then.
I
That's
got
quite
one
good.
right.
Well done. Well done, Damon.
I can't believe it's Courage 6.
Yeah, I know.
People saying Oins, they're all right.
Yeah,
So Oin, he spends his will to, to refresh people or something?
He's a banner reroll.
Yeah,
That's it.
He's good. Yeah, Champions of Erebor Oin's really good.
Yeah. Lovely. What we got here?
So number 4.
I don't have an answer for that.
I thought originally I put Boffer, but then Biffer before Boffer, but then it's not that because he moves 6, so I don't know.
Knight of the White Tower.
It is a captain.
A captain? Oh, is it an elf captain?
No. It's a captain of Arnold.
Really? Defense
Yeah.
7?
Yeah, because he's got heavy armor and a shield. Normal
Yeah,
warriors
spiritual.
armor or defense 6, he goes up 1, and then he's courage 3 because they're normally courage 2.
That makes sense. All makes sense now we see it.
Oh my god, I think I've just got the next one.
Go on then.
It's I'll say the right name. Is it Zagdush?
I don't think so.
I've put Will Whitfoot. Oh wait, hold on. That's the next. That's
Raza.
It is Raza.
Oh,
He can't be far off Zagdush, though, can he? Maybe Courage 4. Courage 4, maybe.
Courage 4, I think, is the one.
Oh, I thought that had come to me. Like I thought that was a Joe Holzman level. Last minute.
yeah, I didn't put anything for that one in the end. But yes, this one I've put Will Whitfoot.
That is incorrect.
I put Lotho.
No.
Is it the which is the Hobbit that? Oh yeah, I was going to say that gives
Frodo.
Frodo. Yeah,
he's the one
just
that
worked out there because Will Whitfoot's probably got 4 will, hasn't he?
He's got to be one of those Hobbit ones that will help you use will points on it. That's everyone got that.
Yeah.
That is a tragic one for me on that.
Yeah, 1 for me as well. Gosh, has anyone got higher than 1 in the comments? Because I'm really intrigued. Because
I bet Ali King will have done.
Yeah, yes, because he's cheating. He says this is actually my strongest round normally. People know the answers, so of course it's the strongest round. I've got in total now. Not very good. I've lost them. 16 in total.
27, I think.
2 for Dan. Well done, Dan. 2 for him. That's good. Joe dropped well below half. 0. So it's not easy. It's not easy, is it?
Oh, this is the next one is just guesses.
0 for Art of War.
Legendary Legions.
Oh my God! Ripon City Wargamers Will Champion dropped in 4 out of 6 the last 2 rounds. Amazing.
I enjoyed Will's chat. Me and Emma were listening to that in the car on the way back from the zoo.
Oh, you absolute legends!
Nice.
Poor old Charlotte listening to SBG content in the car.
She was asleep. Worry about Emma.
I feel bad for Emma as well. Oh, bless. That's good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Were you driving and insisting having it on, or
legit? It was Emma's idea. We had Christmas music on. And she said, "Don't you want to put Harry Stream on?" And I was like, "This is a trap."
Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. I say thank you to Emma because that's very kind of you.
That is excellent.
Excellent. Have we got? Tom Wag got 4 out of 6. Got Aldor, even though I've used him. Didn't get Aldor, even though I've used him a few times. And then Will says, must have been bored if you're listening to me in the stream. Yeah, that's true. From the zoo.
You can come too.
Is that some child song that we don't know about, or is that a reference that I don't get?
That was a child song you had when you were a child. We're going to the zoo. How about you? You can come too.
I vaguely remember.
Going to the zoo.
Sorry. It must be Must be before my time, I'm afraid.
Did you never go to the zoo as a child?
No, not to be honest. No, I live in rural Lincolnshire, so there's lots of animals around us anyway. So it was
Get
fine.
yourself down to Whipsnade. We'll have the best day out.
Oh, I'd love to. Oh, I'm looking forward to our date. Right. Okay, let's go. Legendary Legions.
How many legendary legions are there?
I went for 19.
There was 19.
What?
There was 19.
Oh, they've just added more because of the new book.
Yes.
Until the new book.
Yeah.
Oh, I was way off then.
So there's another
20.
what?
Yeah,
Yeah,
forget
5.
a book then. I thought 3 books of 6 and then a couple from
So
Gondor
Gondor,
War and Rohan, Ringbearer. I thought they'd have about 5 or 6 each. What have I
I've
forgotten?
got
Maybe there's just
24.
more. Yeah, I'm sure you're right.
Oh, there's Scouring of the Shire. There's a couple in
the
that,
two
isn't
cheeky ones is Scouring.
Yeah.
there? Yeah.
And then I figured there were 3 books with about 5 or 6.
I think Gondor at War's got.
Yeah, it's probably like Gondor War got 8 or 9 or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, right.
Oh, yeah. Excellent. How many legendaries must take? So I can think of only one off the top of my head, and that's the Class of the Druiden. So that's you've got to have Theoden and you've got to have Ganbury Gan. But I actually can't think of any more.
That's one.
This is my first question. This is where I said I'm going to look around, see how many cats I can see, and write the answer down. I've got this answer for 3 questions, so hopefully it'll be right. I put 5. There's definitely the Scouring of the Shire one. Doesn't that need Merry and Pippin?
Ooh,
Yes.
good shout. And then I actually just
Return of the
think,
King must need the King of the Dead and Aragorn, I think.
oh yeah,
Did
good
I
shout.
actually write this down? I can't.
Is there should be one of the Scouring of Shire.
4.
You think there's 4?
So,
So
Return of
close.
the King needs obviously Aragorn and King of the Dead. Defenders of the Shire is Merry and Pippin. Pass of Druiden is Theoden and Ganbury Gan. And then Cirith Ungol is the most recent one.
Sagrat and Gormley.
People are making some good points in the thing. What about Riders of Aemir? Don't you need Aemir and Gandalf?
From memory, you do not need Gandalf in the Force, but he is the one that gives you that once per game ability.
I was going to say, yeah.
So it's kind of silly if you don't take him.
Anyone else surprised it took Damien as long as 40 minutes to find a vague reference from something years ago? Excellent.
Oh, I
And
get on to the Dragostad in Tay question.
Will says Sharky and Worm. Ha ha ha. I thought Sharky and Worm must be a compulsory in the other whatever it's called, the Ruffians Legion. But are they compulsory? Maybe
You
not.
must have to take them both as part of the same profile. That
They
might
are,
be-
but is Sharky compulsory? That's the
Yeah,
question.
he must be.
No.
What? Man.
The chiefs of ruffians may include warbands of between 10 and 12 ruffians without the need for a hero to lead them. In these warbands, nominate a single warrior to be the captain. These warbands may only be included if all other hero models from this legendary legion are already included in the player's army. And the other additional rule is 10 Sandyman may include Hobbit militia.
Well, there you go.
Nothing about you have to include Sharky.
I feel pretty good about that. I was quite close.
Yeah, I got 3, which is not bad. I'm quite happy with 3.
I did the old. We've probably forgotten a couple, given there's so many of them. So I put 5.
However, Sharky does give you loads of buffs, so you'd be silly not to take him.
Absolutely. What are we on next then?
What is the name of the special rule that gives Sharky free air at combats?
No idea. Not even a clue. Any ideas?
He took a little. Is it leader of the pack?
Well done. Well done.
No, I did not have a Scooby. I think
I thought that took a tumble off the cliff, something like
Yeah,
that.
this guy was like, what lines has Sharky got? He hasn't got any.
Which legendary legions have a once per game special rule?
Oh, which? I thought it was the number. Oh, okay. I've put 3. But I only know that of one that I could actually think of,
did the same. I only
which
put
is
a
the
number.
Riders of Aemir. So
I just put my same guessed ones. I put 5.
So there is
that's a lot.
6 or 7.
6, it looks like.
So
Oh,
Riders
yes.
of Theoden is Death. Men of the West is for Frodo. Rise of Aemir is Look at the Sun. Army of Dunland is the Dunlanding War Cry. Let's
yeah.
Scout is his shield throw.
Ooh,
Depths
yeah.
of Moria is the flame one.
Yes, because it goes like that, shadow and flame, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very good.
So, and that was a point per one, was it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll believe in my honesty, and I'll put the 4. That I'll give myself 4 because I just wrote down 5.
Yeah.
But
Cool.
I'll give myself the 4 I got, and not the one that I added because I'm bound to forget on it.
Well, I knew of one that I could actually remember. I wrote 3, but I knew of one, so I'll only give myself 1 because I wouldn't have remembered all of those at all. I didn't ride as a Theoden. I can't believe I didn't even think of that. That's stupid.
I had Theoden, I had the Aemma one for the Sun, Lurtz's Shield, and the Moria. I remember the new ones. I forgot about the Army of Dunland and Men of the West.
Yeah, Army of Dunland is an easy one to forget. The Men of the West. What is the special rule for that? Is that
Apparently I've forgotten Army of Gothmog.
Oh yeah, you're right. Army of Gothmog. That's true. So
that's not a once a game special rule, though, is it? That's Gothmog's special rule that gets better.
No, he's got a once per game reroll.
Oh no, you're right though, Damien. That it's already a special rule that's just improved.
It's not a Legion special rule.
That might be why I didn't include it.
Yeah, there you go. Dave Farmer's on it saying it's not unique to the Legion, but it is improved. It's made battle wide or something, isn't it? Or maybe 12 inches.
Both of his rules get bigger. The 3-inch one goes to 12, and the 12 goes to battle.
Nice try, Dave, keeping us honest there. Excellent.
So, what does the special rule Fear Fire Foes do?
I thought, is it the one that provides you with all the traps?
No, but you're in the right Legion.
I knew it's that Legion, but I couldn't think what it would be.
Yeah, I put pisses hobbits off. It's hobbit related. I put re-roll courage test.
The hobbits already have woodland creature.
Nope,
because they have it not in their legendary Legion. That's just their army bonus, right?
Yes, but it's the same special.
Legions don't get the bonuses though.
Okay, that's fine. That makes sense though. Damn it.
How many heroes change rope tiers?
For the 3rd time this round, I've written 5. One of the answers was 6, and one of the answers was 4. Dare to dream.
5.
So Gothmog changes here. Mordor Chieftain.
So Gothmog goes to a legend. Chieftain goes to a Valor. Sharku goes to a Valor. Thryden goes to a Valor, and Witch King goes to a legend.
The old looking around the room for cats initiative paid off.
Very well done. Very well done.
That's excellent. So what do we get on that round, team?
I've ended up with 5 because of your incredibly generous marking criteria for question 4, where you actually get a point per one.
Yeah, I've got 1 because I didn't write it down. I feel like the question changed. I swear it said how many legendary legions have a once per game special rule. In fact, I want to go back and look through it, but otherwise I might have written one down. But I don't think I'd have actually remembered any of those, to be fair. So, Josh Bryant says he's got 9 out of 11 for that round. That is insane, Josh. I think you're going to be the first proud owners of Entmoot dice. Excellent work. Nathan's another 0. Well done. There we go. 3 out of 6, not bad for Joe. 3 out of 9. So 3 out of 9 as well. That's the last 2 wrong. Tricky. Good. There we go. And L. Davey, Luke has dropped in saying, "Good stream, Harry. I'll catch some more in the early morning." Excellent. Thanks very much for dropping in. Art of War got 0. Alistair King says, "Harry, once you finish, you can't watch the whole stream back tomorrow and check." Yeah, I'll do that. That's a good idea. I need to check through just to see how the quality is. So I'll spend the next 24 hours just checking through it all to see what it was like. Excellent. Right. So now I think there's only 1 round left.
2 points for each round, and then so.
Oh yeah, sorry. There is,
2 rounds and 15 hours.
What is the maximum points the Witch King can be?
I've written down 230.
I've put 245.
260.
The flail. The flail. I forgot the flail.
And he can have an armoured Fellbeast.
I forgot it's the armoured Fellbeast that scuppered me. I just had Fellbeast.
You know what? I think I thought it was 120 with the full might, will, and fate. So, and I thought the Crown of Morgul was 30. To be fair, so
I had the Crown of Morgul at 30 as well. So it's I'm giving him an extra 5 points for the crown, and then lost 15 for the armor on the pelvis.
Oh, that's annoying because I could have sworn it was 120 for the. Maybe is that the full ring wraith? The normal ring wraith is 120 max or something.
Quite possibly, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
110. I thought they were like 55 to 110.
I'm going to have a quick poke around just to see where I got 120 from. But that's nice work. Yeah, 110 for a normal ring wraith, 150.
120 is the named wraith.
Yeah. Oh, that may be it.
How many hero profiles cost 10 points?
4.
Correct.
Oh, you know what? I've forgotten about Train.
Broken.
I thought it was the Merry Pippin. I have completely different characters. I had who was it? Yeah, exactly. But I think I was thinking what's it? Lobelia, Fatty Bolger, and the 2 girls that come with Bard. But it doesn't matter.
He's 5, isn't he? But I had exactly the same thing. I put Mary.
Fatty's got up to 10 now. Yeah.
Fatty's got up to 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
I put Mary, Pippin, Fatty +1.
Yep, cool.
Nice.
It's how it works.
You've got to add one. You've got to add one.
Which profile is the most expensive Fight 6 profile?
This has got to be a trick question, but it's got to be Aragorn LSR, right?
That's exactly what I put. But I feared a monster.
Correct.
Hey! Yeah. Yes, there could be, I suppose, a troll of some sort, but
Yeah,
The Watcher in the Water is 200.
He used to be 250, didn't he?
Correct.
In the old edition, he dropped. But yeah, I thought maybe a cave drake or something that I'd forgotten might be up there.
No,
Yeah.
but Alexa is super expensive.
yeah, it's like 230 points or something, isn't he?
225.
25,
Nice.
there you go.
I think. How many points is Smeagol?
I've got it as 30, but it might be 25 now I think about it.
I put 35.
30.
Oh, got it. 30. Excelente. I'm doing all right. 3 out of 4 for this round.
What's the cheapest pointed creature companion in Battle Companies?
I've put it's like I think it's a raven or a bird of some kind.
Yeah, I'll put dog.
Hunting dog.
Ah, well done. Hunting dog, 3 points for a hunting
3
dog.
points, yeah. I know, dirt cheap.
Raven is worth more than that.
Yeah.
Well,
And how many points is the battering ram?
25, because everything's 25.
I put 50, but it's probably overestimating it there.
15.
15. God. I mean, I did say 15. I wasn't sure whether it's clear with the diction there.
You had an issue with your signal there, didn't you? The audio got-
No, you just swiped.
Yeah, just fine. All right, okay, got 3 out of 6.
There, I'll take that.
3 out of 6. 3 out of 6. So in total, that gets added an extra 4. So I've crossed the 20 barrier.
Just in case people haven't got all the answers.
How is everyone else doing? Michael Haskell says he's just joining back in, catching his anxious section. Not sure I'd have made it into double digits. So bless you. Anyone else out? Josh Bryant says he's got 4 in the thing that he still forgot. Thrain. I think that was the question. So how are we doing? So we've got one more round, and this is the Say What You Can See round with 8 questions in. So I think I could get 26 total, which is well under a third, I think. Isn't it 67 we're out of in total?
It'll be over a third, but yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
I think I've got 35, and I think I've got 7 out of these 8. No, 6. I've got 6, and one of them's going to infuriate me, I'm sure.
Yeah, a couple there. Well, let's dip in. I'm sure people's comments about their scores will come in a second. Oh, yes, there they are. 6 out of 6 for Josh Bryant. Yeah, I think it's dice going to you, Josh. 2 out of 6 changed Aragorn to watch at last minute, Doe. That sucks. 2 out of 6 for Art at War Painting Studio. I really like your logo, by the way, Art at War. That's what's cool. I don't know whether you're a person that I know or if you're just, but hi anyway. It's great. Excellent. This is a great.
Say what you see round.
This
is the favourite round that I like doing.
Got to thank Nick Baton for an awful lot in our community.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the first one, I thought at first that's clearly a Balrog with a load of lemmings jumping off the cliff. But then I worked out that it might be Hell.
And the second one?
Then it's Min and Gas. Helmingas.
Correct.
It's great work there. It's great work. I really like
I've
it.
never seen that as a Balrog. I've always assumed it was the same image mirrored rather than it being a face in there. It's really weird. I think.
Oh well, yeah.
That's a good Google image of Hell.
It does look Balroggy or demony.
Yes, most definitely. And number 2.
This took me a long time, but I think that's the colour black. That is someone in drag, and that is someone putting something on something. So Black Dragon.
So tenuous.
I know that is poor. That
Spent a long time working on blot, ink blot, and place. Yeah, Black Dragon.
Yeah, on is a bit of a. I mean, it could be down or place or glass of water or anything, but yeah, got it in the end. Nice work.
So number 3 and number 4.
I didn't get 3. I ended up putting hold ground.
This
for no reason.
stumped a lot of people when I put this in the quiz before.
Tick dirt.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I was saying. List Earth.
Is there an orc character?
It's a
List?
list that's done.
List done.
Just Dunland.
Oh, come on. That is shocking.
That is horrible.
That hasn't even made me go, oh.
It's not obvious, it's just annoying.
And number 4?
Final.
Yep, Fate
Of.
the Witch King.
Oh, stolen.
Oh, stole the punchline. Final Fate of the Witch King is correct.
Well, isn't the Witch King just one word? So I thought that was, it's okay.
Hyphenated, lowercase k.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Proofread it.
That's the magazine, isn't it?
Excellent. All right. Well, I look forward to reading the hyphen in the magazine when it comes. I'll keep an eye out.
Definitely lowercase k.
It is a lowercase k. I've typed it enough times that I've started doing
It is hyphenated, yeah.
Excellent work.
Not that he turns up in.
Of course. I thought this was the round that I got quickest. So I got the Gap of Rohan.
Yeah. See, I got so annoyed when I listened to you because you got that instantly, and I just couldn't see that. I was working on Banner and Flag and White Horse and stuff.
Did you get it eventually?
No, I didn't get that. That was the other one I dropped. And then below that is Ross Geller, Pass Go, and the delightful Bell making that Rosca Bell.
Yeah, I remember. I thought at first Unagi because that's what he's doing. Unagi or salmon skin roll or whatever it is. But yeah, then it clicked pretty quick after that.
Yeah, salmon skin roll.
Certainly, to my mind, the greatest Disney film of all time.
Yeah, you know what? I think it was in the last year that I watched Beauty and the Beast for the first time, and it's very good, very good. I was amazed at how good it was, but it's one of those ones that just passed me by as a youth. But there you go, it's very good.
So, final.
People get on magazines with big icons.
Final 2. Harry, did you get number 7?
I didn't get 7 in the end, but Damien, you mentioned it was about that song "Numa Numa A."
Ozone Seminal 2002 Romanian Europop mega hit, Dragostad in Tow. Over the chorus, it goes Numa Numa Ye, Numa Numa Ye, and that is the Numa Numa Kid. Yeah, and that must surely be. I don't actually get the middle bit, but it must be if it starts with Numa and it ends in or, it must be Numenor.
Yeah, it's just a group of men.
New men or okay, men.
Oh, so we're just going for new from the start.
Yeah.
See, I had Numa for the start, so I was like, why is that middle picture N? New men, of course.
I should have known that. I was thinking or and bar or and because they were drinking beer. But yeah, men is very good, very good.
I think it was Ali who went, "What's got or at the end?" and just worked his way through all of that.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Harry's light bulb moment.
Yes. It was probably very painful to watch this earlier on. But yeah.
It was very funny.
I was there. I was stuck with you because I was on like I think what was I on? I was just on R. I was on like registered symbol file. I wasn't on brand. And it was you who literally said, "I don't know what this is. Is that what is it? It's like Erkenbrand." No, it's Erkenbrand. And I wrote it down.
I think I started with Ken Brand. I was like, "That's a brand. That's Ken." And it's and I was like, "Ken Brand, Ken Brand."
And it was only because you went, because you were thinking,
yeah,
like, "Oh,
I
got
was
it!"
saying it out loud. That was Awful. Yeah. Nathan says, "Oh God, it's Numenor is so obvious now." It really is. They all are. They all are very obvious once you've got them.
And
Which
yes,
is actually really there's more satisfaction on this round when you get them right compared with previous rounds.
yeah.
Excellent work. Excellent. So that's me 6 out of 10.
6 out of 8. So let us know your scores. So the total is 67.
I got 41. I'm pretty pleased with that.
That's a good effort.
Yeah, that is very good. I got 26. So exactly what I predicted by the end. So just over the halfway mark. Wait, no, just under the halfway mark. So yeah, that's not great. But yeah, I'm intrigued to see what everyone else has gone. Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that Josh is going to get this. And Josh is a quiz veteran. He joins you every 2 weeks, doesn't he?
Yes.
So
Steve's definitely had a beer.
Well, what's Steve saying?
He got 67.
Got 67. By impressive, I mean rather shoddy. An impressive 14 for my first ever quiz. Well done. Joe says 27 out of 67, just pipping me. Okay, says top table. So I'm guessing that means he's admitting he didn't get that. 23, 27 for Joe. I've just said that one. If I rewind, I can hit 40 for sure. I'm not sure that's quite how it works. Who else has been taking part? Well, either way, Dewey, it's been an absolute pleasure having you on this whole time. We've ended up taking longer to go through the round, but keep dropping all your comments in below of how many you've got. 2 clean sheets, 58 out of 67.
Wow.
That is amazing. Josh says he's happy to concede the prize, but I'm happy to send you. It's only going to cost me like £1 to post them, so I don't mind. So, Josh, well done. Big round of applause for 58 out of 67. If there's anyone else who got even close to that, I'd be very impressed. So do keep dropping your scores in below. Well, and with that, Debbie, that is, I think that'll be it. That'll be it for you. So I really appreciate it.
Right.
That was great fun, amazing work. We're starting the battle streams in Middle Earth. Zorp is up. Battle games in Middle Earth crossover any minute now. So Damien will be back in a few minutes' time. Hopefully, we'll get Steve in. We'll get Zorp, Lockie in, and I need to get some toy soldiers on the table because we're going to be playing an amazing scenario from one of the old white dwarfs, which I've put down somewhere, which I'll find soon, which is Fatty Bulger's Great Escape, written by Adam Troke himself. A great scenario, great fun. Derry, thanks very much for joining us in the meantime. Cheerio, Derry.
Right. We'll see you later.
What an amazing quiz. Top Table Gaming gets 59. I don't believe him. So, Steve, if you want to drop in, I've sent you the link already. So jump in at some point. Well, let's take a quick break while we set everything up and let Damien get another beer, and then we'll be back in a few minutes. Huzzah! Thanks very much for watching so far, everyone. Let me put my little break screen up. And we're back. Damien is not there in the building, so I'll just remove him for a second until he's back in the scene. Welcome back to Entmoot Live. 24 hours worth of streaming. It's very exciting. We've got a lot of hours left, and we're getting towards the wee hours. The darkness has really well and truly descended outside, and I'm very, very excited for Larry Miller. Arrived just in time for a break. Well done. You're back now. It's not a very long one. We will have a little bit of a break as well before we get the scenario sorted in a few minutes' time. But in the meantime, there's someone else who's ready to join me. So why not get him involved? It's God.
How you doing, mate?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for joining me. It's Stephen Crow, everyone. Big round of applause. Big round of applause. Hello.
I thought I'd have a little bit of fun with the name. It let me put anything I want. It was that or something rude.
I don't know whether I can edit it either. Yes, I can. Yeah. Okay. So let's see if I can do this.
What are you going to call me? Not God.
Yeah. There we go. There we go. That's better. Right. So welcome, Steve, though, to the Entmoot Live studio. And how's your kitchen building going, by the way? Because I know you've been building it all day. Has it been a hard day?
It's slow going, yeah. It's slow going. I'm getting there. I was able to cook tonight, but the kitchen's not finished.
So you've actually got an oven connected and everything now.
Yeah, it's all connected up now. Just got to do all the arty-farty bits, make it look nice. Get myself out the doghouse. We've not had a kitchen for a week, but yeah, it's going well. Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's great to be here.
Well, it's great to have you here. Damien's waiting in the wings. I can see him in the studio, just sort of.
Is it just me? Oh my goodness. That you don't want. He's swiped left again, hasn't he?
Yeah, I've swiped left.
Hi, mate.
Hello.
Hey. Fancy seeing you here. What are you doing here?
It's been ages.
I know. Look at this. It's like a Friday night come to life on a Saturday. So obviously you guys are the Battle Streams and Middle Earth team. And I was a bit mean, really, asking you if you'd be willing to do this. The second night in a row, streaming to the Middle Earth community. But hey, look at that.
Yeah, it's like when you're in the Champions League, and you've got to play 2 matches. The scheduling's a bit unfair.
It is a bit unfair, but this is the whole thing about being in this community. You rely on the goodwill of others. So I'm really very glad you're here.
Still fatigued, I think, from last night.
I'm just getting some little dots moving around in the conversation with Lockie, so we'll get him in a few minutes' time. I'll just send him a link. But to anyone who doesn't know, Damien and Steve, you do Battle Streams in Middle Earth every other Friday night. So just tell me all about it, what you do, what your reasoning behind it all is.
I'll let Damien say it, because Damien is much better at speaking than I am.
I was dreadfully polite on both our points, right? Yeah, so I feel like Lockie needs to introduce his first, because we nicked the idea of him. But it was Lockie at the start of the year decided to start doing streams about battle games in Middle Earth, looking through the part work from Di Agostini, which is Nya. And then I believe I messaged him just ahead of his first one and went, would you be furious if we basically did like a follow-up stream? I think I said I at the time. I think I said I, because it was just going to be me, wasn't it? And I said, is that going to be a problem? I think it'd be a good way to motivate me painting if I kind of followed up and did the same thing. He was like, yeah, that'd be cool. And then I remember putting the advert out without having Steve on it. And then just said to you, are you about or something? Do you want to join in? And didn't the first poster had your head sticking in from the side saying now with bonus Steve or something?
Yes, it did. I remember seeing that one. Yeah.
And then we just started doing it, and it just kept going throughout the year, really.
Absolutely, and it's been a brilliant stream for especially in this year. It's been a rubbishy year in general, so it's been absolutely lovely to have something. When we haven't been able to go out for dinner or out boozing on a Friday night, to be able to sit in and booze with you guys has been and paint toy soldiers and clear the backlog, as you always say.
That's the plan, but we owe it all to Lockie.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've just had a message from Lockie saying his daughter is ill, so he's just having to look after her for a bit during the morning until her mummy comes back. So we'll wait and see when he appears, because over there it's 11 hours ahead or something. So we'll see when he appears, but hopefully he appears.
We'll miss his chance for thanks.
Yeah, let's wing it, Harry. Let's wing it. That's what we do every Friday night for 4 or 5 hours.
I know.
We'll be all right. You're in good hands here, my friend. You're in good hands.
If you're able to, he's very apologetic in the chat. So apologies for this is a change to the advertised schedule. But obviously family comes first. So get them.
Except ours.
Except this hobby family, indeed.
He's probably just realised that he's sharing the screen with the people who nicked his stream.
Yes, exactly.
Gone. It's like, I'm not doing it. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. But yeah, that's where it all started. And then we upped it. We were going to do it. We were doing it monthly. Lockie was doing his fortnightly, and we could only commit. This is in the world that was. We could only commit to once a month, like with wives and life and stuff on a Friday night or whenever. I think we started on a Sunday night, same as him, I think. But when lockdown hit and we had nothing on, like no one had anything on. Yeah, indeed. Well, he was going to call it the lockdown stream or something. It was some hilarious point. So then we started going weekly with it during lockdown because no one had anything on, and I think that's when it really took off because we started developing this kind of awesome little sub community. Yeah, and
it's turned into like the Patreon chat and everything which I'm involved in as well. You see all these people just chatting non-stop about chocolate bars and all this sort of stuff and toy soldiers and everything. And obviously you've both got something. What's that? Is that matchsticks?
Matchsticks.
Yeah.
Matchmakers. I was corrected. Last night.
That was for last night.
Yeah, it is.
I'm impressed.
There's no crackers. There's no crackers left. I ate them last night.
Oh, well done. That is, but it is an odd one though because this sort of streaming idea might not have worked in a normal year, but now that you've got established a community, I'd imagine it will carry on when it's more normal, or at least in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah,
I think that's the hope. As I said, we started off doing it monthly, and then we went to weekly during lockdown, and now we've sort of settled and landed on fortnightly.
Yeah.
I think so. Who knows? Hopefully.
So, who knows indeed. So, well, I guess the idea of getting you on and getting Lockie on, who obviously can't be here at the moment now because of illnesses from his child, but hopefully he'll be back at some point in the wee hours of the morning. So you'll all have to tune back in for that. But I wanted to play a game of I've lost the stream. I put it over here. I'll do the battle streams in Middle Earth tradition of reaching away.
It sounds like who's the villain in Saw? Is it Jigsaw? Oh,
I'm putting my feet up. I'm going to get comfy because I don't have to control anything. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, actually, this system's quite good. I hope. I don't know whether you found it easy to get into the back end and all that sort of stuff, but
always, mate, always.
God Almighty!
I've seen Last Tango in Paris. It's not my first rodeo.
Oh, you see, there you go. That's what it's all about. He's
been on your stream for like 10 minutes. And the sort of filth you suggest.
You set him up, Harry, and I'll knock him down.
Excellent. Well, the idea was to relive this. Fatty Bulger's Great Escape from White Dwarf, issue 2. I've lost it now. Oh well, it's sometime during the Scouring of the Shire era, and it's an amazing scenario involving. You might be able to read it there. Fredegar Bulger, 8 Hobbit archers with a signal horn. One of them has, and then 3 ring wraiths, and that is it. Each with 7 will. And I wondered whether you guys would be willing and interested in playing along with this scenario at some point during the evening.
I've never been more excited about anything.
Have you? Oh, this is exciting. This is good.
Am I being crazy? Is that not in the Best White Dwarf? Is it in the new? It's in the new one, isn't it?
Maybe it is.
You
know what? I don't know.
It
might be. If you've got the book with you,
I'll go for it.
Let's all do it. Let's all reach at the same time.
I'm not going. I can't be bothered. I'm drinking and eating chocolate. Dream night.
I should have looked through this beforehand because this has always been my favourite scenario, and maybe I knew that it was in here, maybe I didn't. I don't know. Fredegar. Oh, I think there's
Fatty Bulger's Great Escape, 82.
82. Well, there you go. So everyone can play along at home if they don't already know it as well. There you go. So that's good. Oh, look at that. So you've got the instructions right there. So hopefully we're going to do that in a bit, but also do a little bit of the usual thing that you guys do, which I was hoping to have Lockie along for this, but just encourage people to clear their backlog. And so I don't know what you guys have been doing a Christmas themed painting stuff over the last few days. I'm intrigued. Did you get anywhere with your painted models last night or not? Because I had to dip out earlier on in the stream. Did you paint anything at all?
Unusually, I didn't get any painting done last night. It was a shocker. I was
Steve
that busy.
Steve normally at least pretends. He normally, goes, I'm going to try and do that, and then doesn't. But I don't think you got that far last night, did you?
I conceded defeat before we started. I said I was going to clean off some models, and they're literally still in the exact same spot where I put them down 2 minutes into our stream last night. Not moved, not cleaned off. But I did drink a lot.
No, it's
not bad. I got a few layers down. It was a very, very chatty stream last night. We had a lot to talk about, and I think we knew that going in. So I did fear for my Marys, but I got a bit down.
To be fair, I did manage to get one snowy base done. I don't know who won the thing, but I hope it wasn't me, because I didn't really do as much as I intended to do last night. But I got
Aaron Collister, who won everything.
Oh yes, he did. I heard some of that stuff. He won because you had a big Patreon giveaway and everything. It was a very very big sort of festive giveaway stream, wasn't it?
'Tis the season.
'Tis the season. Yeah. Dave says Steve is my hobby hero for painting. I guess the reference there is drinking rather than painting. Excellent. We got some more comments.
You know what the weird thing is? I'm not a big drinker generally. It's only since Damien's influence that I've started to drink a lot. I don't normally drink.
Don't tar me with that brush.
Yeah. Even Anna said, "How come you're drinking so much?
Have you spent time with that,
every fortnight you drink? You're buying loads of beer, loads of chocolate. What's going on?"
You go into your man shed, you drink it all on your own.
I hear you talking to nobody.
That's the problem with the internet streaming, is generally talking to no one, isn't it? So, but actually, there's quite a community gathered up there, so it's fantastic. And I wanted to dip into so I wanted to see what people are painting. So hopefully, there's a Facebook, in the same way that you do this. There's a whip thread on the old Facebook page, which I think if you search for 24-hour live stream part 2, there should be some stuff. There's a little comment stream, and there's another one as well, which has made it confusing because I've had to post a link twice. But there are loads of things. So if you search for that, drop your stuff in. Let me know what you're getting up to over the live stream, and hopefully we'll be able to have a bit of a chat about your good work throughout the stream, because at least we're not. We're not doing any work. That's for true. So in a few minutes' time, we'll do the live battle report. I need to get some hobbit holes and things like that out. I've only got one on the table at the moment, so we'll get that all sorted. But I also wanted to talk some news, because I guess during the last few weeks, there's been some really cool announcements in the community, and I know you sort of dip into this sort of stuff every so often as well. But get your opinions on the latest releases and what sort of things you're going to be buying. So and Christmas gifts as well, with it being Christmas time. Everything, is that it? So what are you going to get, Steve? Are you going to get them all? What's on your Christmas list?
Well, me and Damien have a little wager. I'm still confident that Treebeard is going to be released next week in time for Christmas, and I'll definitely be buying that. But I'm as much a collector as I am a gamer and a hobbyist, so I tend to even buy the stuff that gets released that I don't have an army for, or if it comes out, I buy it and I collect it. I don't think there's anything except for the rare unreleased stuff that I've not got. So I tend just to pick everything up. What about yourself?
Well, it's the collecting thing is an interesting one, because I think I started definitely with collecting, and I'm probably at the stage now where I'm less bothered by new releases than I was when they first started. So I still think it's amazing. There's some great stuff. I think the bats, I'm going to get those as well. I've got all the hobbits and the ruffian stuff. But it's the things that I'm not getting as much of now are the plastic resculpts of the Fellowship heroes and things like that. For example, the Denethor one with Irolas. I really wanted Irolas because it's a new cool model. But Denethor, I've already got a good Denethor. I really like my Denethor. So I don't know. And there's lots of there's this kind of I guess this a coin flip of as to whether I get those nice new ones. Even though they are lovely plastic sculpts, I've not actually painted one of the new plastic models other than Theoden, which of course came with the big box set because I already had that. And also he was a bit of an ugly sculpt originally. So yeah, I don't know. What, the original metal one? Do you not like the original metal? Oh, it's awful. I don't like the original metal. Where is he? This guy.
Which one? I
One
think
that looks like a bit like a pancake. This one.
Oh, I think they look all right.
I think Theoden's one of the best sculpted heroes.
Maybe it's just your one, Harry. Maybe you
maybe
tweeze.
Maybe that's it. I don't know. I just think it's a bit flat. It does look a bit crappy.
I think he's one of the best likenesses they've ever done.
Yeah.
Well,
the unhelmed. The unhelmed
one. I have the. I mean, the guy on the horse generally. Just that one.
That's the one I've got. I love it. It's a great one.
Yeah, I'm not.
Did you get the new Aimer?
Yes, I have, but I haven't painted him yet. So,
okay.
The old AMO is okay, but the new one's much better. I do agree though. This guy is a very good likeness of. I don't know how you always put your hand behind and it seems to work. Oh, that seemed to have done it. So
it's the focus.
Yeah, it always takes a bit of time. But yeah, no. So I'm intrigued at what people think about that actually. Do you get all of the plastic kits no matter what of the new hero sculpt, or do you is it only dependent on whether you have the old one or don't have the old one or anything like that? David, have you been buying them? Because I know you've been.
Yeah, I've gone almost. I'm not the same as Steve, but I'm almost the opposite to you, I think. So it's a nice third viewpoint where I think I'll get the new plastic heroes. So I think I've bought all of them. So your Saruman and Grima and your AMA and all that, but I can ignore what I like is when they bring out a faction I'm not interested in because I can ignore it. So when Dunland came out and they put a lot of time into like the Horsemen and the Huskers and all that and the heroes, I was like, brilliant! I can just skip that whole thing. So and that makes me kind of happy inside from a kind of wallet and a painting point of view. So I really want them to go big on Easterlings and Harad and Canned because I'll have no interest in it and it won't tempt me. On the other hand,
that you actually want them to go for the stuff that you don't want.
Like most people, I've got enough.
Yeah.
Whereas if they released a new plastic Gandalf the Grey, and I've already painted 8 Gandalf the Grey, I think I'd probably buy it. So it's like Treebeard. I haven't got a Fangorn faction. I've got a few Ents that haven't been painted, but I'll buy Treebeard, even though he's not part of an existing army, because it's the single things that I could add in are far more addictive to me than the whole new force.
Derry has a good point to make. Skips Dunland, he says. 18 boxes of Crebain says otherwise. yeah, and Dave says the man who bought 18 Crebain at Dunland.
Yeah, I forget that. I don't really count them as part of Dunland because they're not Dunlandins. Yeah, it's a fair point.
The name, isn't it? Crebain.
That's like Isengard for me. It's not.
It's a separate faction. It's the Crebain faction. It's the separate thing. But I see what you're getting at there, though. For me, actually, the Easterlings and the Canned would be a great one because I've got Easterling armies, Canned armies, and I could do exactly what you're saying: drop a couple of nice heroes into those armies, and suddenly they'd gain so much for my force already.
Freshes your army, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, Steve, would you be up for Easterling stuff? Would you still buy them and just never paint them?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've got I think 2 warbands of Easterlings, half painted and half converted, because I've always wanted an Easterling army, and I did start painting Easterlings. I think on one of my very first top table streams, like Paint With Me or something, and then realised that I can't talk and paint at the same time. I never finished them, but I've always wanted an Easterling army, but they are quite boring to paint.
See, there's something for me. I just love the red and the gold. I love painting red. I love painting gold, and there's both of them. So it's really. I think they're the troop that I've enjoyed painting more than any other troop in the game. I think trying to find the models that I've got. So this is where I've got a little kind of purple tassel, and this is never going to focus.
Nice.
Is it? There we go.
You need to get your face out of it. Yeah, that's it.
But yeah, so they look all right. Or maybe on the back is better as well, because it's got the little tassel.
Just hide away.
That's it. Put your hand in front of your face. Yeah.
There you go. Look, I like the red. I haven't based it yet, but I do like the red.
Just put your hand in front of your face.
Oh, who's starting now? Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, yeah, Easterlings. I've wanted an Easterling army for a long time. Just never had the inclination to paint one. So I'm looking forward to more poses and more releases to kind of motivate me. I did my in my head, my Easterling army is all pikes, no swords. All pikes.
Yeah. I think the problem with that is that obviously the box set comes with 4 pikes and like what is it? 4. I think it's
4.
Yeah, it's really stupid. It's a really bad split.
Have you seen Troki's army? It's the one that Nick Baton converted. I don't know if it used to be Nick's army and he sold it to him, or if Nick converted it, but they're all converted with metal rod pikes, and it's just beautiful.
I did start doing that kind of thing with because you can get these 3D printed pikes, but they're all a bit dodgy and bendy, so I ended up just ditching them, if I'm honest. But I've got a load of the metal pikes, and I've just been slowly, thanks to 7th City Collectibles, slowly buying the odd batch of 3 Easterling pikemen and then just painting them up. And I've got quite a lot now, so I'm getting to the stage.
We've plugged them so much on our stream; they're absolutely brilliant up there. That's where I've got all of my mounted ring rates I got from there.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the check, but it's not.
Well, they've got so much stuff on there as well. Like I was looking through it not so long ago that they've just got oodles and oodles of old blisters and old sort of strip metal, and it's a reasonable price. It's sort of about the same price as blister packs now, which is amazing. So I'd highly recommend 7th City Collectibles if you're desperate for old metal models. So a couple of people are saying, getting stuck into that about the various different new stuff. So we've got Nathan says, I've got a few new kits still sealed to get, so Treebeard can wait. I kind of agree with that. I'd love a Treebeard, but yeah, will I be playing with it straight away? I don't know. So I can understand that. Metal AMA mounted as a pants model. Yeah, fair enough. It was nice. Then Harry painted it, says Alistair about my third. Shots fired.
I didn't want to go there.
To be fair, I think looking at it now,
his face is so flat. Is it the paint job? Is it?
Yeah, I think actually it's because I stripped the model. It's an old, terrible paint job, and I've stripped it, and it's got like weird dust all over it. So it's got a bit bumpy. So maybe that's why it looks a bit.
I don't think you can blame the dust on your model on the sculpt.
Yeah, no, you're probably right. Maybe I should try that one again. Never understood why people went crazy for AMN Knight of the Pelennor, says David. Yeah,
I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that.
I like it. I've never seen one in flesh, so I think it's better than the original. But I
went a full 360 on that, where I've got both of those two painted, and obviously the general thinking in the community or whatever was that Knight of the Pelennor was better. It was a newer model. And so I used to use that one in my armies. And when I did that a few games with that at the start of the year for the GT, I actually chose the old one. And I went back to and went, this metal AMA model that gets a bit of a kick in, I think it's better than people say. And I put that one in the army over Knight of the Pelennor.
I really like Knight of the Pelennor. I never had an issue with that weird sort of horse that's put the brakes on issue until somebody said it, and then it's one of them things that once you see it you can't unsee it. But no, I quite liked that pose. I think I made two foot versions using that pose before it went uber rare.
Of course you did.
So it was great for that because it was really dynamic and just looked a lot better than the old original foot version. But I quite like it. I like the Knight of the Pelennor. The new one has just blown them all out of the water.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. And looking at scrutinising it, I don't think I've done a great paint job of this armoured horse that AMS sits on either, because I've just used Theoden's old horse. Maybe
there's a running theme.
I think I did rush when I painted the Theoden army. I did rush it. All of my riders look ace. I think I'm really happy with those. But the two heroes that you kind of want to look good. But Theoden
done it the wrong way around.
Yeah, it should definitely be the other way around. But yeah, I think I get into a habit when I paint armies. I do take a long time on the troops and reward myself with the hero at the end. And then if I'm close to a I'm like, shit, I've got like a day to do the hero and then bodge it and then never want to go back to it because
What's your go-to army, Harry? Because every time I've seen you at an event, you've had something different. If someone had to say you can only play one army now for the rest of your SBG career, what would that army be?
I'd be really sad. I don't think I'd be able to do it.
No, you don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. This is like imaginary.
The stream's taking a dark twist. Steve starts bullying you out of your stream. It'd be Mordor for you, wouldn't it? I would have thought.
I think I would have said a year ago. I'd have probably said Gondor. But yeah, Mordor has got so much stuff in it now that I think you can do almost anything you want with it. So you can do a Witch King themed army. You can do Pelennor Fields with just the Orc heroes. You can do Cirith Ungol with Shelob and everyone. So yeah, if I had to refine myself to a faction, it would be the biggest faction in the game. So I can do a bit of everything. But yeah, Minas Tirith is good as well. I think the troops. I think Minas Tirith warriors. If you were to go back through the whole of this YouTube channel, the very first video is me painting a Minas Tirith warrior.
I remember that. Yeah.
When I got back into the game, I don't know how long ago now it was, 3 years ago, and just decided I wanted to paint my favourite model, which was exactly this, a Minas Tirith warrior. So,
well, Harry, you know what the model of choice on the next Battle Streams of Middle Earth is, don't you?
It's not a Minas Tirith warrior, is it?
Brew of Minas Tirith warriors.
Oh, well, so that's in January, isn't it?
Yeah, January 8th.
Well, you know what? I've probably got some spare Minas Tirith warriors somewhere, and
that's the point of the channel.
The spears do break quite a lot, so I'll definitely be up for painting some more up. Yeah, I'm just looking back at it now. It was February the 13th, 2016 was when I got back into the hobby and painted my first video on the channel.
The day before Valentine's Day, such lonely times.
Yeah, that's what
nothing to do again this year. What should I do? I better start painting Toy Soldiers again, I reckon.
Oh yeah, that doesn't speak volumes for my poor other half Louise, who I was going out with at the time. So bless her, she's had to put up with a lot.
You got big plans coming up for the next few days. Yeah, well, I'm starting painting figures again.
What about Damien? What would yours be? Would yours be Isengard, do you think?
Faction?
If you could only play one faction.
Dunland, probably.
This cost you a fortune.
I really don't know. It would have been Isengard, once upon a time, certainly. And some of the reasons that Harry said to Mordor, I think there's awful lot of flexibility there. But I think I've kind of flicked between a few over the last few years. I've had some fun with like the Thranduil's Halls, with Gundabad, and with what was the other one I did? Mordor. I went into the
you did a lot with Thorin's Company as well.
Yeah, I mean the Thorin's Company does. It feels like a dreadful choice of option, doesn't it? But yeah, maybe it would be Thorin's Company, to be honest, because I love them so much. But yeah, probably Isengard for old time's sake. I've got to say, I think.
Yeah.
I get my pain in now. What?
Huh?
What about you then, Steve? What's yours?
I think it'd be Gondor, Minas Tirith. Go back to my original army, because I've always intended to, and I will be returning to it at some point in the near future. But I've always wanted to play it. I've not played Minas Tirith in the new version of our game, and I think it's far better now than it used to be.
Yeah, I think I played Minas Tirith a lot when the new edition changed. So I did a load of trebuchet-based armies, and played with Ingold and Huron when they first came out, and it was really exciting to use those guys again, those Minas Tirith guys again. So I was really enjoying the Minas Tirith. And then I think, to be honest, because of the Entmoot podcast, I decided early on it would be really boring to listen to someone playing with the same army every week, week out.
Similar to me. That's one of the reasons why I start so many armies. Yeah,
you strip a load of your Gondor army.
We don't want to talk about that. Yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, I know we mentioned at the start, but the point of our stream was to try and clear your backlog, and Steve decided to strip a load of his collection.
About 900 points worth.
Why? Just so that you could repaint them at the stream.
Mate, you're talking to the man who decided to rip his kitchen out 3 weeks before Christmas. I just do these things.
He hates himself
on a whim.
He hates and loves the hobby, as he hates and loves himself.
The family must hate you for these decisions.
Yeah, I like a challenge. I'm not actually. There's a gentleman in the chat tonight who's painting my Gondor army. I'm not painting it. I just don't have the time to paint the whole army. So yeah, Mr.
You had, mate. You've done it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, Mr. Gaz Baller out of War Painting Studio. He's painting my Gondor for me.
Oh, that's his name, Gaz Baller. Thanks very much for saying that, because he's been popping up in and out the stream all night. So thanks, Gaz, for joining in. Talking in the comments, I should probably catch up with a few of them while we're talking about this. So let's just get back to, oh God, there's loads of comments. See, this is what happens when we bring you two guys in. It just sets the comments on fire.
It's because I rang all my family beforehand. I said, get on YouTube now.
Where have we gone? This has gone way back. Okay, that's
how much money I would put to say that isn't true. Can't even begin to.
Right, let's just see what this is. So, we've got Hey Steve, that's Gaz that you were mentioning. Nothing in the rules stops you buying multiple. What are we talking about? Was it? Have I lost another quick stroke? That's when I jumped out.
That sounds like Larry answering the question about the fell beast and the horse.
Yeah,
from hours ago.
He's probably got
46, so that can't be right because that wasn't then.
That's classic Miller. That's what he does.
He might be watching it in the past, but commenting now.
Yeah.
Right, that's weird.
This will freak him out in about an hour when he hits this point.
Yeah, Harry, welcome to having Larry on one of your live streams, mate.
Yeah, he did join at the break and said I've joined at the right time at the break. Frederick Schultz says, talk about slippers. What slippers are you wearing? Are you wearing slippers?
I've got slippers on.
Well, I did have my slippers
at the moment.
I lost my slippers. I've got some Christmas
indoors.
socks. I don't know if you can see that, but there you go. Talk about slippers. That was done. Alistair King, would you put the cart before horse? What is this all about? This has nothing to do with what we were talking about. This just makes no sense. Oh, hold on. Okay, yeah, this is right. Alistair said there's a really important question that needs you. Can the Witch King buy multiple mounts? And then that's caused the conversation we had an hour ago to come back at quarter
because
two.
I said you couldn't, because if you could, Larry would have done it at a tournament. So
that's right.
Ali's tagged him.
I get you. Right. Okay. And then Larry says there's nothing in the rules that stops you buying multiple mounts. And then it went from there. So Steve, walk away and go and search for some random miniature. Green True is in the building. Frederick, Damien, start talking about some random detail from Tolkien's letters or something. Excellent. Send info on snacks and drinks. Yes, please. Actually, yeah, that would be good. Are you eating and drinking this evening? I don't know. Let me know. Have you guys got prepared a special drink and food for the stream in the manner that you would usually do, or are you just taking it easy tonight? It's
not particularly special. I've got a couple of beers with me, and I did replenish my for 'tis the season. I've got a festive mince pie waiting.
That looks like, is that the one from Tesco's?
Where these coming from? This is Sainsbury's, but they're Sainsbury's fancy ones.
See, I got ones with little stars on the top of Tesco's. Finest.
Yeah, but they're from a box, so they're not the baker's one. Ideally, you'd want the fresh baked ones with like the puff pastry or something. But I think they're the best boxed ones you can get in Sainsbury's at the moment. But they're good.
Absolutely. Well, I do love a mince pie. I've got 6 downstairs waiting for me, but I don't think I'll have any yet because I'm still full from pizza. Nathan says,
have you got like a whole thing of snacks available? Like I just want to know I want to know the logistics behind the stream. Okay,
yeah. So behind the stream, I've got plans. I've got certain times when I can have certain things. I think because if I went in hard now, or even during the day and had a lot of coffee, I'd be
going hard now.
No, I think you got to go in hard, haven't you? Really.
Depends how much time you got.
Yeah, fair enough. It's too early for this. So I decided no caffeine except maybe a can of Coke in the afternoon, and then I've got things like bags of nuts and I've got
a nut.
Yeah, I love a good couple of nuts.
What are you on honey roasted or
no? Salt and pepper cashews, and then I've got a second bag for choice. I'd probably only go with one or the other of like those mixed nuts with fruit. And that was provided by Louise. Louise thought, this is very
Christmassy. Yeah, mixed nuts with fruit. My dad used to have bowls of that.
Yeah,
they used to come in those plastic tubs with big red unscrewable lids that you probably can't buy anymore because they murder fish or something. But those old-fashioned tubs that used to get at Christmas.
They're made of like chemicals and not.
Yeah.
But the problem with the mixed nuts is you get those little red peanuts that've got the red skin on them, and they're not very nice. They get stuck in your teeth. So
Oh yeah.
not a fan of them. But
Why don't they take that off? That's just lazy. Why would you give people that? Who wants that? Does anyone want that? That's the thing. Who wants that? Who's going to send an email saying? Who's going to send an email saying? Can you please stop taking the red skin off my nuts, please?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They're
nuts with skin on.
Harry Parkhill has maintained the attention of people for 9 hours and has to keep them for another 12. And you're coming in with your filth.
We're talking about
charity, Stephen.
Nuts with fruit with the little red skin.
Yeah, I know that.
So what else used to get at Christmas that you can't get anymore? The closest thing I can tell you is like a pretzel, but it used to be a plastic box of like 8 compartments with a thing that you tear over, and they'd have like savoury snacks. There'd be little fish with little pieces on them, and then there'd be pretzels, but in lines, and there'd be little round crackers. They were amazing, and as far as I know, you can't buy them anymore, and that makes me sad. Why is that?
This is I mean,
another email that needs writing.
All the most important questions in the SBG community being answered right now.
Welcome to Battlestream.
Well done. Yeah. That is true though. Those nuts. I don't know why they don't take because normal peanuts are easy enough to get the skin off, and they always have them. But I don't know whether it's a different type of nut. I don't know. But anyway, that's what I've got. I've got bags of those, and I've got some mince pies, and I've got ginger beer because I figured I need ginger for the throat and stomach. And
get some Gollum juice.
Yeah, I did make some earlier. I had a ginger tea with some honey in it, but I've got a lack of honey. So,
are you not having a drink?
Beer? No, I'm not going to drink.
Not having a little one.
I think you're right with that. I don't think you could if you've got to go through the night and get to the morning.
And I'd love to have a couple of beers. But the thing, there's a point that you get to where once you've had a few beers, you just want to sleep, and I can't get to that until 11:30 tomorrow morning, really.
I feel like I've told Steve about this probably on the stream, but I did the all-nighter, the Lord of the Rings all-nighter, like about 15 years ago now, at the IMAX. It seemed like a great idea at the time. It started at midnight, and so you all turned up and it started at 9. So we watched Fellowship of the Ring at a normal time. We went to the IMAX and you got beer. It was great, and went in and watched Fellowship of the Ring. Brilliant. You come out at midnight. That's fine. You should be awake then. Buy another beer. Went in to watch the Two Towers, and that was all right. You're watching the Two Towers at midnight, but then it gets to 2 in the morning and you've got a kind of half flat beer. And then about 3 in the morning, you came out and they had these half-hour breaks where you got a free tea and coffee. And then you could buy another hot dog and get another beer. And you were like, I don't want them and I want to go home, but instead I'm going to go and watch the longest Lord of the Rings film. And like walked back into the IMAX to watch Return of the King at 3:30. Yeah, pretty angry. And like did not enjoy, would not recommend to a friend, and then obviously dozed off, had to get the train home, and just felt wretched.
That's the problem, because for maybe if it was for the newest film that you've not seen yet, like when they do those big Star Wars streams, they've got like they played the first 2 and up to midnight, and then you'd have the newest one you've not seen it yet. Then I could understand it because the last one you've seen before. You've not seen yet. If it's literally watching a film that we've seen probably dozens of times, if you're anything like me, hundreds of times, at the wee hours, I don't think I'd manage it. I fall asleep in it sometimes when I'm watching it on a hangover. So,
I've never done that. What you talked about for those reasons, though, the same thing. If I want to go and watch on Battle of Five Armies, Return of the King, the first time, I want to watch it at 8 p.m. when I'm coherent.
You want to enjoy it
when I'm about to fall asleep.
Yes, I remember when I read the last Harry Potter book for the first time. I went to the midnight release. I got the last Harry Potter book, and I read until 4 in the morning. Fell asleep with it in my hands. Woke up, carried on reading, and then had my lunch, and then finished it before 6 p.m. that day. And I remember I had a bet with a friend at the time. Yeah. Oh, I really went through. I did it in about 10 hours total reading. But I had a bet with my friends that Ron and Hermione wouldn't kiss in the book, And I just couldn't. And by the end, I said to her, "Ha ha! I've won. I won the bet." And they get married at the end, and they like make out at some point during the thing. And somehow I missed it because I was just completely unconscious for the entire time. So anyway, that's what's going to happen throughout 24 hours of Entmoot Live. I'll just forget everything that's happening. So.
Huge spoilers for the last Harry Potter book as well.
Oh yeah. Apologies for that. Okay, let's get back into the stream because I know people are commenting probably on various snack stuff. Let's see, what mini are you not painting at the moment, Steve? You said you were starting to paint something yesterday, but what is it you're not doing?
So it feels weird because we talked about this last night. I am creating. So with my kids, we are making our own Christmas decoration for the tree.
Oh,
so
yes.
yeah, I bought some clear baubles that come apart, and we're going to make like a little diorama each and put them inside. And mine is obviously going to be Middle Earth themed. I think the girls are going for Frozen. So I've got Frodo and Sam running. I need to clean up, and they're going to be. I'm going to get this in before Damien because he stole my idea last night. They're going to be running down a hill inside the bauble with a big snowball behind them, as if they're running away from it with like bent back pine trees around the snowball. That's going to be my decoration. So that's what I will.
Amazing.
Yeah, if I get it done, Harry. Come on.
I was going to say you haven't started, so you probably should crack on. I mean, what is it? The 12th of December. You've got to get it on the tree pretty soon, haven't you? So
yeah, and I've got these as well. So I bought a lot of these like wood discs.
Oh right, okay.
Yeah, so we're going to be painting those with the kids. So mine's obviously going to be a green Hobbit door. I'm going to paint on it. Yeah, so that's what I'm going to be doing, hobby for the next week.
The girls were doing Frozen. Have you given them? Is that the North Star models, or are they just doing Frozen thing stuff?
No. So I bought them a load of Fimo. You know what Fimo is, right? It's like the plasticine stuff you put in the oven. Fimo. Damien, please don't lower the tone.
I thought you asked me if I knew what a female was.
It's like modeling clay, but you model and then you put it in the oven and it sets. So they're using that, and they're going to make like snowmen and stuff like that. Yeah.
That sounds nice. So that's what you're not doing.
That's
what else
what
you got?
I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Nathan says we demand our donations back. That must have been after Lockie didn't turn up. COVID battle streams conspiracy to get more streams. Obs. I don't know what that. Antichrist has turned up. That was when you turned in. So this is.
What's that about?
Harry did it.
Well, he came in and put his name as God. So I something more of a everyone else called himself by their name, and you came in as God. Although actually, I think Will might have put Will Champo or something like that. But anyway, it's pretty close. The key intention is to start painting but end up drinking. That's the evening. Disappointed Steve is buying new beer instead of clearing his beer backlog like he should be. As the Larry Miller comment. Alistair King, I was an innocent 18-year-old when he first told me a joke about a little green man in the hotel bar.
That's me.
What joke is this?
I can't, mate. I can't tell you that.
Is it not suitable for Entmoot Live?
Do you know what? Do you know what the bizarre thing is? It's not only is it perfectly suitable, it's actually probably exactly what you need for the stream. But it's just a No, I can't. There's too much. Right. I'll tell you what. Leave it to Ali. Say because Ali knows what will happen, and then it will be his fault. I'll say put Ali.
Yeah, if it's in the chat, you've got no power over it. Yeah.
Ali says I should tell it. I'll tell it.
Right. Okay. Well, there you go. That's up to you then, Ali. He says it took at least 5 pints before the joke finished. I think.
Well, there you go.
Right. Okay. I see where this is going. Clearance of vodka backlog had me in stitches last night. Yes, I heard that. That was very funny. Talking about Larry Miller. David says you were never innocent, Ali. Just unleashed potential before university, says Ali. They're having a nice conversation about that. Oh, we're talking about models. God, imagine that. Got few newer kits still sealed, so to get Treebird can wait. Metal AMA pants. I think I've read some of this stuff. I've gone back too far, haven't I? That's what's happened. This is no professional. So to get Treebird can wait. I've just heard a bit of
feedback.
Feedback.
You don't get that on battle streams. Just saying.
Yes, you do. Yes, you absolutely do.
You get that, and you
That was
troll.
so last month. That was so last month.
So last month. Right, Alice. Oh, we're talking about Valentine's Day. Alistair King says, my best Valentine's Day when I went to up to Stockport and had a lunch date with Giblin, followed by a trip to Liverpool for a blind date with Kieran. So there you go.
Ooh.
Where are we going now? Let's see. We can skip a few of these because we're going when it's painted, Steve. If only you had a period of 3 to 4 hours every other week tailored towards painting that you could use to get them done, Steve.
I know.
I know.
Terrible.
Steve, those slippers look incredibly comfy. Where are they from?
They were a Christmas present last year. I don't know what they are. Dunhill or something. They are comfy.
Dunelms, maybe?
Dunelm? Yeah.
Are they actually cushion covers?
2 pillars. Very comfy though.
Yeah,
they're nice.
Yeah. I buy slippers. If you're pillow rich, just stick your feet in a couple of pillows.
Alistair, this is an interesting question. Steve, do you still take golf clubs to every event? Is this a thing? Did you used to do that?
Yeah. I used to tell loads of lies to my missus. But
or just
no.
to cover up for the fact that you're going to Warhammer tournament, you said you're going to play golf.
Yeah, it was half and half though. So it was half embarrassment that I was actually a nerd and would go and play toy soldiers.
Oh, that's quite sad.
And half the fact that I already had a hall pass to go on golfing weekends. So I just thought it's a really awkward conversation to say that I want to go and hang out with a load of other men in a hall with plastic toy soldiers. So I'll just say I'm going golf.
Just this
and that's what it was. I'm fully out of the closet now.
I was going to say, how can you avoid it? You do some videos like every single day, basically. So
yeah, she knows now. She knows. She actually took it quite well.
Well,
it's because she thought you were having an affair.
and then I told.
Hey, very good. Larry
It is
Miller,
10:30. It's 10:30.
Yeah, it is. We're all right. We're past the woodshed. Larry Miller says, "How come Battle Streams doesn't have a fancy comments thingy?"
Yeah, I know. I'm proper jealous of this thing.
Because we're cheap and we don't pay for the extra stuff.
I was going to say I paid for this just for the one-off because it's like I think it was like £8.99
a month.
Because you had this on your Entmoot Live thing, didn't you? Your
just to test
that's what you're on now, Damien. Entmoot Live.
Yeah, you know what I mean. The other one.
I did the other one earlier in the week, and I used this software, and I thought, well, if I can get all that working, then it will be really useful to have it. I'm not sure I'm going to pay for it all the time, unless I do these things a lot. But which
I think you should, Harry. I think you should.
Do you think I should? Well, I mean, let's see what people think. In fact, actually, I think this is what we should do. I'm going to come back to all the comments in a bit. I've got a load of games that I've just not had time to do because everyone's been like really talkative about the hobby throughout the whole day so far. 10 hours worth of content talking about the hobby, and then you guys come on and we haven't talked about the hobby at all really. But that's fine because we expected this. But because of that, I've been left with these games. These like basically, I think Damien was there. You were watching the observation game thing that I came up with. Where we had played a clip from the movies, and you have to answer some questions.
Oh yeah, the Krypton Factor.
Yeah, which I'd never encountered before, but apparently I stole it from the Krypton Factor, which I've never seen. So, so I've got some games for everyone to get involved with. So we'll kind of come back to the comments at some point. But if you guys want to have a go at this before we do the Fatty Bolger thing, because quite frankly, I'm tired at the moment, and maybe we could wait till Lockie comes in an hour or whatever. If you're up for that,
I did have a message from him saying this is probably about an hour ago now or something, but he's saying he thought it'd be a few hours. So
okay. Well, then maybe he won't be in then.
We might have to prepare for a Lachlan-free future.
This is devastating because he was like, top billing. And people.
Whoa!
No! I mean,
I'm out. I am out.
Speak
to my agent. I am out.
Yeah, like say that afterwards or before, not when we're here. Pretend
we're going to be so miserable now.
Oh no, you guys know that he's an absolute legend. But yeah, you're here, and that's the important thing. No, he's Lachlan. I was surprised that he said yes because he has like his own thing, and he's very much out of the loop. So I wasn't surprised when he pulled the sickie at the last minute. So anyway, no, yeah, you're the legends of the
daughter is very, very ill.
Yeah, or his daughter is very, very ill. I hope she's okay. Anyway, let's play some games. So, so observation game. So the game is both of you have to actually watch this clip, and then I will ask you questions.
You know I can't see, right?
Yeah. Oh, have you got your eyes in? Your glasses? What do you call them? Contact.
Oh, I'm just pissed.
Just pissed. All right, let's give it a go. Everyone, play along at home. Love to get all your comments, filling the things about something vaguely related to what's happening. So here we go. This is a clip from the.
Can I just check? Can we watch this on? I'm on the studio.
Yeah,
thing.
you should be able to.
YouTube. Right.
Okay. Just let me know if you can.
Yeah.
If you want him, come and claim him.
You might have heard this and seen this before, I don't know. Hopefully this is just reminding you. There you go. What a moment. Look at that. Right.
What a scene. What a scene.
One of my favourites.
Someone should build a display board about that.
Sorry?
Someone should build a display board out of that scene.
Yeah, I remember somebody years ago, I think it was on the One Ring, did a diorama of that and put a load of Rohan horses up. Do you remember that?
Oh, I didn't do the water, to be fair. But hold
Sorry,
on.
Harry, I tried.
Because this is, you just, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, shit.
The metal horse model.
Big chip in it.
It's not the first bit to break. It's all right. It's not broken. It's not broken. That was horrible stream quality of seeing models fall off. But anyway, so you've seen the clip of the Ford of the Bruinen. Now answer me this question.
Oh, is this like a fastest finger first, or what are we doing?
You get it, well, it's for everyone to get involved. So everyone think, you guys in the stream, Damien and Steve, if you can think of your answer and don't reveal it just yet, and everyone else can comment and gives them a bit of time because there's a 20-second lag. So how many Fran Welch ring wraith screams can be heard in that clip?
Oh. Are you asking how many? So you're not asking me how many ring wraiths there were. You're asking how many times they scream.
Yeah. How
Sweet
many
Jesus.
do you think? So this is obviously it's a bit of a guessing game. But how many do you think there are in total? Bearing in mind there are horses as well. So everyone get involved. We've got probably 20 seconds before we catch up. So how many screams?
I might stick to my guess from the quiz. You know.
So that's quite just for context. That's about a minute long, and obviously they arrive pretty much at the start. So how many screams are we thinking? You know, do you guys have ideas that you're coming up with, or?
I'm gonna. Do you want me to say it now?
I think so. I don't think it'll matter much.
I'm gonna go 21.
It's a lot of screams. Damien,
21.
What do you think?
I'm going to go 20.
20 screams. 20 screams.
Because I've played games like this before. I would have gone lower, but not much lower. I do think it's probably more than you'd think. I think there was I don't think they screamed much until they were stood up on the bank, and then they give her a few. You get about 3 or 4, and then you've probably got a bunch as they get knocked away or something. I reckon it's probably about 14.
Okay, let's watch it again and see how many you think it is, and I'll see if my number tally is as similar as yours. Okay, let's go. Let's see. Okay, here we go. I think I can unmute people, but you're muted, so. That's 2, yeah.
If you want him, come and claim him.
It's not as many as you think, is it? Still just 2, from what I gather. Horse screams. I think there's one ring there. There's one there. Another there. Another one there. So way less.
12.
I think that
I counted 12
Well,
there.
I thought you had about 10.
I've written down the answer as being 7. 7 because
You, my friend, are way off.
I watched that a number of times, and I believe there are 7 because there are a lot of horse screams in there.
Yeah, but what you get is you get a
And this
scream.
one says
and
7 to 9.
straight
It's
after
7. It's 7.
Anyway, I
Anyway,
think you get a Wraith screaming and then another Wraith screams, and they sound like the same one.
maybe.
Yeah. So
Either way, it's
Definitely
interesting that
21.
everyone, having just watched that clip, said a very high number, and actually it's very low. It's 7. That's what I'm going to go with anyway. So okay, let's have another one. Yeah, we've got some. So this is a really good one. I'm quite happy with this because what's good is you're looking for everything. And
Just like a Krypton factor.
Exactly. Here we.
What is that? We can't get past that.
I love that. The CGI is falling off the cliff. Ace, there you go. So what were you looking at? That was the question. So we have got a question. How many orcs can be seen?
He's going to tell us to count orcs.
Yes. So how many orcs can be seen on when the gates are opening?
Mm-hmm.
You can see some orcs walking around on the Morannon. How many orcs can be seen walking around on the Morannon?
On the close-up of them, or when you see like the profile?
The close-up, yeah.
And
so when the gates are actually open, you see that one shot.
The ones by the trolls.
No, not the ones by the troll. Actually, physically standing on the gate. How many do you think there were? 6.
No, there's. I think I got to 18, including the 6, which would mean there's 12 on the bridge.
So you were counting orcs.
Yeah.
You actually. Oh wow, that's this.
I think there was 6. There was like 3 in front of the trolls and 3 behind the trolls, and I think I got to about 18, 19. So there's I think on the bridge there's probably about, let's go 13.
Ah, this is interesting to see the answers. So yeah, so some people are saying really low, 5, 4. There's way more than that on the actual Morannon, but they might be talking about the trolley bit. 15.
That's a good guess.
That is a very good guess. See if someone says they're expecting to be asked about Gollum's hair strands. Fair enough. Crispin says the golf club story is brilliant, by the way, Steve. Yeah, agreed. That is a great story.
It's dreadful. If any children.
Oh, look at this. This is. Was it Gaz? Did you say?
No.
Rubbish in, rubbish out is.
Oh no, it's someone else, wasn't it? You said.
Apologies. I was talking to the other.
Gaz is part of war.
Australian lad. He's been going way longer than we have. He's been going way longer than we have on YouTube.
No, I don't know them. Well,
Is Rubbish and Rubbish his channel? Would we, or is he? It's not
it
Jacob.
looks
is
like a really cool channel.
No, no.
Harry?
Begins with V.
Vary?
No. God, it's gone.
Well, either way, rubbish in, rubbish out. You are bang on the money. That's 14 orcs can be seen on the actual gate moving. I did spend a bit of time in high definition counting them. 14. Good, it's good. But I like
Viv. I told you, Viv.
Viv.
Maybe I did it in the middle of, when he goes to bed, he's just going to wake up screaming Viv.
Well, his wife.
And
Yeah, good day, everyone.
You go, I just met him when I was playing golf.
Viv here, sound familiar, he says. Yeah, he got it before the comment came up, so that's pretty impressive. So well done, Steve. So there you go.
13. Can I win a Entmoot dice? Or?
You know what you can have. I will give you.
Hang on.
I'll give you a prize. You get a little bit of this. That's
Thanks.
it.
That was great.
Get a bit of end draft. Get a bit of end draft for you. Any quiz winners get an end draft. So you get an end draft as well, Viv.
You told her. Who? You? Then what?
That's the wrong one. That's a clip we're going to play next. There we go. Lovely. So let's do, because it's Entmoot, let's do some Entmoot clips. So we'll do one or two more of these, and then we can start playing Fatty Bolger's Great Escape, if that's okay with you guys at about 11. Right. So we've got the full clip of Ent Draft.
You told her. Who? You? Then what? Then me. I've always been taller than you. Pippin, everyone knows. I'm the tall one. You're the short one. Please, Mary. You're what? 3'6" at the most? Whereas me, I'm pushing 3'7". 3'8". 3'8". You did something. Mary, don't drink it! Mary! No, Treebeard said that you should never some. He said it could well be dangerous. Give me back, Mary! What's happening? I've got my leg. Mary!
There you go. What a great clip that is. I love that bit in the movie. What have you been counting? Go on. What have you been thinking about in that clip?
So we've got
Hobbits.
two hobbits.
There's two hobbits. That's true.
I know. I found that one tricky.
Yeah. What to observe. Yeah. What were you thinking?
I was thinking about getting crackers in a minute and bringing them on stage.
About halfway through, I thought maybe I should have been counting Ent Draft burps, and realised I hadn't been.
That's a good one, because halfway through the stream I thought, you know what, I should have changed this. I should have done something different. I should have done how many times they had a drink of Ent Draft. That would have been a really good question, wouldn't it? But instead,
the Hobbits question.
Yeah, it's how many hobbits? No, it's how tall is Merry at the start? So
3'6".
Very. Yeah, there you go. Larry Miller was counting sips. I should have done that. I don't know why I didn't. But anyway, I only thought of it halfway through. But I had the clip, so I thought I'd use that. There we go. All right, one more. And this is an Entmoot one. This is another Entmoot theme. So well done to Larry Miller, because he said he was counting. There you go. Just as a prize for you, you get to see a bit of a burp. Right, final one before we get into some other stuff. Where have I lost it? Here we go.
But now something is about to happen that has not happened for an age. Entmoot.
What's that?
It is a gathering.
A gathering of what?
Oak, chestnut, ash, good. Many have come. Now we must decide if the Ents will go to war.
I saw you, Steve. You were
Yeah, I was trying to count them.
you were count how many Ents can be seen arriving at the Entmoot. So
Oh, do you want me to answer?
no, I just let
Oh.
people catch up. Hamdizzle says, "Wait, is this the podcast intro?" Yes, it is absolutely the podcast intro, but in full. So, how many Ents arrive at the Entmoot? I don't know how many are in the book, but can be seen gathering.
It always cracks me up about the scene. I can never not hear this. That Merry and Pippin know about Treebeard. They know he's an Ent, right?
Yeah,
He's taking them to somewhere. They know that, and he says it's nearly time for Entmoot, right? And Merry goes, "What's that?" And he says, "It's a gathering." And then Merry says, "A gathering of what?" And the information that Merry has at this point is that he's an Ent. The thing's called Entmoot. Moot sounds a bit like meat, and it's a gathering. It ain't going to be ducks, is it? It's like, and then he turns around and goes, "My God, walking trees." I can't believe it's the Pippin. Look, it's the trees.
the trees are moving. The trees are talking. What did you go? Were you counting that? How many would you get to?
I got, when we were walking out the trees, I got 6, but then on the overhead shot,
Yeah,
it's either 8 or 9.
yeah. I think it's 9 if you include Treebeard on the overhead shot. But you're right. I think you're right. There's 6 including Treebeard on the slightly closer ups. So I would say there's 9 Ents in total if you include Treebeard.
You know what, guys? You've absolutely smashed it. You're both correct. You get an Entmoot draft each. There you go. Look at that.
We've been here, we've been
there you
here
go,
before. We don't mess about.
No,
Well done, lads. So who else? Who says this? Lots of people are getting involved there. Leaves. Some people are counting leaves. Larry Miller was counting sips. That's the previous one. Nathan says 4 Treebeard steps. Beech, oak, ash, 17 shades of green. Okay.
Beech, oak, ash is another good thing to note in that. I thought
Yes, I could have said, can you name the trees? But I thought that'd be too mean. G-Wiz has got 9. Rubbish and Rubbish Out gets 9 Ents. Hamdizzle says 8, so you're wrong, I'm afraid. Joe, 9. Art of War, Baiting Studio, 9. Larry only got to 5, then lost count, so 10, which is close, but all right. Hamdizzle, if it's including Treebeard, then 9, but he had already arrived, so yeah, fair enough. About 14, says Crispin. Not quite, but there you go. Excellent stuff.
It could have been trees that hadn't woken up.
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose
They might have just been stood still like this.
Yeah, I mean, actually, there is the very final one in the bottom left of the screen. There is one that doesn't move a lot, and I didn't notice him when I paused it and counted up. So yeah, but there you go. That's all good fun. We can do more of those later on in the show if you enjoyed them. But thanks very much for getting involved in that. So in the meantime, are you guys up for it'll be a quick break? I mean, actually, I could technically just leave you on having a natter, keep everyone entertained while I set the board. Is that all right with you? I mean, do you want to do that, or do you prefer having a break? Sorry?
If this was really the Krypton Factor, there should really now be an assault course.
Yeah.
Sure,
I used to watch the whole episode just for the assault course.
Yeah, it was the best bit as a kid.
No, I used to like the blocks bit as well, where they had to put the 3D blocks together.
Would fall apart. There you go, Harry. Look, we got this. We'll just talk about the Krypton Factor.
Yeah, I was going to. Well, actually, I might just mute myself. You can see me.
Sorry, mate, I can't hear you.
I don't know why I muted myself halfway through the sentence. I was going to use it as an example. I'll mute myself, and then I will set up the board, and it'll be like the real life Krypton Factor, because I'll be tripping over cables and setting up a board. If that works for you, so I'll do that.
I mean, the Krypton Factor was always very professional, so that's not.
Granada Studios, I'll let you know.
Excellent. Well, I'll do that.
So the Krypton Factor was a game show in the UK. I think it launched in the late 70s, didn't it? Originally, but then it
there were big collars. There were big collars in the beginning, definitely.
Yeah, it ran for like 20 odd years, presented by Gordon Burns.
Burns, the late great
that Gordon Burns, and it was a series of different kind of tasks that there was 4 people every blue, red, green, yellow.
Blue, red, green, yellow. Yeah.
And they had to complete in different rounds, and they were all testing your different abilities,
mental and physical.
Yeah. So they had to land a plane, didn't they? There was a plane simulator.
Yeah. And that was a good bit as well. Yeah. And they accumulated points throughout the rounds. And
it was their Krypton Factor.
Yeah, and cool. The last round was an army assault course, and the more points you accrued through the episode, you got a head start. Boom. Yeah,
and you ended the thing ended in a zip line into a huge pile of water, which looked like the most fun thing ever.
Yeah, zip lines are amazing.
And yeah, your final score was your Krypton Factor. So the winner with a Krypton Factor of 17 is Stephen Crow from Ultra. They never did that.
No,
they never did that.
They never drank.
And it was brought back briefly without Gordon Burns, and everyone was furious.
Yeah, it had a break and then it came back. I think it had a break with Gordon Burns, come back with Gordon Burns, and then stopped again, and then come back again without him.
So it's definitely worth it's worth both Googling that. It's probably on YouTube and potentially sabotaging Harry's entire live stream by talking about the Krypton Factor. But it was very good. I enjoyed it a lot. It was one of my favourite shows when I was a kid.
Yeah, it was great. Loved it.
You must have enjoyed it when you were like in your late 20s or something.
I nearly did a hand gesture to you then, but I remembered it was a charity stream.
Not on so there we go. I've painted 2 Marys. Give you some stream updates. So these are now fully base coated, which is significantly more progress on them. Which way is it like that? Than I made on the stream last night. We'll chuck some washes over them. I'm quite pleased with that. That was somewhat unexpected. How's your progress going?
All right.
Good. Shall we? I feel like Rogue taking over. Should we catch up on the chat a bit? Should we see what people were saying? Yeah. Nathan Talbot said he reckons. Do you reckon we'll get any Hjorn models?
I think as far as Ents go, we know we're getting Treebird, and I think we kind of know we're getting the 2 named Ents. I think that'll be the extent. Because I did that by accident, but
you even stressed it. You said the extent. That was amazing.
As it was coming out, I thought I should have done that.
Yeah, should have done that. Should have made that. Should have made that.
But that'll be it. That'll be as much as we get, I think.
If you were going to get models,
it's loads, isn't it? There's going to be loads because you've got the plastic Ent kit, the metal Ent kit, which was just on the comeback, which I think will come back again anyway. You've got the new Treebird, you've got the old Treebird that you can now turn into a normal Ent, and then you've got the 2 names, so there's plenty there.
There's a great article. This isn't in the best. It might be in I think this is in one of the old Best of White Dwarfs. Probably like Best of White Dwarfs 2 Towers. There was an article on converting Treebird into lots of different Ents, like the metal one. Right. That could still be useful. But I think they haven't got a profile, so you won't get them.
Yeah, and most of the unnamed ones have got the multi-part on it, so you can make 2 different sort of poses with them anyway. The plastic one and the metal one.
Yeah. The plastic one's got 2 heads, doesn't it? I think. Yeah. I've never assembled that kit, so I don't know entirely. But yeah, there's a scenario, isn't there, called the Orcs Retreat in War and Rohan, which is Ents chasing the Uruks into the forest, and basically it's like the Orcs just getting slapped about. Where if an Orc's within 2 inches of a tree, it takes a strength 4 hit.
Yeah,
that's the closest we're getting to Hjorns. Like personally.
Are you talking about the one of the early Quest of the Ringbearer?
No, although you're that's the old forest one, isn't it? That's based on that old Fredegar Bolger's. Yeah. No, not that. Halvakar Thingy's Promenade. It's that one, isn't it? From Scarran Shire. Looks incredibly difficult.
Yeah, because I played the the Old Forest mission not so long ago. I recorded a bit for the podcast. And I must say, it was probably the most frustrating and irritating scenarios I've ever played. So I wouldn't recommend it necessarily, but I do love some of those scenarios. They've been very good.
Yeah, I can't understand how the good side can win it. I haven't played it, I must say. It's all theory, but I can't understand how the good side could possibly win it if you set up enough trees.
Yeah,
whereas in the old one on Scarron the Star, they only have to travel, I think it's 9 inches, whereas on the new one they have to travel 24. Is that right?
Yeah, and the trees don't die; they just move back.
Yeah.
And it's insane. But it's an interesting idea, but I think it just needs a bit tweakage, or at least to define how many trees are alive. Because just being able to move any tree,
exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it, isn't it? The fact it says cover it densely with trees, and there's a world difference. But no, we weren't talking about that. We talked about the Krypton factor for quite some time, and then we dealt with one of the comments. Which was it was Nathan.
Are we going to get
Nathan asked if we're going to get Horn models, so we've helped, I think.
Oh, Horn, yeah, that's a good point. I don't think we're going to get Horn models. Horn, how do you pronounce it? I can't see that ever happening.
I think it's Huorn, isn't it?
It probably is. I'd go with your shout there, Damien. Huorn or Horn, but I mean, you don't really see them in the films, and they're even quite an obscure reference in the book. They're not like they are there, but they don't like. There's no scenes with them really, so I can't see that happening sadly. But especially if the new Ents haven't come out yet. So, but I would love some.
Nathan, more importantly though, Nathan does think the Krypton Factor assault course should be open to the public. So.
It is open to the assault, or it isn't.
He thinks it should be.
Oh yeah, that would be amazing.
I don't know if it is.
I mean, the problem is it's on an army base, so.
Aircraft landing, apparently, says Chris Murphy.
Yeah, it's brilliant. That's Lander Simulator.
Yeah,
there we go. Excellent. Oh, Ham Dizzle's been really nice. You wouldn't think Harry's career was in broadcasting, would you?
That's right. He slags off of us a bit about our age a bit lower down. So.
Oh well, that's fine then. Excellent. Let's catch up. So, Chris, talking about the aircraft landing on Krypton Factor. Larry Miller has never heard of the Krypton Factor before. Sounds like the Hawk mischief to me. I like it. Is it something that only OAPs would know of? Ooh. I guess that's the reference to you guys.
Why would you guess that, Harry? Why would you guess that, Harry?
I mean, to be honest, I have heard of the Krypton Factor. I remember having seen it on Challenge or Dave or something like that. So I never watched it live.
It's not on Dave, mate. It's not on Dave. Come on.
Whatever it's like that. Yeah. It's no bargain hunt, says Joe Holson. I reckon it was a Sunday night show. Crispin says 3-6. I don't know what that's reference to.
With the greatest respect to Crispin, Crispin must know about the Krypton Factor.
Yeah, Crispin will know. It's right there in his name.
Crispin's probably been on it.
It's the Crispin Factor,
yeah. Would Harry be upset if you use the next few minutes to make outlandish, offensive comments? I'm sure that.
Let's find out when he watches it back.
Watching since Tomb painted 5 Riders of Rohan. That's awesome work. That's 9 hours worth of painting. So I'm guessing they're very high quality Riders of Rohan. And judging for your name, Art at War Painting Studio, I'm guessing they're really, really awesome. So that's good. And drop them into the comments on the Facebook thing. I've got a little thing which I realise I haven't dipped into for a long time. But show me your progress. Just search for it on the Facebook page, and hopefully you'll be able to see what you're working on. I'll put a few of them in a few minutes' time. What else have we got? We've got a Huorn option with the Crabane kit. Glue on the birds, it's the Crabane. Don't glue on the birds, it's a Huorn. That's good. I like it.
Yeah, I've actually got 18 Huorns.
Yeah, just a load of birds sat on them. Good evening, guys, says Dwalin Grudgebane. Good evening.
Good evening,
the greatest name in the SBG community. And the Old Forest scenario is so frustrating to play, says David. We get it, the trees won in the book and the hobbits don't die for campaign purposes, but my goodness, they could have made it short to put us out of our misery. Yeah, I think that says it all, really.
Whereas, genuinely, I think if you're going to play the one from Scarron the Shire, it's brilliant. And I'm sure in that, beyond anything else, they specify that there's a certain amount of trees in each quarter of the board or something like that.
Yeah, that would be definitely much better. So
we've got a battle report. I think Jamie played that on the GBHL years ago.
Really? Oh, we'll have to delve through the back.
It's something like Old Vicar Bulger's Promenade. The name's fantastic.
Well, Ed, to be honest, the Scaring of the Shire book is just one of the best. It's just so good.
It's
I think that's, I mean, the original one in particular, because there's so many ideas and there's so much story in there. It's just really, really good fun. So there we go. Right, so let's have a look at this scenario then, so that everyone knows what we're talking about when we play it in a minute. So feel free. You've got it on a page at home, haven't you? You said.
I do. Yeah. Sorry.
I better get the book then, aren't I? Which book's it in?
It's in the Best White Dwarf. Yeah.
Best White Dwarf. Right, I'll be back in 2 seconds. Yeah.
That's fine. I'll just swap my camera over now. I've fiddled around with it so everyone can look along at home.
Yeah, Steve's defence. He's only known about this for an hour. He can have got the
Indeed. Let's just check it's the right camera. Yeah, there we go. Right, we've got the camera. So here we go. Look at this fancy work. Look. You know what? You're not going to be able to read it at all, are you? Because
bit close.
Yeah, there we go. That's better. Oh, hold on. Fredegar Bulger's Great Escape. It's covered up by Entmoot Live, isn't it? So let me see if I can. Let's do it this way. There we go.
Yeah,
look at that. Fabulous. Okay, so I'm going to have to hold that steady. So this is what we're going to be playing in the next sort of half an hour. I think it'll take probably about half an hour to actually do it, although, of course, we're doing it over the internet, so that adds lots of extra confusion to it. So ever keen for an excuse to write about hobbits, games developer Adam Troke introduces an exciting scenario pitting plucky Fredegar Bulger against the might of the Nazgul. So involved in this scenario, we've got Fatty Bulger himself, 8 Hobbit archers, including one of them having a signal horn, and 3 ring wraiths. So this is fairly straightforward. This isn't complicated stuff. And would either of you like to take the good or the evil side, or should we roll for it, or how do you want to do this?
I don't
Who fancies being Fatty?
Strong. I'll go for hobbits. I'll go for good.
Yeah. So that leaves Steve. That means Steve with the ring race. Okay, so the basic concept is.
Harry? Are you not involved?
Well, I can be the I'm going to be moving stuff around, so it's just easier for you guys to tell me what to do. I think, but I'm quite happy to enjoy the moving stuff. So,
right.
But yeah, feel free. I'll make suggestions. So basically, here's the map. I've realised it's actually got more hobbit holes than I thought. So I've got a hobbit hole. And I've got some houses, which we'll have to do. I've got some more hobbit holes in the shed, but it's cold out there, so I'm not going to go and get them. So apologies for that. But they're also grey, and I don't think they've got all the stuff on. So this is the setup. Basically, what happens is Fatty Bulger deploys within 6 inches of the front of the house. Inside the house.
Nice pointer.
Thank you. This is just a pointy pen. This is just a pencil.
Where'd you get that? Does that come with the subscription to the streaming software?
Yeah.
Krypton factor, mate.
Yeah, you need to get this extra money, this sort of thing for the money I'm paying for it. No, okay, we've got 6 inches gap here with Freddie. I'm just going to call him Fatty because I don't know why they keep calling him Fredegar or Fatty. It's Fatty. So he's Fatty Bulger, and inside the house deploy 3 ring wraiths. This is Frodo's house, and they deploy there. And they're meant to basically be hunting for Frodo. Fatty is meant to be escaping from the house.
So do I start inside that house?
You do indeed. So,
right, okay.
So
Damien's got a brilliant dog kennel that they're all fitting.
Absolutely. I love that. I love the comment in the patron chat that someone had of this dog kennel that's like a Taj Mahal dog kennel thing. That is insane. That was very good. Excellent. And welcome to Harry West, by the way. Keep up the great stream, which is great. Nathan, what's that there? Oh, okay, there we go. Anyway, look at that. Look at that. That is a dog kennel.
I just think that's a perfectly reasonably sized house.
I think that's bigger than the.
If you live in Beverly Hills, yeah.
Yeah, I'll put Sauron on it, so you've got a size comparison. That was.
I hope that didn't break.
That's all right. It's a metal Sauron, so it didn't break. There you go. There's Sauron next to it for scale. I don't think that's too big.
Jeez, that's some real estate.
That is.
Lots of opportunity for internal development.
There's grass inside. I love it. There you go. So that's your dog kennel. But anyway, so this is what's happening. So the Nazgul, there's some special rules and some objectives, which I'll run through gently now. Objectives. Fatty, though unwilling to join the travellers on their adventure, is willing to play his part to keep up Frodo's charade that he's in Crick Hollow. The good side wins if Fatty can survive until the Nazgul are driven off, or he escapes via the western board edge. So that's that way. The Ringwraiths have come to the Shire seeking the One Ring, searching for Baggins. They believe they've traced him to his new home in Crick Hollow. The evil player wins if the Nazgul can incapacitate Fredegar Bolger and drag him away for interrogation. So it's all at stake here. Special rules. Open in the name of Mordor. The Nazgul have burst the timbers to the door of Frodo's house and are ransacking it for signs of the ring. At the end of the evil move phase, roll a dice for each Nazgul inside the house. So this is going to be you, Steve. On a 4, 5, or 6, the Nazgul has given up and begins to pursue Fatty. So then that's not giving up. It's actually a good thing. They're getting out. And then run, Fatty, run. The best special rule ever come up with in a game, I think.
Jesus.
This is Adam Troke. What a legend. Terrified by Nazgul beating at his door, Fredegar is fleeing for his life, determined to put as much distance between the Ringwraiths and himself as possible. Each turn, Fatty may call a heroic move. The heroic move affects only Fatty. Then so this is great. Have you ever played this, either of you?
No, I haven't.
No.
This is just such a great scenario.
What have I just got normal spells? What have I got?
You've got the normal Ringwraith spells. You've got 7 will, and that's it. So you just basic spells. So then,
command, transfix, black dart.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the other one?
Drain
courage, and
they wouldn't have
instill fear. Oh well, they probably wouldn't have this these days. But I don't think you're going to be using that. To be fair,
your stream, your rules.
Sorry.
Your stream, your rules.
Yeah, well, I don't mind. I don't think you'll be using it anyway. Let's be honest. Fear fire foes is the next special rule. This is how you get your hobbits in action, Damien. So there's an alarm call of the Booklanders, which is a rallying cry for the hobbits of Crick Hollow. As Fatty runs for his life, crying out for help, there's a chance that his call will be picked up. The warning call of Bookland will call nearby hobbits to action. Each turn in the end phase, the good player may roll a dice, and on the score of a 5 or 6, Fatty shouts have raised the alarm. And if the Booklanders will begin to come to his aid. So, and if he's within 18 inches of the west board edge, the chance of raising alarm increases to a 3, 4, 5, or 6. And if he's in base contact with a house, then the alarm is raised immediately. So you can either, and each time, once the alarm has been raised, the good player may deploy 1 Hobbit archer in base contact with each Hobbit hole, not Frodo's, at the end of each good move phase. So there's 3 of those on the map, which I've just lost here. So 3, 1, 2, 3. So we're going this way.
Once the alarm's raised, I get 3 hobbits a turn. Is that right?
Yes, in base contact with 1 in base contact with each of the things. So,
and that's a 4-foot square board. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so a normal 4-foot by 4-foot board. So this is interesting. If any of the Hobbit archers are slain, they can come back if they need to, and obviously one of them can have a horn, so that will give everyone extra courage. Once per game, after the alarm has been raised in the priority phase, but before any dice have been rolled, Steve, the evil player may choose to unleash the piercing wail of the Nazgul. This terrible cry freezes the hearts of all who hear it and reduces the courage on the good side by 3.
Classic
so there we go.
Narrative scenario rule.
Yeah.
Cry of the Nazgul.
So there we go. If Fatty is slain,
won't happen.
Well, it might not happen. But then they're just trying to interrogate Fatty. So they basically they lie him on his side rather than remove him from play. And a Hobbit archer or Nazgul may attempt to carry the slain Fatty to safety, in which case he's treated like a heavy, no kidding, object as detailed in the rules manual. So there you go. So the objectives here, I think the Nazgul win if they can incapacitate Fredegar, and drag him away for interrogation. The only thing where have
I got to drag him to?
That's what I was just trying to find. Can they take him off the same side? Can you see this anywhere in the book? I don't know.
I don't know. Have we just ruined the stream?
Well, if it's the scenario that's at fault,
we're in fact leaving the board.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess you can just come up,
Any
go
board
off
edge.
any board edge.
Yeah,
Let's do that. Let's do that. Right. Okay. So that is the objective. So you're happy, and that you know roughly what's going on, are you?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to unplug my headphones and so I can hear you, and hopefully that doesn't affect everything too much. But then I'm going to switch over the camera to the board one.
Let's do it.
We're going to need some dice.
Are we rolling or is Harry rolling?
Surely we're rolling our dice, aren't we?
There's going to be a lot of dice. There we go. Wrong one. Here we go. Right.
Are you rolling the dice, Harry?
Well, it's up to you. Can you roll dice or well, obviously.
I think I can manage rolling the dice, but the problem is you seeing it though.
Well, the problem is Steve lies and cheats.
Steve does lie and cheat, I hear. So
yeah.
I can set up a dice cam, definitely. No worries. If you'd rather see that.
Yeah, go on then. Let's do it.
Do you want me to do the same then?
If you can do that, yeah.
Oh, you have to give me a minute. In fact, do you know what? Can you give me 4 minutes?
Yeah, that's a specific amount. But yeah, that's fine.
Because I could do it a wee, so I'll go for a wee and then I'll come back and set my dice up. Yeah.
Right, that's fine. Well, tell you what. Let's all just take a break. Get yourself some drinks. Get yourself something to.
That was really what I was going for.
Yeah.
I don't really need a wee.
So everyone, have a nice break. We'll call it 5 minutes. So we'll be back at 11 for the Fatty's Great Escape. Fatty is the name he would have got from eating too much. So his name is Fredigar, says David. So we'll call him Fredigar because we don't really need to. I think we call him Fatty.
I'll be back in 4.
Back in 4. Right, I'll be back soon too. Right, 5 minutes. And we're back. Welcome back to Battle Games in Middle-earth, the YouTube channel, and Entmoot Live, where we've got Damien and Steve in the building, and I believe they look a bit like dice trays at the moment. This is amazing. Although that, hey, there they are. Greetings, everyone. We've got thumbs, we've got all the things going. I'll swap back camera in a minute. I know it's looking very dark there, and that's because all my lighting has moved around. And just before we go on and do this game, I just wanted to dip into to have a look at how the progress goes on the donation front, because obviously doing this for charity, it's an amazing cause, and I'm amazed at the generosity out there. This is just amazing stuff. So we've gotten to 924, which is ace of the possible. Well, I was aiming for £1,000, so I'm hoping, fingers crossed, overnight that we'll get to 1,000. And you know what? I might just bump the target up. But my wonderful other half, Louise, downstairs has donated. Say, a day may come when the courage of men fails, but it is not this day. There you go. She's proud of me. She's going to see me at second breakfast. So yeah, that'd be great. And all of the other people, Dave Clubley donated after the dog came on earlier on, and Dave Farmer did the same for the dog. Derry, he's already been on. Chris Murphy, and loads of people. Dan Edwards, Luke, Dave, be there, Wheezy Anonymous, Woody. So Anonymous from $10 as well. So there's American watchers as well. So thank you very much, everyone.
Very generous, very generous. Well done, people.
Yeah, well done to everyone. Thank you very much. And all of those people will be in with the chat, including. So this is where the fix comes, because the winner of the Hobbit hole is going to turn out to be Louise, my other half, and we get to spare Christmas, which is going to be
money on postage, isn't it?
This is exactly the way that we do it. How did we do that? Right. Okay. So let's crack on. Here we go. Right. So we can see the board. So we can't see anyone but thingy. So as you can see on the board, I'll move over to
Oh, make the board the main image, Harry. If you forgot.
We can mainly see web browser, I believe.
Oh yeah, sorry. There we go. Right, let's.
There we go.
Flip them around. There we go.
I've got you, man. You're all right. I'm used to this.
Yeah, glad we've got some pros on the stream. Let me just change my mic to the one closer to the table, so we're not off mic. Just let me know if this is too quiet or too loud or anything like that in the comments.
That sounds all right to me, mate.
Yeah, excellent. Sounds really.
Can we see everything? So,
okay.
Hobbit hole here. That's clear. Fatty Bolger there, or Freddy Bolger. We've got another Hobbit hole there, another Hobbit hole here, and another Hobbit hole here.
Okay, looks like a Krypton Factor Hobbit hole, but yeah.
Well, look, we've got to be imaginative here, and this is. I did warn people this would be a low quality battle report, and not just because of the players.
Oh, whoa! How the freak out in support of you?
Cut me deep, Harry. Cut me deep. Cut me deep.
Well, just by the way, if there's an echo, let me know. Because the speaker.
I can't hear an echo. Whoa.
Well, it looks very clever because there's a microphone here and I can hear. Let me know in the comments if there's anything going. So, we've all got the books in the right places. I've got mine right here. So, we start off. I mean, I think the tradition is that the good players go first. But even with this one, you get a free heroic move, Damien. So, you get to deploy within 6 inches of the Hobbit hole. So, whereabouts would you like to be deployed? Here?
6 inches towards the as close to the, because I'm trying to get off that table edge beyond the Hobbit holes, aren't I?
Yes, that's right. So you're going this way. So so you're deploying there, and you get to right move. You get to move.
Where charity this, mate.
Is that my deployment? Is it?
That's your deployment. Yeah.
Well, another 4 inches in that direction, I suppose.
Oh my God!
It's a good start. I mean, it's a good start. Okay, right, and then. At the end of each turn, so that's, I mean, there's nothing else you're going to do, is there? So you get to roll for, to see if the Booklander's alarm is raised. So on a 5 or a 6, you can raise the alarm.
I take it I'm not within 18 inches yet, am I?
Of the board edge? No, you're 2 foot in exactly at the moment.
2 foot in, all right, perfect. So here we go, you ready?
Yeah.
Solid. You know what that is? You know what that is, Damien? Justice.
Can I ask Steve, what would you then run around the back of the Hobbit hole? Yeah, is that I'm just curious.
It's for charity, mate. Charity.
All right, and it's the end phase. I believe you can try and rouse Nazgul. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 or 5 in the end phase.
Remember, Steve, it's charity, so don't actually raise any Nazgul, yeah?
Am I rolling a dice per Nazgul, or is it a 4, 5, 6 and they all appear?
For each Nazgul, and on a 4+, that one comes in.
And just to be clear, we've done that the wrong way around because you raise the alarm at the end of the turn and the Nazgul get raised at the end of each move phase. But
it's all right. He's always cheating. It's fine.
See, this is why I'm an impartial host here. I'm just moving the guys around. So, all right. Steve,
ready? Yeah. So, Ring Wraith number 1. It's for charity. Ring Wraith number 2.
Hey, we got one. All right, a Ring Wraith.
No, we haven't. That's 2 1s, my friend.
Oh, I can't see a thing because I'm really far away. That's fine. Well, you shout out your results.
I'll shout them out. So, last one.
Oh, it's spinning.
2. It's 2.
Gosh. Some great rolls in this scenario so far.
Are you taking note, Damien, of how I'm playing?
It's for charity, and God knows you're a charity. Do you want to reroll? You can have a reroll if you want, mate.
You know what's going to be funny? You know what's going to be funny if I can't roll higher than a 3 all game.
Go on, have a reroll, mate. Go on. Let's try and get you a Ring Wraith.
Is that a 1 again?
It's a 5.
All right, let's give you a Ring Wraith. So that comes at the end of the move phase, though.
Yeah.
So you can't really do anything. So you just
he'll say thanks any minute now, I'm sure.
Come on, Harry, let's go.
So,
Fredegar, Damien, you can call a heroic move if you want for free.
So can he not? Cast. He can't cast a spell.
Well,
Well, it's at the end of your movement.
You're right. At the
So,
end, and you
so no,
place
by then
it
you've done,
in
aren't you?
base contact with the house. Oh no, hang on. Newly arrived models may not charge, but may otherwise act normally. There you go. You can.
But it's at the end of the movement phase, right? Yeah, but it's still the movement phase, where it's the beginning, middle,
The
or
line
end.
there says newly arrived models may not charge, but may otherwise act normally. It's in the
All
book.
right. Well, do you want to cast something?
Certainly do.
Go on then. You're within 12 inches, so you can cast anything. Remember, you've only got 7 will, so be conservative.
Yeah. I'm going to cast. How many will has Fredegar got?
He's got no will, I believe.
Oh, that's all right then.
I'm
I'm
gonna... to magic though, remember, because he's a hobbit.
Yeah. I'm going to cast Compel.
Oh, Compel. Oh, so that's on a 4+, I think, isn't it? Usually.
Yeah.
Right, crack on then.
Yeah, so I'll go for that. Compel, needing a 4-up.
Is that a 1 again?
Yeah,
It's not the 6 dice coming into the tray.
Oh dear.
Right. So that's Ringwraith 1, who is on to 6 will now. Right, I'll keep a track of that for you. Okay.
Loads of will.
Loads of will. There's a will, there's a way. And a heroic move from Fatty Boulder, or do you want to just...
we roll for priority, don't we?
Well, yes, indeed, yeah. So I'll roll for priority. Let's... Oh, okay, no, don't. I just want to roll for.
Go on then, Harry. You do the...
It's fine. So good takes it. Good takes it.
I reckon that's 4 inches towards the...
Direct. Do you want to go towards a hobbit hole, or are you just aiming for the gap?
He didn't get the memo. He didn't get the memo.
It raises it automatically, doesn't it?
Yeah, as soon as you get there, it raises it.
Let's keep the tension. I'll head 4 inches towards those fir trees, please.
Fir trees. Okay, here we go. So you're getting there. So
20 inches away. Come the end phase. So still a 5+. Is that right?
You're about that. Yeah. So you're just under 20. Yeah, I probably haven't moved you enough actually. Maybe it's the angle. But yeah, so you're getting about 20 inches away. So you'll probably another move, and you'll be raising it automatically. That's true.
Wonderful.
I feel like the hobbit hole maybe should have been a bit further away, but it's a lot bigger than the hobbit hole in the book. But anyway, right. Okay. So it's the Nazgul's move.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So I move him first, then roll for the others, or roll for
yes,
the others
that's
now?
right.
Yeah. So he will move a full 6 inches towards Fatty.
Yeah. So that direction straight away. There he goes. Look at
that. And I'm going to cast again. I'm going to be frivolous with this first wraith. He's going to cast Compel again.
Okay. Yeah. Are you going to spend just 1 or 2 will this time, or more?
I'm just going to spend 1.
Just the 1? Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
So frivolous.
Yeah.
Have
I got any might? Do I have any might?
No, it's standard 070 Nazgul, I believe.
God.
When you said frivolous, I thought you were going to chuck 4 will at it. But you're going to chuck
you know what?
Minimum possible.
It's for charity, innit? Let's do 2. Let's do 2 more. Let's do 2. So 2.
Go on then.
2 dice. 2 dice needing a 4. Here we go.
Come on, lad.
And he gets a 2 high. Yeah.
Excellent. 4 will left and nothing to show for it. So excellent work. And so now you can rouse the rest of the ring raids though, if you wish.
Yeah, 2 dice, a 4 and a 5.
Oh, so we've got 2 ring raids popping out.
Right.
Now, I'll just check.
How far away?
That's what I was just going to do. Check how far they are. But I think they might just be a bit out.
Yeah, there's 2 more wraiths he can be frivolous with though.
Yeah. Oh gosh, they're just out. They're just out. So no casting, I'm afraid.
No.
But it's all to play for. It's all to play.
I'd put them on the terrain edge, but just saying,
Well, it does say in the rule. I don't know it. In base contact with the house, so yeah. But then again, Fatty started pretty close. So anyway, there you go. That's the one that makes sense. So priority. I'm going to roll this for priority.
Oh right, okay.
1, 2, 3, it goes to evil. 4, 5, 6, it goes to the good guys. Just because I want to roll the dice. Hey, it's an Entmoot dice, and it gets a 6. So that's a good roll.
Yep.
Right. So
4 inches through those trees, please.
Through the trees. So just around there. So there. So actually, if you tuck away in, you might be able to not be seen by the ring wraiths as well.
Yeah. I didn't know I didn't know hobbits could move 6 inches, but it's all right.
Just being frivolous with his movement.
Give Steve a target. Give Steve a target.
Right.
Let Steve burn his will.
Yeah, I'm worried because if all three of these race cast a spell, Steve is going to be burning through 3 will this turn.
Damien, we forgot to try and rouse the hobbits.
Well, that happens now, doesn't it? It happens right now.
At the,
That's at the end of the turn, isn't it?
yeah, but we did the end of last turn, didn't we?
Go on, do it now then.
Oh, did I not roll for it last turn?
No, because the ring rates appeared, and then that's the end of Steve's move.
Yeah, the end phase. So, yeah, absolutely. So end phase last turn. So this would be before he moved, and it would be a 5+, wouldn't it?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Rouse! Oh, get in.
Oh, so they're roused, have they?
They are fully roused now.
Right. So I'm guessing you want a horn blower as well.
Yes, please. Ideally.
Right. Where do you want the horn blower? There's a house each, so I'm guessing horn blower quite far away.
Yeah, put him far away because then that'll make Steve say, "Oh, it's for charity."
And then this guy there, and then this guy. This is the hobbit hole here. So we've got an arch. This is, and this must be very scary for Steve. He's got 3 strength 2 18-inch range bows coming his way.
3 dead race, mate.
Yeah.
All right.
You jest. Okay, so my race are all going to move towards Fatty, but they're going to move in a manner of which they look scary, and Fatty will be.
I need to move. I think I need to move those. Oh, that's in the end phase, isn't it? So I can move them.
You'll be able to move them now, yeah. But Fatty's done a heroic move, so but the good took it. So yeah, actually, it would be the hobbits. Do you want to move them first?
Can they all see a wraith? It looks to me like they can all see one, yeah?
Yeah, they can all see this guy, and they're all probably all in range, actually.
I should, in fairness, probably have to move them to allow the other hobbits to come out, shouldn't I? Otherwise, there wouldn't be room at the doors.
Yeah.
No room at the end.
Move all of them 2 inches.
All right, so 2 inches away from the door for this guy, 2 inches away from the door for this guy, 2 inches away from the door for this guy. So we've got...
Beautiful.
So I guess you've got ring race to move, and then the shooting. So ring race 1 is going to go which direction? Tell me when to stop, Steve.
Can I see Fatty between the trees?
No, I don't think so. I think you need to go that angle. If you go that angle or that angle.
Make sure you can get a line of sight to him, definitely.
Yeah, so move him as close as possible with line of sight is basically what we're saying.
That will work. You've got a line of sight there, easy.
Yeah, and then the other two.
Oh wait, do you want to cast magic first?
Yeah.
During
he's going to use. How many has he got left?
He's got 3. 4 will. 4 will.
Oh yeah, because he used 1 then 2, don't I? I'm going to use another 2 on him.
Frivolous,
mate. It's for charity. And then I'm going to do the same. I'm going to cast Compel. Yep, here we go. Oh,
that's a 3. So this ring rate is 5 will and nothing. This is great.
Right, the other 2 now are gonna.
Steve, do you want a reroll, mate? Go on, have a reroll. I'll add it to your tab. Go on. Have a
No. Listen. No hand-me-downs. Come on. The two guys at the door are gonna run towards. Can they be in line of sight of him?
I think
it's hard to tell from
the angle. If you go that way, so you're not going directly towards him, then you will do. But if you're going that way, all right. So you're going to go off at an angle. Fine. So ring wraith number 2. We'll get to that. And I'm guessing. Are we in range? Yeah, you're in range. Yeah, you can just about see him. So 2. What are you going to do?
Same spell.
Same spell. Okay.
2 dice.
2 dice. Right.
Oh fuck. Too high.
Swap your dice out. What are you doing? This is ruining the charity.
Have you not seen me play before?
You can't be playing like this at this level, mate. You got to have a reroll, love. Go on.
No rerolls. Okay. Ring race number 3. Yeah.
All right. Ring race number 3.
Same thing. Yeah.
Same thing.
Always the same. 1 and 2.
2 dice.
2 dice.
Compel. Come on, dice. Don't fail me this time. I've had a full box of matchmakers here in this. Here we go. Boom, 6, mate.
Boom, boom.
6. All right, and then let's watch Fatty roll his resistance and get a 6 on the first roll.
Ready?
You better not.
Oh,
It flashed. It flashed. Right, where do you want to send Fatty then?
Back the way he came.
That way?
Yeah.
I think if you go that way, then you're heading towards the ring race. You might even get a charge off.
Yeah.
So there, he's compelled though. So, this is good. So he's immobilized now. But it's the shooting phase. So there's hobbits firing bows.
Yeah.
Move.
What, my defense 8?
Your defense 8, yeah. So you'll be fine.
So I'll prioritize. I'll do them in order. So we'll go from the hobbit who's at the back of the board, obviously shooting at the closest wraith.
So he's got the horn. So he's going to this guy, yeah.
4 plus, yeah.
Hits. Excellent work. So we're looking 6 by 4, isn't it? Or is it 5?
It's going to be 6 by 5, won't it? But it won't matter because they're all 6 by 6 and take him out. Oh,
mate.
Exactly the same for the next one. So hobbit
having the horn distracted him.
4 plus, he misses, and the last hobbit 4 plus, he misses.
Solid roll in there. Solid.
That's not a bad effort, but at the end of every turn, remember, you get another guy. So once the alarm is raised, a good player may deploy another hobbit archer in base contact with each hobbit hull. So you get more hobbit archers.
Jeez. Bit one-sided, this, isn't it?
It's build. Well, if you didn't keep rolling 2s for everything, Steve, it'd be fine.
It does seem on the ring wraiths. Right.
Priority. I shall roll for the priority again. 1, 2, 3 goes to the evil side. It goes to evil. But remember, Fatty Bolger gets a heroic move. So Fatty Bolger, I guess, heroic move and straight towards the border, yeah?
Off he goes, yeah.
Off he goes.
For charity, mate.
And then it's down to the evil side. So what are you going to do, evil guy?
How far away is Fatty from that first wraith?
So he's within casting range, but not enough. So let's just look. Actually, if you got a compel off
with
on
the other
dice, you could move him 2 inches.
Okay.
Back, and then you could charge him. But obviously, remember this: you will die after that combat.
Are the other 2 in casting range?
Not yet, but if you get a compel off with the first one or either of them, they will be. Well, once you've moved, they'll be within casting.
Yeah. Right. So I'm gonna move one of them directly towards Fatty. One of the 2 later ones. Yeah.
Yeah. So that he goes to there.
Yeah, and he'll cast 2 dice again. Go big or go home.
Yeah, sure.
Compel.
So we've got 3 will left on the this ring wraith.
Yep. Here we go. 5.
Can he resist?
Yawn.
No, he can't. So 2 inches back.
Disappointing.
So now you are in
charge.
charge range. Yes.
Yeah.
So are you going to charge?
Yeah, going to charge. But stay this side away from them other 2 in the house. That's the one.
Yeah. And then what's the last guy going to do?
He's going to move directly towards Fatty.
Is he going to cast anything though? Because I suppose he's only got 5 will left.
He's what do I cast Black Dart on?
You don't cast Black Dart.
Oh, I've got no Black Dart.
No, you've got it, but don't cast it. You're drunk.
Yeah,
you need your will. You need your will, love.
Yeah, you definitely do need your will. I would say.
How far away from that fight is he now? Is he within next
6 inches? Charge? Bearing in mind, Fatty gets a heroic move, so actually he'll be 10 inches away by next turn.
Okay.
So you'll still be within casting range, but you will slowly catch up. It just depends on how well you do with your commands and stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Catch you, Fatty.
I'll leave it at that.
Right. So the hobbits shooting.
I take it none of my hobbit archers are in range of the fight to help out.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you've got to move, haven't you? This hobbit, it's close, but can he get in? Yeah, he can probably get in. Do you want to try and charge?
Good courage test then.
Yeah. So you've got hobbit on the board, remember?
But -1 for ancient evil.
Yep.
So what's their base throwing? 3?
They're 3, I think. Yeah, the archers, they're slightly a decent courage, aren't they? somewhere here. Who can get there first? It's Coach 3 standard, so yeah.
Big 7.
Big 7.
Loves life.
Right, so a Hobbit engaged.
Fix.
2 Hobbits against 1 Ring Wraith. And then the rest, yeah, the other guy can't get in, but we'll see. But remember, Fatty Bolger is unarmed, so he gets a -1 in combat.
Yep.
So, shooting, I guess.
He's also fighting against Steve, who seems to get a -1 in combat.
Damien, do you want to move any of your other archers closer to the fray?
Only I need 2 clear doorways, don't I? Because I can have 8 archers on the field.
Yeah.
So if I need to move 2 for that, you can do that.
Yeah, you need to. Do you want to move this one closer, or maybe around the corner? Should we get him around the corner?
Yeah, cool.
So he's blocking the way a little bit, or something like that.
Right, move him so that he's got the ability to charge the wraith. So move him 2 inches forward. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, fine. There we go. So there we go. And then I've moved one off the Hobbit hole here. So you've got a door free there and a door free there.
So I've got 2 Hobbit archers that moved. Is that right?
Yeah.
So I'll chuck those both at the.
This one, you're not going to be able to shoot anything because there's combat in the way. So if you move them that way, that might will probably be fine. That blocks off the door, and you're right now. All right,
wicked. So two shots from those ones needed 4s. 2 hits.
Excellent.
Ideally, kill both wraiths.
6s by 7s.
Yeah. So.
Solid.
Some poor dice roll here. So then we've got 3 more Hobbits, I think, to shoot.
3 normal Hobbits on 3s, yeah?
Let's just check that these guys over here are in range. I think they are. Oh, is that a 222?
No, that's a 5.
Oh, that's
1
a 5.
hit.
1 hit?
Yeah. 6 by 5, I think.
Right. Big combat. It's a biggie. So we've got a Ring Wraith who's on 2 will. Against Fatty Bolger, who's got a -1 in combat, and a Hobbit. So 2 dice for Damien.
I know he's an archer, but he won't have any. Some of them have got daggers, haven't they?
I think they do have daggers. Let me just check. Yeah, he's got a dagger, so he can stab if he wants.
Stab. Go on, let's go big.
Yeah.
Have you got different colours for the 2 dice, Damien?
It's not my first rodeo, Harry.
Right.
Freddie is the 1 ring dice.
Okay, lovely. And Steve, it's 1 dice for you as well. Let's see what happens.
You setting the bar, Steve?
All right. It's a big 2, mate. It's a big 2. It's a big 2.
Of course it is.
Well, higher than the 2, Damien.
The -1 is on the 1 ring dice. So I got 5. Check that out.
Wins the combat, takes a point of will off the Ring Wraith.
Whoa! Can I back away in a way that I'm not backing towards the Hobbit hole?
He pops, doesn't he?
I've got one left.
You've got 1 left because you didn't cast with this one. Not really. You're trapped between the trees. So let's see if we can poke you through this way.
It's not going to matter because he's going to be dead anyway. So the Hobbit.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Hobbit's probably strength 2, is he? So 6 by 5. And Freddie, how does this work? Can Freddie not wound him? If he needs, I don't actually know how that works. If he needs a 6, he gets -1. Does it become 6 by 4, or can he not wound him?
I guess he can't wound. I guess because he gets -1, so he can never get a 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's similar to that.
I think he can't wound him. I'm happy with that.
Okay. Right. Well, there you go. You've done all right. I mean, you've vanquished.
By all means, correct us in the chat if you want.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Yeah, Larry's just said he can only wound with might.
Oh, okay. People see, my comments have frozen, so I can't see what people are saying. I'm just flicking out a bit and come back.
I don't think they have frozen. I just think people aren't commenting. There's some good chat from Nathan about the history of the Krypton Factor.
Yes, there is. Well, I hope everyone's enjoying the stream, and there's plenty of you watching. So Larry does say, there's what he can only read with might. So feel free, cheer us on. Give Steve some tips.
Roll better.
Roll better. Okay. Priority. 1, 2, 3 goes to the ring race. You need it. It goes to the ring race on a 2. So
right move, please.
Fatty gets his heroic move, and I guess he's just going to launch directly to the western board edge.
Yeah, sounds enjoyable.
And then it's onto the ring race. So what are you going to do with that guy with 1 will, Steve? Are you going to save his?
Do I not move? Do my hobbits not come on at the end of the end phase, or was that just rolling for them to come on?
Oh, sorry, you're completely right. I'm getting too ahead of myself. So yes, you get some more hobbits.
Yeah, it's just the last
More
2
hobbits.
Yeah, you can, it's all right though. I can only have 8, mate.
Oh,
there we go. So yeah, that's the maximum number of hobbits that you can have. So
First tips come in, by the way. Larry Miller says roll more 6s too.
yeah. I've been thinking that.
It's good.
I might give it a go if nothing else works. Okay. So what is it? My move now?
Well, yeah, that's it. Fatty's move. So we got elves, but so yeah, you've got elves. The ring race stuff. So I guess you probably want your ring race to be in combat with someone because that's where he's going to do the most damage with that will point. But maybe not guy there. You might be able to sneak.
Can he get past that guy, or is he hitting his control zone?
He'll be in his control zone. But here's the thought: you could potentially charge him with another, but then another ring wraith would be losing will, and then you could cut his ring wraith control zone off, and then you might get a charge at Fatty. You would get a charge at Fatty, so that might be worth a go. It's up to you.
Yeah. So the ring wraith that's furthest away.
Yeah. So he's got 5 will.
Yeah, he's gonna charge that archer that was in the combat, but before he actually gets into base contact with him,
yeah,
he is going to 1 dice.
Yeah.
Or is he? Hang on. Do I need to do that? How far away is?
You don't need to do anything. This guy will be able to get Fatty easily.
Yeah,
Steve,
but I'd like
you don't need to do anything you don't want to.
I'd like 2. I'd like 2 in there. You see me dice rolling. I need dice. Right, he'll just charge him then. He'll just charge him.
I think that's probably the best move if you go there. And then this guy can charge Fatty for a last-ditch attempt, yeah?
Yeah, he'll charge Fatty. And I take it that furthest ring wraith away now can't reach the guys in the doorway, no?
No, he's a good 9 inches away. So, yeah, it's up to you.
Charge him towards... charge him so that he is 5 inches away from Fatty.
5 inches away from
No, hang on. Move your hand a minute because I can't see.
Sorry.
Fatty moves 4 inches, right?
Yes, he does, yeah.
And he's going to back away, so it doesn't
Can
really
you see
matter,
this? Is this not far close enough? Do you want me to get it closer?
No, it's all right. It's all right now. I can see. It's just your arm was in the way. Right, move the one that's furthest away up as far as he'll go towards the combat with Fatty.
Right. Okay. So he's going to be there. So he's just 2 or 3 inches away.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine.
You've got your Cry the Nazgul thing, mate. If you want to use that, it might stop me counter charging. I don't know how many counter charges I've got on, but
yeah, you've got a good 2 extra hobbits, so you could reduce the courage of the hobbits by 3 this turn, which would be down to 0. So they need to get a 10 on the.
I'm just thinking of next turn. Have you charged there now? I'll save it.
Save it. Fair enough. So the hobbit move. So Damien, you've got 7 hobbits, 3 on this hill here, 2 there, and 2 over in the distance.
Is there any? Can they? There's an unengaged wraith in the middle, right?
Yep.
So I basically want the archers to be able to shoot him.
So they can shoot him at the moment, but there's going to be an in the way, or they can move 2 inches, and I don't think there'll be an in the way. But obviously you've moved, so.
Well, let's keep the in the way for dramatic tension.
Okay.
What about the dude on the top of that hill?
He's standing with a tree in front of him, so he's definitely going to have to move to get out of the in the way. But if he moves, it'll be a clear shot.
Move that midget.
Move that guy. Right, here he goes. So he's up to there.
Looks like I can't tell how 3D that little rock is, but it in between the archers and the wraith. Is that blocking their line of sight?
It almost exactly is blocking the line of sight. Yeah, it certainly is for the
strategic place in that, mate.
And the hornblower's got a clear shot. The other one.
Well, whack the other one 2 inches forward. Should be able to get in front of the hornblower and get a clear shot.
Yeah, let's just try that. That looks good to me. Yep, you got two clear shots there. Excellent.
And then, do I understand that those other two hobbits then can charge? Is that right?
Yeah, they're able to charge. Yeah.
Can they only charge the one that's fighting Fatty?
They could charge. This guy could charge the one that's you're going to be shooting at. Yeah, they could. This guy could get to Fatty and that guy. So you could potentially get two to vanquish the ringwraith that's going for Fatty.
Could I get one? Could I get one on the other combat?
Ooh, actually no. If I'm being really mean about the measuring, which I should be, because it's only fair, Steve.
I need everything I can get, mate.
2 charges into the Fatty combat, then, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So he goes into that. Oh yeah, courage though. Courage.
Courage.
That's
Come on.
Fail.
A fail.
And it's out. It's out of the dice rate. It's out of the dice rate. It's a 50-50. It's a pass.
Oh, it's a pass. So we do get. Although depending on which order we
you used to scream, Stevie boy.
Yeah.
Nah, don't need it, mate.
Don't need it. Because that ringmate's going to die no matter what, pretty much. So.
Yeah, don't need it. Save it
so shooting then.
Lovely. So do you want to point and I'll shoot? Is that the simplest thing?
So this guy, he
moved, but he's got a clear shot.
Yep.
He misses.
So this guy didn't move, but he's got a clear shot.
3+. Oh, here it comes.
Here we go.
Is his mate not in the way?
No, it's all right. It's just because of the spin of the base.
Pull up.
Doesn't move.
No. Yeah.
So the courage test can shoot, can't he?
So
When he failed a courage test can shoot, can't he?
Oh yeah, of course you can. Yeah.
Pretty sure.
He hasn't moved.
Misses.
So the guy that's moved on top of the hill.
Yeah, clear shot. Hits. Rolls. Here it comes. Oh.
Close. And then you've got 2 within the ways on this guy here.
Didn't move. Yeah?
No, there's a hit on 3s, but in the way. 2 hits. Good start. In the way of the trees. Straight through the trees. Look at that. And then 6s. There's a potential wound there. Could this be a dead ringwraith?
Do we have confirmation? What strength are we looking at?
Oh, hold on. What we're looking for? So he's.
Don't you dare, Auburn. Don't you dare.
6s and 5s.
Don't you
5,
dare.
Is it?
Yeah.
Don't you dare.
By the skin
in your face.
Tense. This is tense. This is getting real tense right now. So there's Fatty Bolger, who did you transfix him in the end? You didn't, did you?
This time, I don't think he cast spells, did he?
No, it's charged.
I was going to say, you did do last turn, but we didn't. You still rolled it down.
I caught it in the chat, but we didn't. He couldn't wound him anyway, so we didn't roll anything.
Oh yeah, it didn't matter, did it? So, so it's 2 dice from Fatty and the Hobbit against the 1 ringwraith. So, come on, Steve. This is the time for the ringwraith to deliver.
I'm sweating a bit here. It's 5. It's good.
Oh, it's not bad.
So I'm taking Fatty out of the fight because he can't win it. The Hobbit's still going big. The Hobbit's going to stab because I'm going to roll 6.
So you might kill yourself with your stab, but
because
I'm guessing the ringwraith's going to attack Fatty. Right. So let me just wound. How do you wound Fatty? Let's see.
I think
defense 3.
Oh yeah, you just lie him on his side instead of moving him from play, and then you can carry him off. So Fatty is defense 3, but yeah, do you want to try and kill your guy with the stab first, Damien?
I'd love to. It's strength 2. 3. So 5s. Nah, mate.
He's fine.
He did stab, so I could probably re-roll that.
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I guess. No, I don't know. So 4 against defense 3. It's a big one.
Here we go. 5s.
No, the other way around. You're defense 4 and defense 3.
All right, there you go. 5s.
So Fatty has a fate. So Damien, it's all on a fate, or Fatty has been knocked out.
Oh!
By the skin of his teeth, the ringwraith is banished. So we've got 2 ringwraiths left. Of course, has to move away an inch as well, so he gets to back away a bit further to the edge. And you've got an archer there against a ring wraith.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, that's less important. But hey, here you go. See if you can.
Has he got a dagger?
Yeah, all the bows do, I think.
He's stabbing.
Oh my!
He's stabbing, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, he's starting.
4, mate.
6, mate.
Oh, get out of town!
Is that a 1?
It's a 6.
Yeah, it's a what? It's a 1. That's a 1.
So he's strength 2 though, so 6 by 5 as well, I think. Rerolling ones.
Oh, such a shame. Such a shame. I'll back away directly to this towards the camera.
Yeah,
there you go.
Excellent work.
Harrison Huff.
Point of will, and he's now got 4 will. So the state of play, we've still got full hobbits, so there's no hobbits to gain at this turn. Fatty is getting very close to the edge. The ring wraiths have lost the one of the ring wraiths, and both of them have 3 and 4 will. So it's looking pretty desperate for the evil side. Can he pull it out of the bag? I think.
Can I just say it was looking pretty desperate from turn 1?
Yeah, I think there's that string of 5s, that string of 1s that you rolled in the early turn. And
also, Harry, I know you're probably not keeping up on the chat, but Larry Miller has started throwing around some angry, desperate propaganda and should probably be banned from the stream.
Whoa, what is he saying?
He's saying that Tariel is the worst hero in the game. So if we could remove him before we continue, that would be great.
I can actually mute him briefly.
That'd be great.
Put him in the sin bin.
I don't know.
In Tyrion news, Fohammer has been to see the Crimson Factor being filmed at Granada Studios.
And apparently Richard O'Brien is much smaller than you can possibly imagine. There you go.
I could imagine him to be quite smaller.
Does Richard O'Brien have a stint presenting the Crimson Factor?
I think he did, and I think that's how we got Crystal Maze as well.
I was going to say, isn't Richard O'Brien the Crystal Maze guy?
I think they just basically hired him to present anything that began with Cri.
Excellent stuff. Well, everyone cheer someone along in the comments. It's gone midnight, so I'm 12 hours in exactly.
Whoop.
Yeah, so this is going well. Yeah, this is all right.
Easy.
I'm actually feeling okay at the moment, but we'll see how it goes.
It's done easy 12 hours for sure.
Oh yeah. Okay, so priority.
Yeah.
For the hobbits and the evil side. So 1, 2, 3 goes to the evil side. It goes to the evil again. This has been victory for the evil every time, but a heroic move, I'm guessing, is going to come from Fatty.
Oh my yes.
Which direction would you like to head in? This one?
South.
Towards beautiful safety, please.
Beautiful safety. Almost knocking the village over.
I'm going to scream.
Scream. Okay.
There you go.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, you should have said that before the priority phase, just to clarify. But
you didn't give me a chance. You two were gabbing away about Crystal Maze and Richard O'Brien, weren't you?
You've screamed. So, are you just gonna launch yourself after Fatty? Is that the plan?
How far away? How far? Yeah. You know what? Yeah, just run towards Fatty. One can charge, right?
No, you'd have to get a
what?
Because
I demand a mathematician.
Okay, he backed away an inch, so therefore it adds enough.
And moves 4.
Yeah, so
that's 5, and I move 6.
So he's 7 inches away.
How does that work?
Actually, if they were in combat, I am with Steve on this.
You're in combat with a different hobbit. The ring wraith that died was here.
Oh, I see. It's a different
yeah, let you off there. Let you off.
Look, don't you dare cast a spell. This is coming from, a regular winner of the friendliest person in tournaments. I can't remember. What is it?
Sporting.
Yes, that's it. All right.
Okay. So I've got 3 and 4 will left respectively.
Correct. So this guy must be the one on 3. And that no, wait, the other way around. It's 3 because he's been in combat and 4.
So that I'm not going to cast Compel.
I've got unlimited hobbits, haven't I?
I'm just going to run towards Fatty as close as possible.
Do whatever you want, mate. I've got unlimited hobbits.
So you're an inch away from Fatty Bolger.
Yeah.
And you're not casting Compel or Command or anything?
No.
All right.
And the next one's going to do the same. No, I need it because I've screamed, Anna. So you're going to struggle to charge me. I'll get you next turn.
Fight you.
I need the fate. I need the fate.
To be fair, even if Fatty gets a move next turn, which he will, you will still be able to get in charge range with him. So
yeah.
So it's logical move, right?
It's all coming together at the end. Don't you worry about me. So charge the other ring wraith up as well.
Do you want to avoid the hobbits? Yeah.
Well, I'm already in his control zone, aren't I? So I can move through.
Yeah, you can just move straight out.
Yeah. Straight up. Six. Yes.
All right. That's the hobbit and the ring wraith. So now it's the moves from the hobbit side. What are you going to do, Damien?
I'm going for the drama. I'm going to try and charge. How many can charge?
I think it's only going to be one or two.
Yeah.
So that guy will be able to charge, and I think he'll be able to fit through that gap as well. So it's going to be two. It's going to be two.
Love it. Courage 0, right?
Yeah, courage 0.
Loving it.
Okay.
Nope.
See what happens.
That's a fail.
Oh.
And that's a fail.
Unlucky. Well,
I honestly thought you were going to get both passes there. I thought he was going to do it.
I feel like there's one there. I can see 3 hobbits. Is that right? So there's one there who couldn't charge?
Yeah, so he was slightly out of range. That's right.
Whack him 4 inches up towards the wraiths.
Yeah. So he'll be there.
Lovely. Can those 2 archers at the top of the board, can they shoot at anyone?
These guys, no. There's going to be too many hobbits and rocks in the way.
So if you could move them 2 inches to shoot if possible, and if not 4 inches.
I think you're going to struggle to get because of the hobbits here.
Yep. 4 inches then, please.
I think it's going to be 4 inches. Yeah.
Love it.
So maybe that way might give you a better chance.
Give it a full 4-incher, please.
There you go. You might not get a shot next turn either, but right. There's these 2 here. These 2 will be able to get a shot on this guy, and this guy will be able to get a shot on this guy or this guy.
I will still move those 2 on the lower rank 2 inches forward because they probably won't get a shot next turn.
No, that's true. So 2 inches, you get 2 shots on the
Cool. So I've got 2 shots from down at the front, right next to the rave. Yeah. From the failed courage tests.
Yes, that's true.
Can they both see both wraiths?
Yes, but this guy gets in the way for this, so you're probably better off him shooting at that one than him. But yeah, you get 1 at each if you want.
Exactly that then. Yeah. So we've got 1 at each.
Okay.
So at the one nearest Fatty, misses, and at the other one hits.
Oh.
And kills him. Oh. This leaves me with 3 shots, I believe.
Yes. So you've got these 3 on the hill, 2 of which have moved.
Cool. So 1 at the top of the hill, at the one near Fatty. Oh, chokes. Loves it.
Oh.
Big 6. And then 2 who moved, prioritizing the one by Fatty.
Yep.
1 hit.
Ooh, here we go. It's the big 6. I don't know who I'm cheering for here. This is
cheer for Steve.
I need all the help I can get, Harry. Man.
I want Fatty to win because I love Fatty, but then I also feel bad for Steve. So I think probably cheering for Steve really. But
yeah, boy.
Right, here we go then. So no more combat, so it's just priority again.
Yeah.
There's nothing else. There's no hobbits that have died at all in the game. To emphasize that. So let's see what happens. We've got a
precision strike. They call it a precision strike.
Precision strike.
Yep.
Again. That's Steve. You've won almost every priority, and you're still struggling. Right.
He's won every battle, but he's losing the war.
That's true. But Fatty gets to do a heroic move, I guess, Dan?
Oh, I think so.
Through that difficult terrain?
No. Yeah, do you want to go through the farm?
Yeah, go on, move through the farm. It will help him.
I want my wraith to charge him, but has he got enough move to go around the...
He's not going to be able to go all the way around. He'll be able to get to there. So
yeah, stick him there. Stick him there.
Stick him there. So he's the one with 4 will, isn't he? So you don't want to cast anything on the way in.
Steve, you could always command Freddy back so that the other one can charge him as well.
No. So the other one now is going to move 6 inches directly towards the field, so he should be out of charge range of those.
Yeah, he's well out.
Others. Yeah.
This is getting to be a nail biter. If Fatty wins this, he'll be and backs away an inch. He can back away an inch that way. Oh, he'll be on the board edge. Be very close. So it's all to play for.
Where do the Wraiths have to carry him?
Off any board edge.
I think, yeah.
Off any board edge?
Well,
yeah, boy.
Actually, thanks
for moving him there, dude.
It says the Nazgul have got to carry him to safety. So where that is, I don't know.
Right.
Board edge.
Well, that changes everything, doesn't it?
So apologies to Adam, I think he was watching earlier in the stream, but it's unclear. It is unclear.
No, that's just a disaster, is all. Cool. So we might as well. Well, I think just trust in Fatty to kill them in combat, which he can't possibly do. I think we move. How many have I got down by that house? Have I got about 3 hobbits?
So there's 3 hobbits here. 1, 2, 3, and then there's a couple over here, obviously.
Send the 3 at the floor, 4 inches, charging towards the Wraiths.
Okay. I'm just putting my watch down. So, right, yeah. So charging towards the Wraiths. So you don't want to shoot and hope to God that you get a wound.
No, not if the hobbits can, not if the Wraiths can win by moving him off that table edge. I don't.
Yeah.
It changes everything.
There we go. Right.
And then those other two, yeah, they might as well 4 inches full up.
Yeah. Any of these?
Have they all got shots at that Wraith?
They've all got clear shots at that Wraith, yeah. So
yeah, let's do it. Let's stand there. They're never going to get into. They're never going to get involved.
So
shoot both.
Yep. 3 shots.
3s. Well, that's what we needed.
Oh.
All to play for.
Big 6s. Big 6s.
No 6s. No 6s. Oh, get out of town. This is going to be
2 6s. What?
Flipping heck.
A single 5 to take him out.
Snake eyes.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
Patang.
Oh, God.
Never.
Ringwraith down. 2 ringwraiths. The hobbits have absolutely destroyed these ringwraiths.
Smashed me.
Smashed you. Right.
Right, here we go. All I need to do now is hit him in the face and carry him off the board edge. Easy.
Yeah, so all we need to do is win against an unarmed hobbit.
And then wound him.
Yeah, come on, Steve. You can do this.
Come on. Let's do it. Let's do this, man.
Who's going first, Steve?
I'll go first.
All right, big one.
Set the bar.
Here we
go. What's that, 5?
Beautiful.
Oh.
Come on.
So enjoyable to see. Look at that. Come on, Fatty.
Come on.
Big 4.
I'll back away towards the board edge.
Yeah, so he's backing away towards the board edge.
So rubbish.
The point of will. That puts him down to 3. Fatty. Fatty's because of the backing away. This means that he'll have to dodge around. So he's definitely not going to be able to get off this turn.
Yeah, this is the plan, Harry. This is what I've been playing for all game.
Right.
I've got. I refuse to. I refuse to game this. All right, I'm going to keep running for the table edge. Let's do priority.
Let's do. Well, I don't know how you could game this in any way because you've got to end the game.
You could run back towards the centre of the board.
I appreciate you just kill all the ringmates, don't you?
Yeah. But I won't do
it. Goes to the good guys on an Entmoot 6. Look at that.
Heroic move.
Heroic move, says Fatty. So he's going to just. You're not going to try and game it, you say. So you're going to go straight to the board edge. Yeah. So you're almost off, but not quite.
Literally going to come down to this turn.
It's going to come down to 1 combat.
I presume none of those hobbits are in charge range of the Wraith, are they?
No, not at all. You're about 6-7 inches away.
And could my 3 hobbits on the hill see the Wraith potentially with an in the way for that field?
Yes, but bear in mind that the ringwraith.
Yeah, so just chuck those 3 hobbit archers as far forward as they can.
Yeah.
and then you might as well at this stage chuck all the others as far forward as you can. And I don't
Yeah.
think they're going to play any part.
I don't think they're going to be involved, are they? Let's be honest.
Won't matter. Harry Race, Fatty Race Slayer is just going to. I want to say beat him off, but I know I'm on a stream with Steve Crow, so I won't.
Right, I might actually just move the camera a bit closer to this picture.
Final moment.
I've decided at this stage of the game I'm swapping my dice out.
Oh, is that a dangerous move at this stage?
I don't think it can be any more dangerous.
There we go. We've I'll just move the light out of the way now.
I will feed back the advice from the chat. David Clovelly is saying black dart.
Interesting.
You told me I didn't have a black dart.
You do have black dart, but we suggested not to earlier because it might have been a.
No one told you didn't have black dart.
Listen, this is a shocker.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to charge him. I'm going to charge him round the back board edge side.
Okay, I'm just experimenting with the names. The name's not coming in here. All right, yeah. So you're going to charge him round the back, take him round the back.
Yep.
Here he comes. So there, I guess. Can you see that? Is that in the way?
Yep.
Glass in the way.
Yeah, this is it. It's coming down to this.
Hold on, let me just.
Comes down to this.
How many will has that Wraith got?
He's got 3 now.
Do you know what? I'm going to cast Compel on the.
Did he lose one for being in the fight last turn?
Oh no, I didn't. Did I? So
I'm not going to cast anything.
2 now.
I'm not casting anything.
Yeah. Well, it's all going to
Well,
come
may
down.
as well.
You
Wait,
might
actually,
if you cast 1, it's using 1 will, because this is going to be the last turn no matter what, really, because Fatty Bulger will heroic move off the board, won't he?
Yeah, but if I'll blow up. I'll blow up. I'll die. So yeah, I can't. I need to be able to move him off the board. I need to be around to move him off the board.
Good shout.
Yeah. Okay, that's it. That's me done.
All right. So there's no shooting because they're in combat and you're good, Damien. So it all comes down to the combat then.
Huge. Big one from Steve.
Is the dice change gonna change my fortune?
I think you're going to get 2 this time. So
let's predict predictions for what the roll's going to be in the chat because this is a big one. This could be very important. Are we expecting high rolls?
Yeah, go on. Let's. I mean, they are 20 seconds behind, so we'll have to wait around. But go on, predictions in the chat. When I see the predictions start coming in, I'll roll.
Yeah, Matt King 2, obviously.
So there we go. Okay, here we go. Here we go.
It's a 2. Good shout, man. Good shout.
I don't want anyone surprised.
Right, so Fatty.
Do you remember on our one? I just rolled 2s for fun.
But it's not like Damien needs to get a 4 to win this because he's -1, so 3 goes down to a 2. So it's a half and half, a 50-50 dice roll to end the game.
No worries, over big 6.
The 5. He takes the win. Fatty Bulger spanks the ring race in the face. He backs off, loses a point of will.
Still won't win anyway.
And then that is the end of that turn. And then the start of the next turn, it's a heroic move from Fatty Bulger, and he escapes by the skin of his teeth.
There you go, sir. Good game, mate. Good game. Well played.
Good game. Right, I'm just going to put my camera back where it was.
I'll switch off speed now.
We'll just take a few seconds break and come back.
I am still here. I'm just sorting my camera out.
Oh wait, okay. There we go.
Oh God! Don't blow over. Don't blow.
Oh, I didn't realise you could see that. Oh, sorry.
Oh well, there you go.
Is that going to stay? I can't believe you made me move my camera.
Sneaking minced pie in there before we started the stream. That's gone down a treat. Look at that. And we're back. Oh,
wow. I'll turn that off. It's a bit bright, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit bright. There we go. Oh, actually, no, I've got headphones on. Put them in first. That might help.
Why did I shouldn't have changed my dice? That's what lost. That's what lost me that game.
You used out all the
awful dice to other awful dice.
Yeah, I burnt out all the bad luck. I should have stuck with it.
Yeah, you should have done. But I mean, top draw gaming now. I mean, that's that. If you know, that's top table gaming. If I ever saw it, you know, that was ace.
I think it was Power Games in Middle Earth, wasn't it? I think. Yeah.
What do you think of that scenario then? I mean,
when I worked out how it worked in the penultimate turn, I think I thought it was significantly better than before. If you can get the idea that you're both trying to achieve exactly the same thing is very, very rare.
Yeah,
you're both trying to move Fatty Bulger off the same table. There's one of those in. Is it in Battle Games in Middle Earth, the magazine, or is it in the new War in Rohan book? There's one of those where Merry and Pippin are running for the Fangorn, and the good player has to get Merry and Pippin off that table edge, and the evil player has to carry Merry and Pippin off that table edge.
Mm-hmm.
But you always imagine this weird situation in which Merry and Pippin are running along with just an orc running next to them, and then on the last turn, because they're trying to. It's quite rare, I think, in scenarios that you're trying to do that. And it's obviously one of those.
Yeah, I like it because actually it balances out a bit, because obviously the hobbits have got they've not got the movement advantage, but he's got the heroic move, which I think actually it's a really well thought out scenario. Unsurprisingly for an Adam Troke production, but I think that was excellent work, and the fact that it came down to the very last turn, it could have gone either way. That's always a great sign.
Yeah, I think if I understood how it worked, I would have sent more hobbits with him.
Yeah,
like you could, you would have.
I think you just put blockers there to stop me being able to get to him, and there's not much I can do, especially when I'm rolling 2 to cast Compel constantly. It's just really annoying.
Yeah, I think realistically you should have had a bit more luck early on, and that might have changed things quite dramatically. But that is the way of the game, and I suppose being conservative with the will early on might have, if you put a couple more dice into a couple of those rolls, who knows?
No, that's absolutely the right thing. The only thing you can use will on that is command, because you're going to need them for the fights.
That's true. True. It's good fun.
It was a tough one not coming on straight over 2 of them. They'd have all come on at the same time. It's a different game, I think.
There's just so many hobbits as well.
Yeah.
There were a lot of hobbits.
I think I can't remember what we did, but you have to roll each turn for the hobbits, don't you?
Once the alarm goes, they just come up. Yeah.
No, you've got to roll each turn. I'm sure you do.
You don't.
No, once the alarm is raised, you just get one. It's for you, for the ring wraith, for rummaging around that you get.
Sure.
Yeah.
Fairly sure.
Once the alarm's been raised, you get a hobbit per hole per turn.
Let's have a look.
And they're limitless as well. So
not that I don't believe you, but I'm going to check.
He's going to check anyway. Right, I'm going to jump into the chat. I know we've had lots of different things mentioned about the game. Where did we come up to the end? So the Wraith he was fighting popped. Where was that? That's 12:04. So bye, Larry. David, Johnny Swine. Each turn. You have to roll each turn for the hobbits.
Each turn, boys.
Nah, mate. You're reading it wrong.
I'm not, mate. You looked that up in the book and read it wrong.
I'm not, mate. Each turn in the end phase, the good player may roll a dice.
Yeah, and on the score, Fatty shouts have raised the alarm. If Fatty is within the board edge, blah blah blah. If once the alarm has been raised, the good player may deploy 1 Hobbit Archer in base contact.
Where are you reading here?
Just keep going, mate. Just.
I can't. I've got to read it all. Can't bother.
Only because it improved your own.
This is truly Trumpian. I'm going to read it. I'm going to read the bit, and then I'm going to stop. I'm not going to read the rest. I don't need it. It supports my argument.
Excellent. Thanks to the people who jumped in late on in the stream. I know we might have lost people. It's getting late. But I know, don't worry, I'll be here when you wake up. What else we got? Harry, how was the pizza? It was very good. Thanks, Matt. It was a really nice pizza, actually.
I could eat a pizza now. I really could.
I couldn't eat a thing more. I had that full pizza and half a little mini garlic bread. I do have some chocolate thingies that came free with it. So cookies.
It's that weird thing where you've got to figure out what meal you're on as well, because you're going to have sustenance over the next 12 hours. But is it like a supper? Do you try and stay normal, or do you have another dinner in the middle of the night? Like what?
I'm going to have nuts. I'm going to just be eating my nuts.
Let's go to eat a bunch of nuts.
Feast on some nuts. So Nathan's been saying, there's definitely more room in narrative scenarios or weird mechanics. I'm really impressed with Damien's ability to paint and interact as well. I can barely paint and watch, let alone interact. Well,
Thanks.
Yeah, and Joe Holzman confirms.
Harry's doing all the legwork, like moving the model.
I'm just, I was just kicking back. Once alarm's been raised, you don't need to raise it again, says Joe. And Matt King says TLDR. What does that mean?
Too long didn't read.
Oh, yes, that's right.
He's talking about Steve.
Yes.
Skimmed, mate. Skimmed
it. Well, there you go. And actually, you know what? I think I'm really glad that scenario has appeared in the new Wide Off. I genuinely forgotten it was in there, but it's always been my favourite scenario that I've ever done. And the fact
Have you played it a lot then, Harry, in the past?
Not a lot, but I've played it more than any other scenario. I think because I just love.
What are your thoughts on that? Did we? What were we doing? Did you do it wrong? Is it normally different?
Well, I think I would definitely have done a couple more compels early on and spent a bit more effort than Steve did on it. But then it's hard to know exactly what you did because you failed with your dice roll. So, but yeah, because the thing is, once Fatty's been knocked out, it should be fairly straightforward. You just sort of drag him off the board. So the times that I've done it, it has been a similar situation that the Ringwraith has won, but later on in the game, and they've sort of slayed him, knocked him out, or killed him about halfway.
Yeah, I think there's a good argument to not knocking him out until he's near the board edge. Let him get them 4 inches because you get him there quicker.
Yeah,
and then to jump him at the end. Yeah,
that's what I meant about the Merry and Pippin thing. Like, don't bother trying to carry it. Walk there and knock him out on the edge.
Yeah, because he's you're moving 3 inches with him as a heavy object. Although I suppose you could share the load.
Share
the load.
Share the load.
That was utterly disturbing from this camera angle.
That was like the mouth of Sauron saying it.
Old Greybeard, I have a token there has been to show thee.
Joe says if I'd been playing, I'd have tried to roll more 6s, which is a great idea.
I was trying, man.
I think it is, but I think the good thing about it is I have now that's probably getting up to the fourth of maybe around 4 times I think playing it, and I think it has been about half and half, maybe 3 wins to the Hobbit, so actually I think it's half and half. So yeah, I think it's fairly even-handed, which is rare for a scenario, especially these days where the scenarios often seem to be designed to end up like the result in the books or films. So
I always think it shouldn't be 50-50. You should I think a narrative scenario should 60-40 favour what happened in the story, but definitely give the other side a decent chance.
Any chance, yeah, because it is frustrating if you're playing a scenario that there's actually no hope.
I've looked at the Faramir's Charge one, and I haven't played it, but I'm just I cannot conceive of how they could win. And there's even a note in it. There's a designer's note that says this is going to be very difficult for good.
Yeah,
and it's like, I mean, it's almost like a dice rolling exercise. It's like, but it's I know they die, but if you want to turn it into a scenario, it's got to be a hope. Otherwise, there's just no point in playing it.
Yeah, and it's I guess you could argue, well, it's fun if you swap sides, but it's equally never that fun, really, if you're just smashing someone. Like that's not that fun if you're.
That is exactly the argument, isn't it? You swap sides and see who can do the best as the outnumbered side.
Yeah, absolutely. Joe says, also, I think C lost it in the penultimate turn when he ignored the clearly good advice and decided not to compel Fatty so he could get both rates in.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. What I was trying to do was get my wraiths as far away from the hobbits that were left, so they couldn't charge. So I needed to move rather than.
I guess it was an all eggs in that one basket of a turn.
Yeah. I'm a one basket kind of guy. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I think if you did, but having said that,
There's a lot of twos. There's a lot of twos in that basket, but my one basket kind of guy.
If you think about it retrospectively, though, if you had those two ringwraiths in that combat, you'd have won, you'd have killed him, and you'd have been able to carry him off in that turn because of the 6-inch carrying the heavy object. So just a thought. But...
Well,
that's a grossly sobering thought.
Yeah, Joe points out that you can cast and move. So, yeah. But anyway, Nathan says definitely the narrative should lean towards a historical winner, but the trick is making sure it isn't just crap to the normally evil side. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. That is very, very true. So there you go. That is the Fatty Bulger's Great Escape. So coming up in the next half an hour, once these guys decide that they can't bear me anymore, I have more content for everyone. So I think it's getting towards a stage where people in the other side of the world are starting to perhaps be waking up. I don't know. It's midday or something over in Australia. So in fact, Lachlan is just talking. Yes, that's right. Lockie has said he's going to appear now at the very end of my stream. So in the last hour and a half or so. So we'll get him on there, and he's going to appear. So that is great. So
sorry, what is in 10.5 hours time?
Yes, in 10 hours time, he's going to turn up. So actually, when you guys are maybe considering waking up again, so do join in for that. So that's great. Let me just have a quick jump in, see if we've got some comments. I know people have been dropping some things into the thread, see what they're working on. Feel free, while I'm saying this, to, if you're painting, drop into the Great British Hobbit League Facebook page, have a look at the Show Me Your Hobby Progress thing, and drop in a picture of what you've been working on, and I'll give you a bit of time to do that. So that is what's going on. Let me have a look, open this. How's your painting going, by the way, Damien? I see you've been working on it all evening. So
yeah, I've not done an awful lot, to be honest, but I have now. Don't know if you saw them before. Oh, don't know how this is going to work really. But
yeah, let's just got your big screen. Hold on.
Whoa, just got.
Hold on. There we go.
They are now base coated and shaded.
Hey, they look nice.
Thanks.
Really nice.
It's just as I say, it's just base coats and a wash. So I'll start to highlight them up now.
Are they
Merry Christmas and Merry Christmas to you.
Two Merrys. Excellent. Very nice stuff.
More than I did on our stream last night.
Art at War says, off to bed, catch you in the morning. Thanks very much.
Take care, man.
Really appreciate your time supporting the channel. Really grateful. I know I've probably missed people going to sleep over the last sort of few hours. So thank you very much to everyone who's been watching. I know you can't hear me now, but hey ho. So let's see what people are putting the stream out. So yeah, so Lockie is there. I'll comment on that later. Right. So here we go. We've got Tim. He's doing some basing. Look at that. That's nice work on a King of the Dead. Lovely stuff.
Very nice.
And is that a generation shift base? It looks similar, but actually I don't think it is. It's a circular base at the bottom. It's got some bricks.
I don't think it is.
No, but it looks really nice. I like it. Tim, thanks very much for doing that. If you're still watching. Nathan, work in progress. I don't know what that is that I'm looking at.
They are really useful boxes with magnets in the bottom. It looks like
they are. Yes, they do look like that. Very nice. And more importantly, he's added the drinks. That's probably why the first face picture was so blurry. Also, discovered the Fatty has the eye of Sauron. Look at that. Yeah, thanks very much. Showing my chipped model as well. Look at how he's got like a little chip out of the top of his head. Anyway, Nathan, thanks for pointing that out. Dwalin is converting a Thranduil. What a lovely Thranduil model that is. I don't know where you get the elk from, but it's really nice. That looks really nice.
Very cool.
Very nice work there. And Joe, who's just been talking to us, working on a Denethor this evening while listening along. So there we go. Thank you very much. That's looking excellent. Right. So, and I know we had some in the preview, so I did another thread earlier. So let's see how it's going. That's how fresh I looked beforehand, by the way. Someone needs to take a screenshot at some point during the middle of the night.
That's fine.
Oh, fab. Wow. Gaz, these are the ones I was mentioning earlier. So he started at 2 and commented that he'd done a certain number of riders at 10 o'clock. This is looking amazing if you can see the detail on these. The lats look like a Gamling, and the new, the Théoden and the Gamling that have just been released again. And some cork on the bases, some beautiful shining riders of Rohan there. Lovely, lovely stuff. And I like this, particularly this rider with the patches on the colour. That's not. It's not something you see very often because I suppose it takes such a lot of effort to do, but it's really nice when you do see a rider of Rohan that's got like different colour on the horses and things like that. It's lovely. It's lovely. Have you ever done those, Steve? Or Damien, have you ever tried?
Nah.
Nah,
Sometimes I do a bit on the nose.
Yeah, maybe around the hoofs, but not like that. I'm like you though, Harry. Every time I see it, I think, oh, I'm going to do that next time, and then I just can't be asked.
Yeah, can't be asked.
I hate it so much. So anything that complicates the process for me.
It's get it done as quickly as possible for me. I've been doing. In fact, I've got my box over here. I've been doing the cataphracts recently. I'll just go and reach over.
So the Krypton factor.
Yeah.
I wasn't that far. I've been doing the cataphracts. I've really enjoyed doing them, but they're. Oh, hold on. There we go. So they're just pretty standard, but they're looking really. I'm really happy with how they look generally.
Yeah.
But there are. Which one was it? I've done one that I've quite. Oh no, maybe I didn't do it in the end. They're all just normal horses. Oh yeah, this one. Here we go. So I kind of did a little bit on the shoes.
Yeah.
I haven't, but then even then I've kind of given up shading it.
The socks.
Yeah, that's it. Socks. Sorry.
Yeah. There you go. It's all right.
There you go. Yeah, that's all right. But yeah, I'm quite happy with the way they turned out. But I've never put a lot of effort into the horses because.
Apparently, contrast paints are great for horses. I've never done it.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, I haven't actually bought any contrast paints yet, because I've got so many other paints. I've still got really early Citadel paints that I've picked up in armies.
The browns, like the browns are great. I think it's called Wildwood brown. It's great colour.
Yeah, that does sound good. I see people using them and think, oh, that looks good. There is you could definitely tell which ones are done in contrast and which ones are done in standard Citadel style, and I do still prefer the Citadel.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
This classic painting style, but I know it's much quicker and much easier the other way.
I don't think I'd do a full mini every bit of it in contrast.
No,
I'm not a fan of that look. But,
no,
but the browns are good. The browns are really good.
Have you got much contrast?
Me? I haven't got any of them.
No, is that? I guess the same situation.
Yeah, it's not a particular big, I don't know, ideological standpoint. I'm not anti it or anything. I just it's a big entry cost, isn't it? They're quite expensive, and
yeah, because they're the really big ones, aren't they?
It's learning a whole new way to paint, and I'm grumpy and old, and I don't like change.
Set ways.
Yeah, I think it is a bit of that. It's like I don't feel like I need it.
Yeah.
So
I use them a lot as shades, so I thin them down and use them as shades, which is nice. You get a lot more choice or glazes.
Yeah.
So I don't do them like the way they were intended. So I wouldn't like when I say the browns are good. I don't do what's going to be brown like in the grey sear or the whatever the ivory colour is, and then put the brown over. I'll do a brown. Yeah, Wraithbone. I'll do like a light brown and then put like the Wildwood over it. And you get like a really nice transition. They're good. I think you just got to play with them. But yeah, you just buy a couple of browns and try it out. They're good.
Slippery slope though, isn't it? It's like Funko Pops. I'll just buy my favourite character. I'll just buy the rest of the fellowship, and then before you know it, dark-eyed little morons.
I think I can see the advantage, especially for browns, because there are so many browns in Middle Earth. In different tones, that it's nice to have a different way of doing a leather, for example.
Yeah.
But then, because I could see doing Hunter Orcs in the dark brown because I've got some Hunter Orcs that are ready to go, and that would make it very easy to do them. But I might just spray them brown and then paint everything else, and it doesn't. Would it? I don't know whether it would really.
You can almost think of a contrast like base coat for a hunter orc, and then paint them normally. And then once you start going insane, you can just leave anything you haven't painted as that contrast base, maybe.
Yeah.
I think I would definitely. This is right in a way, isn't it? I would definitely say give them a go, because I was kind of like that. I wasn't a fan of them, but I tried them just because we did a thing when they released them on Top Table.
We did a painting morning. Was that it?
Yeah, and I realised that I actually quite like the bright colours I don't like, the flesh I don't like, but it's more the stuff that it's the dark stuff. So like the blacks, the greys, the white is amazing. If you don't like painting white, I think it's called Apothecary White is amazing.
How do you paint white with a shade?
It's basically a really light grey, but the way that contrast paint works is where it pools. There's loads of pigment in it, so it's really hard to describe. You'd have to see it.
So do you spray something white and then it's basically a very light grey wash?
Yeah.
Well,
It's amazing.
It kind of dries different colours, doesn't it? That's
Yeah, so it's got like a really nice gradient to it. It is really good. It's really good.
I'd be intrigued to try that for like a Gandalf or a Saruman the White or something like that. That would be intriguing. But
yeah, it takes some practice because it's harder to control than normal paint. So you've got to be very careful with it.
See, that's the thing. I don't want to learn a new style of paint. I enjoy I'm one of those sadists who actually enjoys painting white over a black undercoat as well. So I always do it. Always do it over a black undercoat. I go so for Saruman. Where's my Saruman? Right,
it's just crazy talk.
It's like putting bits of your body in a vice.
So my Saruman, who I'm pretty proud of, or it's not bad anyway. But I just do brown and dark, and then you kind of build it up with brown, basically just entirely leather, and I just built it up, and it looks quite good.
Why don't you do that over a white undercoat though?
But then you're left with white in the recesses, and then it looks bad.
So do it in beige.
You could paint them.
Yeah, but I don't. Yeah, but I don't know. I did one because I've got a few Sarumans in there, and I think
Saramai,
yeah, and was it Gandalf? I can't remember which I did, which was in, and it just didn't come out as well as I hoped.
Take a step out of your comfort zone, Harry.
Yeah, maybe I should. Well, I know it was Galadriel. And I did that in white, and it never came out the way I don't know. You can't quite see it.
Is that because it was white to begin with that you painted it in a more lazy fashion than you would have done?
I can't tell the difference between those like models particularly, but I thought your Galadriel looked better than your Saruman.
Yeah, you're probably right. Although, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the Galadriel does look quite good now. Look at it, and I don't know. Maybe it's just me being silly.
On the things that I dislike painting, I don't really like painting black, robes. I don't like painting white, and I don't like painting horses. And the contrast is supposedly very good for those three things.
But then you've been doing ring rates recently, and they've all looked really nice.
They're just dry brushing. I was saying about it last night. It's this Kev's guide. It's just dry brushing, and it really works. I never would have thought it would, but I've not. I think I tried this last night. I have no idea how well it will come out, but check that out.
I think that's great, and the horse is dark enough that it's different, but it's still dark.
Yeah, well, you've got to make your horse a brown, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be dark brown. Yeah.
And they're a pig to paint. You can see all the stuff they've got on their heads.
Yeah.
They've
got
straps
over their heads, then covered in straps and metal plating.
Yeah.
But yeah, the cloak is literally just black, and then you add a bit of towel-like ochre to it, and dry brush it. Add a bit more towel-like ochre, and dry brush it, and you do that 4 times.
That's really good. What have I been doing? I like doing stuff with this paint. I can't remember what it's called. It's Storm Vermin Fur. It's like a darky kind of green.
Yeah, it's good colour.
I love that one. It used to be something else. I can't remember what it used to be called now. But that's why I do blacks these days. I do that and then kind of shade down, rather than highlight up from the black. So there you go. Right. I can sense the Antichrist is yawning, and Damien, we've got 15 minutes before the next guest is on. So in the next few minutes, I'll say goodbye to you guys because we've got a
Who have we got coming in next? It's Conquest Creations, I believe, which is Jacob Lucas. So I'll send him a message. Yes, here we go. He says he's might be a few minutes behind schedule, which is always good to hear. So
I'll tell you what, these Aussies need to just sort themselves out. Set an alarm. You know what I mean?
You need them as well, don't you, mate? You need them to get you through.
I'm really hoping that they all actually do appear at some point in the night. I'm sure they will. Let me just find them.
I feel like really bad, and I'm not bragging, but to be saying like I'm going to go to bed feels really like a fairly shitty thing to do, and like sort of leave you here sobbing into your pizza box. But well done to you for doing this, and good luck. Because my God, I don't envy you the next. Where are we? What time is it? It's coming up to 1.
So we've got 11 hours and 15 minutes.
I think you'll. I'm just thinking about me. Like if I could stay here, I could stay doing this until I reckon about 3 o'clock. I'd be all right, and then I'd start getting. I need to go to bed, but I'm not allowed because I'm doing a stream. And then by the time you've pushed through that, I think the 7, 8, 9 is going to be the real killer.
Yeah, I agree. Lol, Frederick says lol at the Antichrist is yawning. I think the difficult bit is probably going to be the 6 till sort of 9 mark, where it's really properly early in the morning when I'm feeling stupidly exhausted and the sun hasn't risen yet. But I've got some great people to join me at that time. I've got
Devon on, right? I mean, he's going to come.
I love Devon. Devon, Matt, and
to be fair, when Devon comes on, you could get your head down for half an hour.
Honestly, that's what I was thinking. It's not just me. It's not just Devon either. It's Devon, Matt, and Rainier from the DCHL, and they're just going to kind of do all the work. I'll just sit here and go like, but I'll be on the stream and I'll be talking. But they're going to be on. So let me just have a quick run through while you're still here of what's coming up in the next few hours. So if anyone is willing to stay up this side of the morning. We've got Jacob Lucas from Conquest Creations in Australia, who'll be doing a tournament review of Minimise in Victoria in Australia. They had a tournament today or Saturday.
The lucky so-and-so.
I know. So he will be telling me all about what happened in that. Then I'll be actually ending this stream and starting on the new one before the Unexpected podcast with Devon, Matt, and Rainier, the DCHL guys. So Devon will be there. Then the Durin Show. Have you guys encountered the Durin Show yet?
I don't believe so.
No, this is a new podcast that I think started in sort of summer or late September or something like that. So they've done like 6 or 7 episodes. It's 3 or 4 brothers from America who have basically all played the game, and they've decided to doing a podcast about it. And that's cool. Yeah. So it'll be great to have. I think I'm only getting 2 of the 3 or 4 brothers in, but either way, that would be great. So it'd be awesome to hear from them and to hear about a new podcast on the scene and some new voices in the scene as well. Then Kylie from the Green Dragon and of course of Ardicon fame at 5:30 in the morning. So she's going to need. Yeah, I know. She's going to need to bring the energy. So if you guys are up at 5:30.
No, mate.
No, mate. Surely you'll be setting your alarm for that, mate. For to do your kitchen. Surely. No.
I'll be getting up. About 8:30.
I think Em's pissed off enough that I followed up my alternate Friday off everything while I stream with a bonus Saturday off everything while I stream, and then I think pitching that I set an alarm for 5:30 in the morning on a Sunday. I am hoping to drop in though tomorrow. Like I'm gonna wake up about 10, 11, 12, whenever I wake up. I'll try. I've sort of cleared the morning, so I'm hoping to come back at.
Yeah, even if it's just in the background, that'd be great. Yeah. At 7 o'clock, we've got Andrew Cox from Beard Clipper on, so he'll be doing some live terrain building. So in 7 hours' time, when I'm very tired, I'll be cutting up things, lollipop sticks.
That was well planned, mate. Well planned.
It was a stupid idea. So I might actually get the plasters out in advance because that'll happen. And then at 9 o'clock, it's Jeremy from the Green Dragon. Out the frying pan at 10:30. and then the end of all things at 11 o'clock. So actually, those last couple of hours maybe jiggled around a bit now, and Lockie Linton King is deigning to dip in at some point.
Is that Dan and Stu joining you?
I think it's just going to be Dan now. Stu was originally going to come, but I think he's looking after children now, so it'll probably just be Dan. But either way, hopefully she'll appear. But yeah, it'll be Dan, and Dan has been in, I think, most of the evening as well. So fabulous for Dan to spend most of the day watching and then get up early to join in as well. That'd be Bill.
Very cool. Damn good podcast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it really is good fun. It's very light-hearted, kind of banter-driven podcast, and beer and pretzels kind of vibe.
I mean, God knows it's no Entmoot.
Thanks. To be fair, they have actually done podcasts in the last few months. I've kind of dropped off the podcasting.
Your whole shtick fell apart with the global pandemic, didn't it?
Yeah, it did kind of. So I've done some other things and dipped around, but it's not the same. It's not the same. I loved the whole.
I really liked yours. I got into, because I think I had a lot to catch up on. I got into this. It felt like reading a diary of someone. It wasn't. They weren't. It felt like one complete story. Where every week it was like you'd learnt from the previous week about your. And I was enjoying how your Mordor army developed and stuff, and how you were going taking Sauron and then Shelob and then a Fell Beast and swapping them around and stuff. It had a nice narrative to it.
Well, that's kind of what I was going for. Yeah, and then
someone ate a bat.
Yeah, someone ate a bat somewhere in China, and then all things happened. But it will return, and it will return properly. I will still do the podcast when tournaments are allowed. I guess probably spring. Maybe a bit earlier.
We were saying last night that it sounds a bit miserable, but we're hoping for Warhammer World doubles at the end of July. That's my honest hope. I think anything before that will be fortunate. I hope it all does happen.
Yeah. I think smaller events, like I think you could probably get away with 20-person events, things like that. So I think we could, or maybe 12 or whatever. I think there'll still be the possibility of doing. I mean, I did have one event in September, which is when the numbers were max 30 or whatever it was for a gathering. I'm sure that'll arrive again at some point.
It's not going to be one day, is it? So we'll have to kind of build up and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Just it feels like some way away to me still.
Yeah, it definitely somewhere. I mean, I think I'm giving away a free ticket to Into the West in January, which is backup day is in June, which I think is more likely to happen, if I'm honest. I know Matt King's actually in the chat at the moment. Matt, yes, you are. You're commenting as recently as 3 minutes ago. So, Matt, I think if I'm honest, I'd love to go in January, but I think it's likely it's going to be June.
I hope it happens. I really do. So last night, but just my personal gut feeling is that it won't.
Wow,
we've all got a plan for these things. We've all got a plan for them. You've got a plan for them, and you've got to cancel them. It's a nightmare.
Yeah, that's the thing. The knowledge you have to cancel it. Yeah, that's sad. Because I've got. I know Steve, yours is in February, isn't it? Scouring.
End of February.
Yeah, and I think mine's the week or two before yours, maybe a week after. Either way, I can't see ours happening either, really. But
an educated guess would say it's going to have to be moved again. But I'm going to make a call on it probably start of Jan.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to see what happens over Christmas. But my gut instinct tells me over Christmas that we will have another spike just after.
Yeah, there'll be a lockdown in January. I'd have thought. I'd be very surprised if not. I know it's slightly different where Matt is. He's in Cardiff, isn't it? So that's a different set of rules and a different system. But I don't know whether that'll make that much difference in the long run. Right. Frederick. Someone just said. Frederick just said. Oh, this is interesting. Oh, this is great. Hold on. Let me just find this if this is right. Sorry, talk amongst yourselves for a sec.
So, Krypton Factor.
Yeah. What a show.
It is good. What about that? Over £1,000.
Oh, boom! Smash it.
That is amazing. That is so amazing. So Larry has donated saying roll higher, Steve.
Larry's literally donated to charity for you.
Excellent. Neil says, love the content. What a great cause. Luke says, going great. Keep it up, Harry. Chris G says, keep up the stream. Get your running shoes on, Fatty. Tom Wag says, great stream, amazing effect and top work. Tim Garlick, great work, Harry. Amazing. £1,031. That is amazing.
And you're only halfway through.
Yeah, I know. So maybe I should just give up now. I mean, I've raised all the money. So will anyone notice?
Wake up in 9 hours, and you just would have picked. As long as no one from across the Atlantic, just say now they're lying, mate. They're lying.
Yeah, it's like, well, what are they talking about? What are they talking about? Well, okay. With that in mind, it's going to be. Well, actually, I don't know what Jacob Lucas said. How long he's going to be, because I don't want you to leave before. Okay, it's 10-15 minutes. Afternoon. So yeah, okay, it's looking like he'll be arriving in 20 minutes or so. So with that in mind,
we can't leave you unsupervised in case you fall asleep. So.
Well, I'm going to have a break. I'm going to have a bit of a break, 5-minute break, so I can share things again into various different, maybe the Australian groups, things like that. That would be useful, and get him on, and we can do some things. Unless you're willing to play one more game of my observation Krypton factor thing, because you've been going on about it all night. The Krypton factor.
Oh yeah. Whatever, mate. Whatever.
Damien doesn't want it. Sorry, Steve doesn't want it.
This is my prime time, mate. This is when I'm at my best.
Right.
I'll do any old shit. Look at me.
Right.
Stay at me.
Oh, Jacob Lucas is commenting in. He says, "Sorry, lads, causing problems. Don't worry about it, Jacob. It's absolutely fine.
Come on, Jacob. I need to go to bed. Where are you?
When you're ready. I know you've got. I think you've got to get back or something like that. Get home. Let me know. Let me know. He'll appear in the studio, and then we'll know he's there. So, in the meantime, everyone, get ready to play along at home. What we're going to do, if you haven't watched this earlier when Damien and Steve arrived, this is. I haven't called it anything yet. It's just a bit of entertainment.
Hey. Whoop.
Or
you said this was entertainment. The start of it is actually Ent, which is the name of your podcast.
God, yes, I didn't think of that. Very good. Picked up on it.
Entertainment.
Yeah, it's got two in it. It's a two.
It's a two. That is good. I need to come up with some more puns related to the moot bit, though, don't I? So,
Ent. Moot. It's a gathering of cows.
Moot. Very good. Yeah. Right. Okay. So, really
that died a death, didn't it?
Yeah. I'll just leave that one there. So everyone, right? Everyone watching at home as well. So there's actually a fair amount more in now than there were in the sort of more reasonable hour of 6 o'clock. So that's good. That's always good. And so, sorry,
got 30 watching.
Yeah, I know. Still after 13 hours nearly. Right. So we've got quizzes. So we did the Black Gate. So I'll get rid of that one. We did the Bruinen. So we get rid of that one. Did we do the Last Alliance? I don't think we did.
No. Have I got to count Numenorians now?
Like, like in Trivial Pursuit, when you get kids' questions and adults' questions, I think Steve might need a kids' question for this one.
Okay, I've got a question for you, Steve. All right, I've got two questions. So they're good.
How many Gilgalads appear in this?
Victory was near. But the power of the ring could not be undone.
$10,000.
The question I was going to ask for Steve is, which elven king appears in this? Do you know which one, Steve?
Gilgalad.
Yay! Okay, right. The question is actually, there you go, so you can do that. Right, the question is actually, how long is the Elf King Gilgalad on screen for to the nearest 1/100th of a second?
1/100th?
Yeah, so if you imagine it's a second with two digits afterwards, so it'll look like 3 digits with a dot in between somewhere. So how long is he on screen for? So we're looking for something point something something.
1.68.
Right. What is everyone saying in the comments below? What's everyone saying in the comments below?
I'm gonna go 2.5.
Ooh, interesting. What is everyone thinking in the comments below? So how long is the Elven King Gilgalad for on there? So yeah, Nate
You should have said how many arrows flew past Elrond's.
Yeah, someone says that. Nathan says count the arrows. Larry is guessing 1.35. Joe Holzman 0.84. This is wildly different. Well, I say wildly. It's within the space of a few seconds. 1/100th of a second. G's. Yeah. So what did you say, Steve?
2.5.
2.5. And what was your guess, Damien?
I think I said 1.68.
1.68. We've got a few more coming in now. We'll keep the guesses coming in. Fohammer says 4.76. So the longest so far. Neil says 1.45. Ooh, okay. This is interesting. Alex Rose says, I like to moot it. I like that.
Moot it.
I need to get that made into a jingle. Thanks, Alex, for joining in. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Have we got any more guesses? Would you like to refine any of your guesses?
I think it might be slightly longer. I think Steve's going to be closer than I am because it does ever so slightly pause at the end.
It does. It goes.
Yeah.
Do you want to watch it again, or just to see if you know what you're asking for? If you...
Well, we'll count it then, won't we?
Yeah, because you can count to 1/100th of a second, Steve. Come on, please. That's going to work.
It's one shot, right? It's only one shot, isn't it?
It is literally just one shot of the Elven King Gilgalad. What I'll do is I'll play it a little bit and then get to the point, and then I'll just stop it because it goes on now. So Gilgalad isn't in shot yet. He's not in shot yet. That's Elrond. Right, here we go. There he is. Oh wait, there wasn't. There he is. He's in shot.
Victory
That's
was
it.
near.
Right. I'll close it. There we go.
Could be closer to 3 seconds. That.
I think it's between 2 and 3 seconds.
I think. Did that help?
Not really.
I'm gonna.
You know, you're like, I can count exactly. It's 2 points.
I'm gonna stick with 2.5.
All right. Okay. Nathan wants to know how much the Gilgalad actor was paid per 100th of a second. Well, that's a good question. But I guess he'd be paid whatever, and for his time. Right,
probably more security wasn't in it.
Yeah. It was actually 2.13 seconds. So actually, you were both about half a second off. So actually, that's very good. Luke just adds in at the last minute 2.48. So close. Who was the closest then? Updated guess, Nathan. Yeah, so Nathan actually was very close with his 2.35 seconds. Don't think anyone else got closer. So yeah. So well done, Nathan. You get a draft of Ent draft. Here we go. There you go. That is the prize. Okay, so let's do. Do you want to do one more, or are you exhausted and want to go?
Steve wants to do a long one. Have you got a long one?
A really long one?
Yeah, I do.
Go on, Steve. Do you want to do a long one?
No.
Look, I did put in the schedule, and I will keep you as long as I can.
You're on holiday. You got nothing, mate. You're loving life.
Got a kitchen to do tomorrow.
Steve, I feel bad for you. I don't know why you're doing your kitchen on a Sunday morning, but it's your fault, I suppose.
Because if I don't,
doing it.
my nuts with the little red skin will be in a jar on top of the mantelpiece. If you know, you know.
Yeah. We were talking about nuts earlier, the mixed nuts bag.
You're not
Larry,
making it any better there, Harry.
No, Larry updated his 3.12, which was wrong, and yeah, got all the wrong numbers, all the right numbers. And second update from Nathan Tap 2.13. I don't know how you did that, Nathan. Very good. Right, okay. This is I think my favourite one of them all that we've done so far. We haven't done any for the Hobbit films though, so no, I'll do that later. Do that. Here we go. This is the early part.
Themes? Like...
No, I haven't. I don't think. Sorry, I should have gotten you one. I didn't think of that. Right, here we go.
Good gracious.
Before you came along, we Bagginses were very well thought of.
Indeed.
Never had any adventures or did anything unexpected.
If you're referring to the incident with the dragon, I was barely involved. All I did was give your uncle a little nudge out of the door.
Whatever you did, you've been officially labelled a disturber of the peace.
Just love that. That just fills me with so much joy seeing that. What do you think I'm going to ask you about?
Count the Hobbit children.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one, actually. I hadn't thought of that. Not that. Did you count the Hobbit children?
He's right.
You got 6 Hobbit children. That's what you think I was going for.
7.
7. Okay. It isn't that.
Shit.
I was banking on that. I was going out on a high.
But that was too late. I did consider it, but that's too late on in the video, and I thought that's the last thing you see. So it's something a bit earlier on in the video, but something you might know anyway if your knowledge is good. What vegetable?
I'm out.
What vegetable can be spotted in the background behind the Hobbit couple we see? So when they drive past the Hobbit couple, the grumpy Hobbit couple, I think they're proud feats, aren't they? What vegetable do we see sat?
Are we waiting?
I give it a bit of time. Give it a bit of time for people to have a look. Larry Miller says, "Damn, I was hoping to see 7 Hobbit children too." I
want to say pumpkin, but I think that's too obvious. So, shall I give my guess?
Go on.
I think it might be a marrow.
A marrow, interesting. Damien, any ideas?
I think they're mushrooms.
Mushrooms. Interesting. We've got some comments in here. We've got Larry Miller says, "Is it carrot?" They'd have to be quite big for you to see them in the background, unless there were loads of them, I suppose. No, it's not carrots. Pure guess, carrots. People are thinking pumpkin, for sure. Pumpkin.
That's a bold guess. Pumpkin for sure.
For sure, it's a pumpkin, says Neil. Well, I did
for sure.
I did screenshot this one because I thought this one is actually showable. It's in the background. What is that? It's a pumpkin. It's a pumpkin. It's a grey pumpkin. That is what it is. It is. It's easier to see in the moving image, but I checked. It is a grey pumpkin. They're called ghost pumpkins. I don't know how to get rid of this thing now.
I thought that was 2 big mushrooms on top of each other.
No, I mean we can watch it again if you want, but I
thought the right thing. But
you did. Well, let's just.
Before you came along, we Bagginses were very
so
well
it's
thought
not. I've got this image on top. There you go.
Adventures
It's a good, says someone.
If you're referring to the
General Squash, says Alex
I was
Rose.
barely involved.
Butternut squash, says
All
Luke.
I did was give your uncle a little
Hobbits
nudge
do
out
love
of the door.
mushrooms.
Whatever you did, you've been officially labelled a disturber of the peace.
So this is the downside. I have to wait. We're all waiting desperately. There you go. Are they pumpkins? They're definitely pumpkins. Yeah, there we go. All right. How do I get rid of this? Bloody hell. Where is it? There we go. There we go. There were pumpkins.
Pumpkins. Yeah, I'll give you that.
That was a pile of mushrooms.
I thought it was a ghost marrow. But there you go.
Yeah, no, they are ghost pumpkins. That is what they're called, ghost pumpkins. They are. There you go. So that is entertainment for the meantime.
Hey, entertain.
Meant.
Yeah.
So you've got to really emphasise the ent. So there we go. Well done to so lots of people. Alex says he's just dropped his loofah. It does look a little loofery, I'll give you that. It's a good
Loofery?
Loofery, yeah. You know, a little
loofery. Loofer-like.
Looferent. No, a bit different than a
hey.
Excellent. Right. With that in mind, thank you very much, Battle Streams in Middle Earth team, Steve and Damien, or should I say the Antichrist and Damien. I've just seen Jacob Lucas has popped up in the studio below, so I'm going to bid you a very fond farewell and hope that.
Well, there's some people here to say this. Well done to you, mate.
Well, I haven't done it yet, but thank you very much.
Well done. It's a wonderful thing you've done already.
You've already achieved something pretty spectacular, my friend.
Yeah, 13 hours.
You won't have people. You'll be thanking people coming on and off, but people won't necessarily be thanking you. So well done, mate. It's wonderful you've done.
Well, thank you.
Relevant of a good cause, you've also put on 24 hours of entertainment for people, which is
you lunatic.
Incredibly impressive.
Entertainment.
Hey.
See what you did there. Oh well, that's very kind of you. That is very kind. I just hope it's it's inspired a lot of people to donate money, which is amazing. And it's
I will come and check in the morning. I hope you're not dead.
I hope so too.
I mean that. I really do.
I know you do. Right. With that in mind, let's pass you over. Have a good night's sleep. Enjoy yourself. I hope you see you fresh in the morning. Cheerio.
We're gonna sail into the west, so you take care.
Bye. Cheers, guys. Damien and Steve, thank you very much for joining me throughout the evening. And then there was one. So Jacob Lucas is waiting from Conquest Creations, an Australian YouTube channel. He's been to minimise the tournament in the last 24 hours. And I'm going to drop him into the stream in a minute or two. So he is waiting in there. He should be able to hear what I'm saying. I'll just drop him a message in the private chat as well. But I'm going to take a brief break. It's been about 3 and a bit hours without a break. So I'm just going to splash my face, get a bit changed, and hopefully I'll be a bit more fresh for you. But I know it's very late, so I don't want to for you to be sitting without entertainment for a while. So come back 5 minutes or so, or maybe even less. I'll be back. In the meantime, relax, enjoy yourself. Frederick, I've just seen your 2:10 in the morning here in Germany. Thank you very much. You've been here a very long time. I know you've been dipping in and out all day. So thank you very much. And it's 2 o'clock in the morning there, so fair enough. Nathan, thanks very much. Even if you crashed now and couldn't keep going, you've raised some major money for a really important charity. That's true, but I'm keeping going for a bit longer. Right. I shall see you in a few minutes' time. It won't be much longer before Jacob Lucas is going to be in the building. Hello and welcome back to Entmoot Live. It's me, Harry. I've been in for 13 hours now and 8 minutes, or 18 minutes, but we have just under half that left, so 11 hours still to go, or 10 and a bit, and I need some help from across the other side of the world now. People are going to sleep here in this side of the world. I just had a couple of questions here. Dave Farmer says, has he said when the draw will be? I presume at the end of the stream. Yes, it is at the end of the stream. The draw to win a Hobbit hole all the way from Weta Workshop, and a Christmassy one at that. So that would be quite a prize to anyone who's donated using the donate button up here. So if you're just joining on the other side of the world, if you're Australian, American, wherever you're coming from, please tune in. I know it's a charity that will help a lot of people. Even if you're on the other side of the world, people are still people, and it's all about supporting people who've really struggled this year because of the coronavirus pandemic and the effect that's had on jobs and incomes and all that sort of stuff. I'll just play a quick clip, and then we'll be joined by none other than Jacob Lucas from the Conquest Creations.
I mean, first of all, it's been very busy. We've increased by 108%. Since March, we've given out 52 tons of food. A lot more people have had to go on benefits this year. Universal credit, the numbers have increased so much, but that's because people haven't got jobs anymore. We had a mother come in after not eating herself and mashing her last potato for her 6-month daughter, and she came into the food bank because that was her level of desperation. It just makes me want to cry. But I'm happy that she came. I'm happy that she was helped, and we've been able to support her further and connect her in with lots of different places that can help her further. So I'm pleased that we were able to be there for her. And but the fact that she was in that position in the first place is just absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. So food banks here in the UK really struggled this year. They've needed a lot of help. They've doubled the demand. So that's what it's all about. That's what we're raising a lot of money for. It's been amazing so far, the support we've had. And as I said, anyone who donates will get a chance to be in the draw for the Hobbit hole, and also for a ticket to Into the West in Cardiff. So that's all going to be drawn 11:30 tomorrow morning. Matt King will be coming in. So we'll get anyone who's donated any money at all to the charity gets an entry to both of those. So that's brilliant. Without much further ado, let's find our next guest all the way from Victoria, Australia. It's Jacob Lucas. Hello.
Hello, Harry. How you going?
Hi. Yeah, well, I'm tired, if I'm honest, but it's going all right. It's going all right. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm pretty good. I don't think I'm quite as tired as you are.
Yeah, I think you'd be struggling to be as tired as I am. No, let's just get this right. You're about 11 hours ahead, so it's what, midday or just after midday?
It's just after midday, so pretty cruisy for me compared to whatever time it is where you are. Getting into the early hours of the morning yet?
Yeah, it's 1:20 in the UK, so it's just getting to that stage where you really shouldn't be starting a new project. You know, usually I'd be thinking, all right, I'll finish off. I could finish off painting by now. I could finish off watching a movie or whatever, or ending the night out, that sort of vibe. Instead, no, I'm committing to another 11 hours of this, which is good. But at least I've got your support from people like yourself over on the other side of the world, and joined by the love of our hobby that we both do so many different things for. And I know you've been playing games the last 24 hours. You've had tournaments and all this sort of stuff. But first, for anyone who doesn't know, and just introduce yourself. I mean, what is Conquest Creations? What is the YouTube channel all about? And who are you? And what are you all about? I suppose in terms of the hobby.
Yeah, well, I'll start with me and I'll get into Conquest Creations. I've
sure.
started playing Middle Earth probably 5 years ago. I went to my first tournament and just went to that first tournament and instantly just knew that this is what I'm going to be doing with all my free time for as long as I can imagine. And yeah, since then I think I'm up to 11 fully painted 1,000 point armies now.
Wow.
And played in many tournaments. Yeah, but all my spare time, I'm either painting miniatures, thinking about lists, doing the rest of anything. And I figured that there's a bit of Middle Earth content, but not a heap. and I wanted to give a shot at growing the game, spreading it, putting it out there. So I decided, start making videos and battle reports, list breakdowns, all that kind of stuff. And I've also started making resin cast bases, and I'll be putting out terrain sets in the next little while to see if I can turn that into a little bit of a business as well as something I'm really passionate about. So if you want to watch battle reports, hear opinions on the game, Conquest Creations is a good spot to check out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and I know you've had some awesome stuff over the last sort of. And it's about, I don't know how long exactly you've been around for, but it feels like it's been the last 6 months. But when did you start?
Yeah, I think I put my first video out in April.
Okay, yeah. So I'm right then. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Not far off.
Yeah, pretty rough when I look back at them. But yeah, I've done quite a bit of stuff. I've done a lot of painting stuff on my channel, and then done quite a bit of terrain building. But decided that Middle Earth is what I'm into, and that's what I'm going to focus on. And yeah, have been, I think the past 12 videos that I've put out have been Middle Earth related, and they're getting better and better. Definitely editing videos is a lot more complex than I originally thought, but I think I'm getting the hang of it, got the equipment now, and yeah, quality is starting to climb very rapidly.
Yeah, it's a steep learning curve. I think that once you get the first few videos out there and you've ironed out the few creases, it quickly becomes A, an obsession, and B, something you get quite good at quite quickly. So, and I can see that progression already, having watched some of your videos as well, and you can see it on my videos as well. If you look back at some of the early ones, they definitely look a little more ropey than some of the stuff I've been making recently. And I just, some people have asked, I just had a great question from Nathan in the stream. I don't know how long he's going to be around for. What's the weird thing hanging on the wall behind you, Jacob? I think it looks like a dream catcher, is it?
It is a dream catcher. I don't have the fanciest setup. I'm just in my bedroom. I've got a dream catcher, yeah, and a pile of various medals from certain things throughout the years.
Well, there you go. Ethan says he's just subscribed. There you go. Great, can't wait to check out some new content. I don't know whether that's to you or me or to both. I don't know. Subscribe to both of us and you'll be able to see some new stuff. So let's discuss. I mean, we're going to go into your channel a bit more and what's going on on your channel. But I want to know a bit more about you as a player, as a hobbyist. What would you describe yourself as? A gamer, a painter, a hobbyist? Or what are you? Again, what sort of ticks your boxes really? What's your favourite bit of hobby?
I think the game is the peak. So I'm most into the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I really love painting. I love building lore for my army, putting together a new project. But I won't paint a model that I don't want to play with. So I'm not that into painting that I'll just paint stuff just to paint it. But when it's a new project, I'm absolutely love sitting down, having solid blocks of painting, and smashing through armies and getting them out. And then I think a big part of it for me is also the community. Just going to a tournament and hanging out with everyone is like, you can get smashed every game and not have a painted army, but the community is still, everyone that is there to have a good time and always gets around it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I enjoy most about it. I mean, obviously we all got into it because of the toy soldiers, because of the game and the quality of the game, and maybe the love of the films or the books. But I think most of us stay and stick at it because we make friends in it, and it's a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. And like I've got many people who I would say are very, very good mates with me that I met through the game, and just the amount of people that I've met, it's absolutely amazing. I think the hobby it ticks all the boxes. It's artistic and creative. It's like logistical and strategic, and it's social. It's just like, it's got to be the best hobby ever, right?
Yeah, well, I agree. Actually, I mean, and I think there's a lot that we don't realise that we like about it, because there's the writing element of it, the storytelling element of it. There's as you said, the practical building things, and then there's the mathematical side of sort of balancing points, costs, and profiles, and making them all kind of slot together in the most mathematically best way that you can think of, and all that sort of stuff. And then there's just like the social element, and the fact that to go to a tournament, you've got to be a certain kind of social person, I think, to go off and potentially meet people that and spend an hour and a half or 2 hours or whatever of a game with someone you've never met before. It takes a certain kind of person to be social enough to be okay with that, and I think that's why people who meet at these tournaments become so close to one another.
And it's so easy to have a chat with someone at a tournament because even if you don't know anything about them, you can finish your game and sit down and just go, oh, so what's your next army project? And then you can just go for hours and hours and hours. It's always so easy just to talk about the game when everyone's so passionate about it.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I'm doing 24 hours of this. And it's not been hard at all. It's been relatively easy. So, I mean, in terms of the physical demands of doing 24 hours, might be a bit more difficult, especially with the pizza and stuff sort of repeating on me a little bit. But the actual talking, it's been absolutely fine. I've found loads to talk about, even with 12 and a half, 13 hours in. So, and already I want to know more about your armies. So you mentioned you've got how many armies with 1,000 points? And what armies are your go-tos, I suppose?
So what I've been doing is I'll kind of go through a phase where I'll decide on a project, I'll paint it up, and then I'll play that army for a couple months, play it at a tournament, and then move on to the next project. I'll bring out my old ones occasionally, but not as often. So I started in Harad. That was, the first army that I collected. Went to my first tournament with that. After playing Harad a lot, and I went through a few variations of my Harad army with a Mumak, without a Mumak, all that good stuff. And then I got massively into Moria. I think there was definitely a few in between. I think I did Rivendell in between somewhere. White Council, I was playing that for a while. Massively into Moria for a long time. I've talked a lot about that on various podcasts here and there and in my videos. Playing the Balrog. Came second place at 3 tournaments in a row, which was exciting the first time, bit sad the second time, and by the second place in a row, I was a bit ready.
You want to be first, Always the bride, never the bride.
Yeah. And then after that, I got big into Isengard. I was trying to play like a really wacky list that people hadn't seen before that had a demo charge before they made the Legendary Legion. I know they're everywhere now, but I'd never seen one before that. And then more recently, I've been playing Army of Thror a lot. I'm really enjoying them. They looked like they were kind of straightforward to begin with, but there's a lot of depth to them. I really enjoy that. Been playing Thorin's Company as well. Have an Army of Ents. I don't think I've got to 11 there, but there's a few more that I might have forgotten about here and there.
I like the Ents.
Yeah, they're good fun. They're very good fun.
And actually, they've become very good recently.
Yes.
They're certainly not, and they're not as bad as they once were. That's for true.
One of my videos is it was lockdown. I was desperate to play a game, so I played against myself. And it's Goblin Town versus Ents, and I think it's 100 goblins versus 5 Ents, and that was awesome.
Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea. The complete opposites of the spectrum there as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And so you've got all these different armies. So, is it basically that you move through them? Then you don't have a kind of favorite faction particularly.
Yeah, I'll have a favorite faction for a couple months. But I think there's so much variety in the game that I want to use it all. It's have that variation that really excites me about the game. So I really enjoy learning a new army, getting really good at using it, playing it at a tournament, and then saying, all right, what's the next challenge?
Yeah, that's always going to be the fun bit. And I think that's kind of what my approach actually is, that I've always, especially while I'm doing the podcast, been thinking I want to make each episode a little bit different. Obviously, if you listen to the podcast, it's lots of.
I have listened to every episode.
Oh, lovely! Thank you very much. But like, if you could see themes that return, like the dwarves that I kept returning to, and then I kept returning to the Mordor a bit. But I do like to throw in something different as often as possible, just because it keeps it fun for the listeners, but also for me, especially if I'm doing lots of tournaments. So I really like a bit of variety, and I think it makes you become a better player as well.
Oh, definitely. And I think it's just like might be a bit of a hipster in the sense that I want to bring an army that no one else has at a tournament, which I think makes it like it's more fun for people to play against you because it's something different. And it's like, I think competitively taking something different to everyone else is like a viable competitive strategy because people don't know they haven't played against it as much before. They don't know the tactics and the ins, the outs of it. So you can really throw people off with a cool, unique army list that just adds so much to the experience in the game as well.
Yeah, that's 100% true. There's definitely a lot of value, and that's been the case with
any time a new Legendary Legion comes out, I think that it does a little bit better than it will eventually do in the early games, because people don't quite know what the nuances are just yet. So I know some of the Helm's Deep defense, the defenders of Helm's Deep or whatever it is, Legion with the 30-inch range bows. That one did really well when it came out, and I don't know whether it do as well now, but it's certainly interesting to try something that's fresh off the printing press, as it were.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a big one's the Isengard Unleashed Legion, where no one had really seen demo charges before, and then once you realize how to counter them, they're not actually that hard to counter. But
yeah, how do you counter a demo charge? Because I've never worked it out. They always just delete me.
You if you can kill the Berserker and the 2 guys, the demo charge is dead. So if you can kill 3 models with shooting, which is pretty doable, you can get them. And then also you've got to use your tricks to go after them. So if you can do like a heroic combat slingshot and take them out, and I mean, the other option is just avoid it until they get a little bit sloppy with it, and always having a couple bows. And this is a Green Dragon thing to do, but if you've got your 2 Orc Archers that have line of sight, you talk them up. You say, oh, these 2 Orc Archers, they might just be Orc Archers, but they're good Orc Archers, and just make people have to play it defensively, because if they're defending with it, then they're not using it. So
that's some good strategies. I like that. Well, we said we talk. I've just been teasing you up as being someone who is actually in a country where you're allowed to play tournaments at the moment. So So let's delve into it, because yesterday, your time, I think is I'm right, is the
yesterday for me.
Yeah, I suppose it's still yesterday for me as well, because we're in Sunday now. But yesterday you played Minimise. So just tell me a little bit about Minimise and how it all went. I mean, we'll work through some of your games in a few minutes' time, but just give us a general outline of what Minimise is, where it's happening, and all that.
Yeah, well, Minimise is maybe one of the longest standing tournaments in the world. I think it started in 2009, so it's been running for 11 years, which is pretty impressive.
Wow, nice.
It's 300 points, and normally it would be in a venue, but those aren't quite open yet. We can have 10 guests in our home. So the organizer, David, has a shed with a couple tables and 300 points, playing on 3 foot by 4 foot tables, which is a bit interesting. It's 6 by 4 foot, but cut in half.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and 300 points and just 8 players this year. But next year it'll be back up to normal amount of players.
Well, that's a really cool idea. I like the ingenuity there. That you're going to have a tournament, even though you can only have a few people over. You're going to crack on and get it, even if it's just eight people. That's ace.
Yeah, exactly. And it's 4 rounds, 3 rounds of just normal 300-point games, and then a doubles round to finish it off.
Okay, well, walk me through it. This is very low points. So, was it 350? Did you say, or was it 300?
Just 300. So
just 300.
Minimize. We're going minimal points, 300.
Minimal points. So what did you take? What's your army?
So my army was Thror and 15 Guardians of the King, which are Grimhammers with a 1-point upgrade that gives them strength 4.
Yeah, so they're actually very good, aren't they, those guys? So so how many of those did you say you had?
15 of them.
So that's it. That's the whole army.
That's it. Yep.
That's really good. That's really good. So
a really good list.
Yeah, 16 models. You've got throwing weapons. You've got a very high defense. You've got a strike on your leader. You've got defense 9 on your leader. You've got a fate. This is pretty good list. I like the sound of this.
And the army bonus is that Thror counts as a 6-inch banner.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. This is brutal.
So, yeah, it was really good. It was very slow. Everything's 5-inch move without march. But it makes up for that in durability and hitting power.
Amazing. I love it. So walk me through it. How did it all go? What was your first game? Oh, in fact, actually, first we've got some questions. Neil McLaughlin said, watch the Siege game you ran yesterday. Looked super fun. Faramir really hates half trolls. I'm guessing that's something, was that on your channel?
Yeah, I have a big castle that I've put together, and we had 4 players. might have been 5 players. 5 players, 2 attackers, or 3 attackers and 2 defenders, and it was a big army of Harad and Mordor, big castle, lots of dying, lots of trolls, lots of Mumaks. It was a good, fun game.
Oh, it sounds like it. That sounds ace. I've always I've always wanted to do siege games, but never found the moment to do it. So I'm jealous there, very jealous.
Yeah.
Larry or Miller also says I'd love to play a 300-point tournament. It's really low. I like that idea. Agreed.
Yeah,
Well,
I love it because it's so easy to make a 300-point army. Like, say if you want to play something like Sharku's Raiders, if you want to play that 500, 750, you just need so many models. But at 300, you can do any army. It's super achievable.
Yeah, I played Slow Grow League. I did a podcast on it last year, starting at 200, 400, 600, and actually the 200-point armies were really good fun because it's great for beginners as well, because you can have whatever models you want. Really, you can have a very small army, you can have a hero focused army, or you can have a bit of a swarm of a couple of captains and stuff. But I think it's actually a very interesting one. So maybe in the future it'll happen here in the UK. We'll see. But walk me through it. Walk me your tournament experience. How did it go? What was your first matches against, and who were you playing, and how did it all pan out? Excuse me.
Yeah, first game I went up against Ben, and he was playing a Moria army. He took Druzag with 1 giant spider, 1 bat swarm, a wild marauder, and then a bunch of goblins and a captain with a bunch of goblins. It was a cool list. We were playing, what's it called? Destroy the Supplies, I think it is.
Oh, that's a new one, yeah.
And I think he went in aggressive with his bat swarm and spider. So I used Thror. He called a heroic strike, and I managed to kill the bat swarm and the spider pretty early. And then took down the Wild Marauder with a throwing weapon and just split that off. The reason that I did that was because I'm super slow, and those models are all really fast, and they'll be able to get to my back objectives. Destroy the supplies. You've got 3 objectives that you have to protect, and 3 objectives that you have to destroy on the enemy side. So managed to take down those threats to the objectives, and then Grimhammers just have so much staying power. When I have a higher fight, I have a banner, and I wound him on 4s or 5s, and he wounds me on 6s. It's just tough to stand up to them, especially with Thror running around, taking out 2 goblins a turn. So I won that one. I think it was 8-2 in the end. He ended up getting one of my back objectives because he called a heroic combat. I was expecting him to try to go for Thror, but he didn't. Instead, he ran towards the objective, which was definitely the right choice. And I think I had 8 points in the end because I got 2 of his objectives and got his leader and broke him. It was a good game. I think I came out definitely well on top in that one. But yeah, I think it was a good matchup for me in terms of Grimhammers are good at taking out goblins.
Yeah, in a straight fight, I guess the Grimhammer wins more often than not. You've got the fight value, the strength, you've got the throwing weapons as well. I guess you outnumbered you, but then I guess with a bat swarm, that's quite a lot of points.
Yeah, and I think that if I was Ben, I would have definitely played the bat swarm and the spider differently. Because as important as it is to kill the dwarves, it's much more important to get the objectives. And the bat swarm is just such a good model for taking objectives, especially because these are the ones where you just have to end your turn in base contact with it and not have fought in combat, and then it's destroyed. And the bat swarm could have just waited somewhere, and as soon as I made a mistake or lost a dwarf that was defending, could just go in and tap it and then get the next one in the next turn. So I was really happy when he went in with that and tried to kill stuff, because it meant that I could deal with that threat. And instead of it killing stuff, I killed it, and then it wasn't going after my objectives. So very good start for me there.
Wow, nice. Okay, well, take us through the next round. So round number 2 of Minimize. What were you up against? Who were you playing, and how did it go?
Yes, round 2, I went up against Kylie. So that's a prevalent name. For the viewers that don't know, she won the Invitational International Masters, and I don't know how many tournaments it is, but it's definitely well over 20 or 30 tournaments that she's won now. She had Celeborn with heavy armor, shields, and Elven Blade with 6 guards of Gladram Court to fight 6 pikemen.
Yeah.
And then I think it was 4 archers, or maybe 3 archers, a sentinel, and then a couple warriors with shields. And we were playing Hold Ground, so Maelstrom deployment. We both only had 1 warband, so the Maelstrom deployment wasn't too big of a deal because we were all together anyway.
Yeah.
One priority, I came in, she put me in one of the corners because I didn't want to spend the might to boost it up, because the might's pretty important when I've only got 3 of it. And then I put her in the corner just next to me. But the elves are faster than the dwarves, unfortunately. Move 6 makes a big difference. And she just took every single bow shot that she could and was pulling Grimhammers around with the sentinel. Managed to kill 4 of them with shooting. Needing 6s to wound, I thought that was a very... not that likely that was going to happen. And then got into combat and just... I needed to engage because I was losing models to shooting, but maybe I should have been a bit more sure of myself and not rushed in and lost another Grimhammer to shooting, but really been set up properly. So I rushed in, did manage to kill quite a few of them, but only with throwing weapons. I think I won 1 fight the whole game, just because the pikemen, if they're in a one-on-one, they can shield because I've got the Wood Elf Spear rule, which is pretty cool. And then other than that, they were stacking attacks and had the fight value. But still managed to break her just with throwing weapons, which was pretty nice.
We've got a lot of throwing weapons in that list, so and I guess like relatively low defense on the elves.
Yeah, needing 5s to wound is 5s or 6s. The Gladram Court, I think, were 5s. And that meant that I knew that if I was charging in, I wasn't going to count any model. I was assuming that I was going to lose all the fights because she's got the fight value in the attacks. So just had to leverage my throwing weapons, and it just goes to show how good Grimhammers are, that even when they're being outfought, they still have an aggressive option. And then ended up, I think that was 6-1 at the end of the game. Might have been 6-0, 6-1 because I broke her. Going her way, so that was a loss for me. So at that point, I was 1 win, 1 loss. But I'm okay with losing to Kylie because she played it really, really well. And I think that she got a couple key roll-offs, but nothing, like, can't put her up to the dice rolls there. She leveraged it really, really well. So that was round 2. 1 win, 1 loss at the end of round 2.
Not bad. I'm just going to catch up with a couple of comments briefly because a few of the UK guys are wilting at the early hours. So Larry says he's just saying, though I will say, as it's relevant, he says he's going, but he says, as it's relevant, he once managed to lose to Dale shooting once. The game went very badly. So yeah, there you go. And who else was? Dave said he would love to stay up because I love listening to game chat, especially from the Aussies, but I need to sleep. Hopefully be around in the morning. And Top Table Gaming says he's still here watching. So thanks very much.
Perfect.
Steve, sticking around. So carry on. We're on to the 3rd game now of Minimise in Victoria. It's Victoria, wasn't it?
Yes, Victoria. Yeah, Melbourne, Victoria.
Yeah. Okay. Take us through the game. I'm listening. I'm engaged. I'm here and present, even though it's late.
Perfect. All right. So round 3 was capture and control. So 5 objectives, and you can tag the objective, and then it's yours. I was happy with this matchup. I came up against the Rangers of Ithilien Legendary Legion. Now, a lot of people I hear people in Europe always talking about how at low points it's so powerful. It's so powerful if you're not fighting against Grimhammers, I reckon.
Yeah, that's a good point. And also, maybe 300 points is a bit too low to get your full advantage out of it. Because I suppose once you've got Faramir, you may be getting, I don't know, 15? How many shots were you looking at?
He had 18 models in total.
Okay.
One of them was a Minas Tirith warrior with banner. So he had Faramir, a bunch of rangers, a banner, and Madril with a bunch of rangers. So he had 18 models with 2 heroes. I had 16 models with 1 hero. And capture and control. So I set up on the center line, knowing that I need to rush forwards and get into combat with them as quickly as I can. And he set up back, so just at his objective, which I understand that he did that for the to get his shooting and to leverage that. But it was just not the scenario to do that, because it meant that I tagged 4 of the objectives turn 1. So I had a huge advantage there. And it meant that I was in in the lead and then running forwards to him to meet him there, and then he was going to have to push through my lines to get back to them.
Ain't nobody going to push through a Grimhammer line either. Straight through against defense 7 troops. That's not going to work, is it?
Pretty tough wall to crack. And so I ran forward and I would get a few throwing weapons. So my throwing weapons, if I moved, I'm hitting on 5s and then wounding on 5s. So about 1 in 9 will kill. And he had 18 shots, hitting on 3s, which is pretty good. So let's say 12 hits, and then needing a 6x4. So I actually killed more of his models with shooting with my throwing weapons than he killed of mine with his range of Athelion, because the defense 7, 6x4, that's just so solid. So I rush forwards, throwing as many throwing weapons as I can. And he did have a couple little barriers here and there, keeping him safe. And I went in with Thrall, and then he ran around the barriers so that he could try to avoid me. But then I got a heroic move roll off, so he wasn't able to run away. And I managed to tie up Faramir. Thrall's good at killing Faramirs, that's for sure. And fighting against the Rangers, it was... So we have the same fight value, but they kill me on 6s and I kill them on 4s. So it was just... I was taking as many one-on-ones as possible, because the odds of me killing him were 3 times higher than the odds of him killing me. So I'll take that every single day of the week. That was very good odds. I managed to take his back objective. And one of the objectives on the center line was in a forest, and he sent Madril and a couple warriors, and I had a few Grimhammers there, but they've got the woodland creature. I was moving 2.5 inches, so he managed to trap and kill a few of the Grimhammers on that side. And then he tried to get the center objective, but by the time he got there, Thrall was back there. And I think he might have ended up with that contested. So it would have been 8-2 in the end of that game. And I managed to kill Faramir, kill the banner. I think he only had a handful of models left at the end of that game. And I lost a few Grimhammers, but that was a perfect matchup for my army.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like it. And they've got such a low defense that the strength 3 throwing weapons, your strength 4 guys, everything's really working to your favor there. And your high defense is going to be really tough for him to crack through.
Yeah, exactly. And then Thrall being a 6-inch banner as well is incredibly powerful. Just all the troops around him are so consistent, especially at 300 points. Not a lot of people were taking banners. So having that as my army bonus was so good.
Yeah, baked in there into the profile of the leader that ultimately you want anyway. A, because he gives you the Grimhammer bonus, doesn't he? And B, because he's such a high defense, low value, low cost troop, I guess. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
hero. So
and people do. I think I've seen people have issues with the heroes in Army of Thrall, saying that they're a bit undercosted. And I agree that they're undercosted, but if you look at Army of Thrall as a whole, like if you put Thrall in a one-on-one versus other heroes, he's absolutely incredible. But you have to look at them in context, where Army of Thrall, you've got 0 maneuverability pretty much. You're one of the slowest army lists in the game. So you need to make up for how slow you are in other ways, which for Army of Thrall is hitting power and really cost-effective heroes. But that doesn't make them broken. That means that they're up to par because of that.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, you've got to look at the hero in context. Because yes, he's very high defense and he's got a lot going for him, but it's not the same. It's not the same as saying, I don't know, he doesn't have a horse and things like that. So you can't. So I think you kind of pay a tax on some heroes in a sense. Like, say for example, Aragorn LSR is 220 or 230 points, something like that, and without the horse, you're not getting your value for your money, really. But when you put the horse on, suddenly it's worth 230 points. So I think it's worth debate putting that in there. So that's good.
Yeah, and not having any mounts in Army of Thrall is, firstly, the hero's got no hitting, or nowhere near as much hitting power.
Yeah.
And they're just so slow, so they can't get around the board, which is a great way of kind of balancing that hero.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%, absolutely. So that's your third game. And did you say there were 4 games and then a doubles game, or was it 4?
It was 3 games and then a doubles game.
So that puts you at 2 wins and a loss. And then the doubles game, how did that stack up for the tournament as a whole?
Yeah, so they matched for the doubles game. They matched the top player with the bottom player, and then went in from that. So I was in second place going into the doubles game.
Nice.
So I was matched with the second last place. I might have been third place, but second or third place doesn't really matter. And on my team, I had the Rangers of Ithilien. So I just killed them, and then I said, "Hey, hang on, don't die, join me, and we'll go and play this game together." And we were playing against a absolutely gorgeous army of survivors of Lake Town, which was just exceptionally well painted. And it was such a cool list. I think that's an army. If it was a bit cheaper, I would definitely own it. It's just very expensive. So I'll get to it at some point. It might not be my next project, but one in the future. And I absolutely loved his army list. It was Lake Town Militia Captain, Bane, Sigrid Tilda, Alfred, Hilda Bianca, and then 20-ish warriors.
All right.
So 6 heroes at 300 points. I thought that was a pretty impressive effort. And it's just got so much cool synergies. The models are gorgeous. It was really well painted. So was very happy to be matched up against that army. And that army was mixed with the other army was Numenor, your list, your proxy player.
Hey, we got there.
Yeah.
Because I submitted an army list. I submitted, and David got in touch with me and said, "Look, he's gonna have to play in the tournament." And he said, "Why don't you, as the Entmoot host, send in your army list?" And I'm guessing that's the one that was doing worst. Was that the bottom at the bottom of the pack, or?
No, it wasn't the bottom of the pack.
That's good.
Matt had been thoroughly smashed every game so far. One of the other players, Green Dragon Matt, actually was not having a good day for his models.
I'm sorry to hear about that. But the Numenor, so I've got the list right here. So the Numenor half was Isildur with a horse, the ring, and a shield, with a captain, a horse, a lance, armor, and shield, and 10 warriors of Numenor with shields. And the idea was send the big guys forward, chop stuff, and then when the warriors arrive, they shield while the big guys do the chopping. So I don't know whether David did that. I don't know how it worked, but how did it work in the double scenario? How did my Numenorians do?
Well, we were playing Duel of Wits. This was the first time actually playing. I played a couple of the doubles ones before, but I hadn't played Duel of Wits before. I love this scenario. It's so cool. So you've got your table. You deploy opposite corners with your partner. So the Rangers of Ithilien go here. And I go here. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the screen and it's flipped, and that's super weird. There we go. Rangers of Ithilien here. I go here. And then the Numenorians and the Lake Town. So you're split up, and you have to secretly pick an enemy hero that you want to kill. You can't tell your teammate, which I think is really fun. I like that.
Yeah, I like that.
So I picked the Lake Town Guard captain, thinking that the Lake Town Guard captain was going to run in and fight. We'll get into that. Wasn't the right choice, but we'll get into that. And I was assuming that they were both Davids. I assumed that they were going to pick Madril as their target to kill, because it was Thror, Faramir, or Madril as their choices, and Madril is definitely the weakest.
Yeah.
And I wasn't sure what my partner picked, so I was guessing one of the Lake Town heroes, but there were so many that I didn't know which one. So you get points if you kill your target, but also if at the end of the game, your target is within 6 inches of the center of the board, then your enemy scores points. So it's a little bit confusing, but it makes sense after you read it for like the 5th time. So essentially, you want to keep all your heroes alive and have them in the center of the board while killing your enemy heroes. That's the gist of it.
That's really cool. I haven't played this one yet. I've read it and I thought this is a great idea, especially the keeping your ideas secret from one another because it's always a bit tricky, because I'd imagine I think maybe I might have played this one actually, because you want to hint to them, I'm targeting this guy, but not overtly, because otherwise that's kind of ruining the spirit of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, and David decided, because I think it's a good one if you're just playing with mates, but I think competitively it's kind of hard because no one wants to cheat, but it's so easy to give someone the idea. So David said that after turn 1, you could talk whatever you want, but it had to be set across the table, because he said that it was like your leaders just shouting to each other what the plan was. So I like that a lot. If Thror's shouting like, "Hey, I want to kill this Lake Town Guard captain," then the Lake Town Guard captain's going to hear it. So in the end, the four of us, because that was stipulated, then the four of us did keep quiet because we didn't want our opponents to know what happened, and we were all there. We were playing in the right spirit of the game, which I think it's easy to accidentally break, but I think we all stuck to it pretty well.
No, I like that idea of making sure all your plans are open and out there. That's really cool.
Yeah. Listen, it's kind of like Fog of War, but with doubles. So I like that about it. So I was a bit concerned going into this game because the dwarves are slow, the rangers are squishy, and the Numenorians can kill stuff very quickly, and they had horses.
Yes.
So I went in my corner as far up as possible. We had a big river going across the board. It was a really nice Ascilius board. So I put my models right on the edge, trying to get as close as possible. And then the enemies both went after the rangers, exactly what I was expecting. So they went for the rangers, and I was running. It took me a while to get there, run across this bridge.
Yeah, cool. Poor old dwarves, yeah.
Yeah, and Isildur managed to get a heroic combat into Madril pretty early. It's hard in a doubles game because it's about, like, everyone's there to have fun. You don't want to tell people what to do, but you want to kind of indicate, like, oh, just, watch out, because I think that Isildur can get in range with his heroic combat there. But obviously it's up to, like, it's a doubles game, so you don't want to do it, but you do want to hint at things. So Madril was left out in the open a little bit and got heroic combated off, and that was a big worry for me. And I was definitely nervous that we were going to go down in this game. So we lost Madril, and then the Lake Town army had so much might. So Hilda starts with 1, Bane starts with 1, the Lake Town Guard captain starts with 2, and then of course Alfred gives 3 more. So
yeah, so that's 7 or 8. That's a lot at 300 points.
Yes, and especially when Madril died with 2 might still on him. And then it kind of turned into a scrap where Madril and his warband decided they would screen and try to hold up the Numenorians for as long as possible, and they did an exceptional job of that. There was one turn where Isildur failed to wound a single ranger, and then the next turn we got the priority, and they decided it wasn't worth the heroic move, so we were able to tie up Isildur just again with 1 ranger who miraculously survived, which was very helpful. But by the time I got there, I think well over half the rangers were dead, and then the dwarves came in, and the dwarves hit things hard with the 6-inch banner, especially against Lake Town militia. A lot of them just had spears and bows, so I'm again winning the fight because I have fight values. They don't have a banner, I have a banner. I'm wounding them on 4s, they're wounding me on 6s. Just mathematically, that's not going to go well for the men of Lake Town. And I came in, and I thought that they were miles off breaking, and we were 1 or 2 models off breaking. And then the Grimhammers just came in and are able to put out so much damage that we got the break before they broke us, which I was really, really surprised about, because that Numenorian captain in the Lake Town were all swamping the last warband of rangers. And as soon as we got the break, it kind of switched, and I said, oh, hang on, we can win this now. So it went from just get there and keep the rangers alive to, hang on, we're in a winning position at this point, so we need to push that advantage. And Thror used all 3 of his might just on heroic moves to get the maneuvering, and I chose the Lake Town militia captain as my target, and that was a terrible choice. I didn't realize the role of the Lake Town militia captain is not to fight at all, because he gets the 3 might points from Alfred, and he called 5 heroic moves that turn, and that's all his role is. He just sits in the middle and he tells people where to go. I managed to finally get some guys into him, but didn't end up wounding him. But it's really interesting. Like, if I'd played against the army before, I might have picked someone different. But it just goes to show that variety. It was a list that I hadn't played against yet. And that gave him a big tactical advantage because I didn't have a good grasp on kind of what tactics to employ there.
Yeah, but I mean, it would be tricky though, because there's so many heroes to choose from in a Lake Town force, especially that small one. But and actually, it's a very effective way of doing it, because I was thinking it's the similar sort of thing you could use as, say, I don't know, a Hobbit army, where you could get loads and loads of really small heroes with like a might point each, and for about 20 points or something like that, and you get a lot of you get a lot of bang for your buck doing that. But actually, the Lake Town, I would never have thought of doing that because you get better troops and you get cheap heroes.
Yeah, and it's such a cool army list because there's so much synergy in it, and you know, your regular troops are pretty average, but then when you boost them up with all the synergies, they get pretty good, which is really cool. I think it represents the theme really well, where they're all getting inspired by each other to defend their city. But at that point, I managed to win a heroic move roll off and charge Isildur with a Grimhammer, and I got his horse with the throwing weapon, and that was incredible. So I knew that if Isildur got into Thrall, he'll charge in, knock me over, he'll have 8 attacks. He's got strength 5, so he's winning me on 6s, which is very good when you're fighting against Thrall. Normally you'd be on 6s by 4s. But in the end, that managed to take down the horse, and as soon as the horse was dead, the world got brighter for me. I was a lot less stressed about that, and was able to just bog him down with a few Grimhammers per turn, because you need 5s to win them, so you can cut through them pretty quickly. But I still had enough models on that side to just be delaying him.
Did he not get the ring on? Because I guess did he have the ring on at this point? Once he'd lost the horse, you can just skip through people and attack.
Yeah, I think that we always had priority there, because Isildur was he was just outside where the Lake Town Guard captain needed to be. So we had the Rangers fighting the Lake Town here, with a few of the Numenorians that made it there. The Lake Town Guard captain was just here, and Isildur was just over here, so they couldn't. There we go, just over here. So he couldn't get him in the heroic move, because otherwise the Lake Town wouldn't have been able to move. So it was just an interesting position there, that he was just a little bit too far away for it to be helpful. And then I was just able to charge him every turn after that, because I still had Thrall's might doing those heroic moves. So that game, it was just all about delay Isildur. No one's going to kill him. He's way too tough for that. We just need to shove him back, keep him away from our heroes. And at some point, this was a bit unfortunate. At some point, the Numenorian captain on horse rolled a 1 on a jump test and lost his horse, which is, I was very happy about it, but it's a bit unfortunate, because that's not a tactic you can rely on, is just getting a 1.
Sounds like someone's been misusing my Numenorian list. It sounds like they should have worked harder to not roll 1s.
Yeah, exactly. That is the best strategy, is just not rolling 1s.
Definitely. Yeah, you should have done that. So how did this end? I mean, it sounds like you've ended up coming out on top here with this doubles.
Yes. So we also had a banner which was worth points in this scenario, because the Rangers had one and the enemy didn't. So we ended up, we broke them, they broke us. We had a banner for 2 points. My teammate's target was Bane, the son of Bard, and he managed to get a wound on Bane. Nice. So that put us on 5 points in total, and they broke us. And both of them, I was expecting both of them to say that they chose Madril, but at the end of the game, their faces dropped, and they'd both chosen Faramir, because Madril was the obvious choice, so they went for the non-obvious one, which ended up not being the right choice.
That's always annoying. It's trying to second guess yourself sometimes, but I can imagine, like as you say, you would think Madril. I will defend Madril with to my best throughout the whole game, and I guess that would mean that. Therefore, it might mean in a double kind of bluffing kind of way, you're more likely to send Faramir into combat. He's got strike. He's got the higher fight. He's got the more potential. So yeah, I can see their logic there, but clearly, Faramir is harder to kill than a Madril, I suppose.
Yeah, and I think that was one of my favorite games that I've played in the past long time, actually, because it. Like the board was so dynamic, everything was everywhere. There was not a single spear field wall. It was all these messes of 3 models here and 2 models there, and there's a little gap, I can squeeze through that. I think the less shield walls you play, the better. It's so much more fun when it's just like, it looks like someone threw all the models on the table and stood them up where they were standing, and it was just all mixed together. And like when you think of that, every model's so important. It's all tactical, but when you look at it, it's like, that's a mess, isn't it? It was, I really liked that game. Really, really enjoyed it and came out with a win. So my final position was second place in the tournament, which I was pretty proud of.
That's amazing. And you're saying earlier how you were you're coming second a lot. So again, second place, but that's brilliant.
Yeah. So that's my fourth tournament that I've come second place at, and I still have not won one.
Oh, well, I think it sounds impressive. I mean, 300 points, have you ever played a tournament at 300 points before? Because it's not something I've ever encountered, that's for sure.
Well, because Minimize runs every year, I have played in it most years.
Oh, is it always 300 points? I thought that might have been just particularly for this year.
No, it's always 300 points, and it's like a staple tournament here because it happens every year. So yeah, that means I've played 300 points quite a few times. I think it's a really fun points limit because every model's so important. You know, in 750 points, Dwarf died, whatever. 300 points, Dwarf died. Oh shit, that actually really matters now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's you've got to be really careful with how you how you use individual models, which is what I love about the strategy battle game generally, because those little guys can make a big difference. Even in big games, even in huge games where it's 800 points, it can come down to a one hobbit that gets a lucky shot in, or one hobbit that holds up a hero against the odds. That sort of thing is amazing. So I love about that, and I guess it's even more important at 300.
You haven't played 300 points. What points are you guys normally playing over there?
Well, I think the lowest that I've ever played is 450 as a kind of tournament. So as a tournament anyway. So that's probably the lowest normal tournament. I've played games at 400 and 200. But usually as part of something where you either grow your army list over the day or as a slow grow type situation where you start 200 and then add an extra 100 points each hour or whatever. So basically that's the standard. But no, 300 points is a rare size over here. I've certainly never encountered it, and it sounds like Larry was commenting in the stream earlier that he's in the same boat, and Larry's definitely been in the game a lot longer than I have playing in the competitive scene as well. So maybe. So, but a low points common in Australia.
Because we obviously we're a lot more spread out than you guys are. So in Melbourne, in a year, we might have 7 or 8 tournaments, and generally they're all different point levels. I don't think that's. I think that's because every tournament wants to be a little bit different. So we'll go from 300 all the way to 1,000. I think that if Australia was the size of England and we all lived a bit closer together, that then we would see a much more regular point at probably 650. I think is what people are generally settling on, 650, 750. I think 750 is Masters and Arda Unleashed and Clash. Those are the two of the biggest tournaments, and Clash is one of the other biggest tournaments. I think that one changes each year. I think it was 650 last year.
So just for my own sanity, and how far apart are Victoria and Brisbane? Because I know that isn't Brisbane where BrisCon and Arda Unleashed happen? Yes,
exactly. So to get to Brisbane, it's about a 2-day drive or a 3-hour flight. So I've flown up there when I've been up there. I've gone twice to Brisbane for Arda Unleashed now. Okay. So we've got Victoria down the bottom, and then New South Wales, and then Queensland. So Victoria to New South Wales is like to Sydney. It's about an hour on a plane, so it's pretty close, or a 10-hour drive. And then Brisbane is about double the distance, just further north. So living in Sydney is good because you're central, but then you'd have to live in Sydney. So
my auntie lives in Sydney, so maybe I should drop by and be central. Dip into all of the tournament scene in Australia. And just before, Fohammer's just saying, stayed up late to listen to the great tourney chat, but gotta call it a night. It is 2:15, so I understand that, Fohammer. Thanks very much. It says thanks for fantastic entertainment, and good luck for the remainder of the stream. Hope to catch more tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be here when you wake up. Keep it on.
2 a.m. is getting pretty deep into the night.
It is indeed, and we've still got more guests to come as well. So in the next 15 minutes or so, I've got the guys from the Unexpected podcast, the DCHL one. I don't know if you listened to that. That's Devon, Matt, Iverson, and Wargear. So from the all the way over in America, and Wargear apparently is in Korea, which I had no idea. So that's awesome. So yeah, so they'll be in the next 15 minutes or so. We'll be switching over for that, and I've got some loads of lists. We're going to be doing something called The Duel, which is a feature of their podcast where essentially two people come up with a good list. They've got they show a picture on the screen of a tabletop, and they talk through the list and talk through things. And I have to decide who's the winner out of it all. So that's really great fun. So feel free to stick around for that once I've kicked you out.
Yeah,
but Jacob, we've only got, like I say, 15 minutes left. But I want to delve into a bit more of some of the things that you've done on your YouTube channel, because your YouTube channel is amazing, and I've loved the some of the kind of variety of ideas that you've had on there. So I know the one that it's a kind of a standard thing. Top 10s. I love a good top 10. And so I wanted to have a bit of a chat about your top 10 heroes and your top 10 troops of Middle-earth before we leave. Yeah. Because these are two videos that you got some legends of the community involved in. They're some of your most watched videos on the channel. So I'm intrigued. First of all, your top 10, let's say we top 10 troops first. Your top 10 troops of Middle-earth. Just walk me through the list, because I've got some thoughts on a few of the things that you mentioned. Have you got the list to hand?
It was, yes, I've got him here. Very interesting. I think quite a few people disagreed. But
that's great. That's we love debate.
Yeah. I made the list. I definitely stand by most of the list. So starting out, number 10, we have the Riders of Rohan. This was, I asked a lot of the best players. So Andrew Coleman has won a whole bunch of tournaments. He just won Masters, and this was his pick for the best troop. Because Riders of Rohan are just so versatile, they can do it all. What do you think about Riders of Rohan in the top 10?
I think it's a good choice. The one criticism I'd have of it is that they rely heavily on the rest of the army's buffs. So you need the charging bonus, you need the Theoden's special rules. So I think without that, they'd be a bit weaker. But they've got a lot of versatility. The cavalry, they've got bows, so they're perfect skirmishing cavalry, and that's just good value, cheap. In terms of points, so yeah, I wouldn't say no.
I think in a vacuum they're not great. In context, they're pretty awesome.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think that's fair enough. But if you were just having a Rider of Rohan against a lot of different troops in the game, maybe not so much. But yeah, it's good start though. And by the way, if you're commenting, if you're watching, feel free to drop a comment below. What do you think of this top 10 while we're going through it? So go on, carry on, Jacob. Sorry.
All right. So next we have number 9 is this one I was tempted to put quite a lot higher, but we've got the Mirkwood Spider.
Yeah, I think this is a great choice, but yeah, I would probably be considered to put it higher up. I mean, I guess I can understand why you put it so low down, because it's expensive, so it's not going to be your go-to troop. But its utility in the game is so effective. It's more, I would say, more of a kind of elite. So maybe that's why I could see why you put it a bit lower, because ultimately you're not going to fill an army with these, because that won't work. But if you were to have a few to smatter around, then great. I think maybe you could do a top 10 elite troops list. Then it'd be really high up in that.
And interestingly enough, this is one that people disagree with, because they're defense 3. And not to be too arrogant, but if you disagree with how good Mirkwood Spiders are, you've not used them right, because they are incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there's the threat on them, the way that you can neutralize heroes, the movement. There's loads of things that you can put to great use there. Like I say, not maybe as a battle line, but
absolutely.
As a utility troop, like something I would put them on the same sort of ballpark as Spectres or Sentinels or that sort of thing. Definitely
agree with that. Yeah. Number 8, submitted by Andreas, a very good player, won a lot of tournaments. We have the Hunter Orc. This one surprised me.
I like this. I think it's a solid choice. I'd actually consider putting it higher. The 2 attacks, the 4, Yeah, I put it somewhere in the middle actually. Strength 4, 2 attacks. I mean, yeah, it's the Orc courage, but cheap as chips. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. And actually, it's one of those ones that, unlike the Rider Rohan, on its own, on a straight fight, a Hunter Orc actually has a good chance against a lot of different troops in the game.
Yeah.
You know, put it up against Guard of the Gladrian Court, 2 attacks, it's better. You know, put it up against the Grimhammer we were talking about earlier, still two strength 4 attacks. It's got a decent chance. It's able to hold its own, I reckon.
Yeah, I think the one thing that holds them back in my mind is that they don't have access to a shaman. So in context, they never have that courage solution, and they're courage 2. So you take a warhorn with them pretty much always, I reckon.
Yeah.
But that courage just means that there's some games where they just can't play. But 8 is still really, really high.
I think deservedly so. Yeah, the courage is that's a good point. You can't have a shaman, so how do you solve that courage issue? I guess the horn is the only thing. So doing it.
And maybe I just don't have as much experience playing against them yet. I can only think of a handful of games where I've actually gone up against them. So yeah, maybe in the future that my opinion might change, but we'll see. I'll have to get some games in against them.
I'm sure. Yeah, go on. No, let's move on. Let's move on to the next bit.
All right. Number 7 is the Palace Guard.
Now, so these are the guys that have got the glaives, right? Or are they not?
No, they just have swords, spears, and shields.
But they're high fight, they're high defense, and they're the ones who gain wound rolls with Thranduil, aren't they?
Yeah, so they come in at 12 points, which is quite a lot. If they're within 3 inches of Thranduil, they're fight 6, which is incredible. So a lot of these units, Hunter Orcs you can take on mass, but a lot of these units in the top 10, you're not taking a whole army of them. You're taking half a warband. So maybe a full warband in Palace Guard's case, but you've got fight 6 when you're close to Thranduil. You've got +1 to wound when you're close to Thranduil. So that is incredible. You're going to shred through almost anything.
Yeah, I mean, certainly...
And they've got bodyguard as well.
Yeah, so I think they're certainly one of the most killy elves in the game, and because they're fight 6, it's hard to compete with. I definitely say that's a worthy choice. I mean, if you say compare them to something of a similar points level of like Cards of the Fountain Court, and about 11 points, aren't they, or 12 points, something like that with a shield. And yes, they're a bit lower defense, but the killing potential on those elves is much higher. So I can see the value, and actually, I wouldn't be disappointed to have a whole army of them. And so yes, they're elite, but it's an elite kind of army that you could build out of it.
Yeah. And I do have a battle report on my channel of Army of Thrall versus Thranduil's Halls, which is a Palace Guard heavy list. Which kind of shows what they
how do they fare? Do they fare well in the?
Well, I've talked them up. They did not do that well in that battle report.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't all. It's all in the player skill. It's all in the rolls of the dice and all that sort of stuff. So, but yeah, I do rate them. They're quite good.
Yeah. Now this one, I think this one's a bit more controversial. It's number 6. It's not controversial because it shouldn't be on this list. Personally, for me, I would have put this higher. But the guest that I asked put it here. So we have the Dead Marsh Spectre as the 6th best troop in the game.
Yeah, and I think this is where I would, as I mentioned with the Mercury Spider earlier, yes, it's a troop profile and it's a warrior, so yeah, it is. But when I think of troop, I think of like the guys in the shield wall, the standard bog standard troops.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't have an army of spectres, but my God, are they very useful? They do a bit of absolutely everything, and they're so useful, especially in like an Angmar army when what the fell lights within them, being able to move someone the full movement is really, really good. I'd say the one downside with the Spectre is more often than not, especially in Good versus Evil, you're playing against good armies which have higher courage, so their spell is less powerful, or their ability is less powerful than it could be if, for example, you were an elf sentinel, which I suspect might be worse.
And in context, generally you're playing with a model that has Harbinger of Evil, so you do always have the -1 courage bubble around.
That's true.
And just on the point of you saying that, like you kind of think they're in a different category because they're elite troops. I see that argument. But also, I think that all the standard troops, like you look at the difference between a Minister Earth Warrior and an Orc and a Goblin and an Elf, and they're all right on their points. Like they all make sense. You know, you can take Goblins or Elves, and they do what they do. There's nothing surprising about them. So the top 10 troops, I think, what they add to your army. You could take an army of Orcs, and Orcs are good, but an army of Orcs with 3 Spectres is 100 times better. And that's kind of how I was thinking that. Obviously, I did just pick like all of the troops of the troops, but that's kind of my attitude towards that idea. But I do see what you're saying. Maybe having a regular, field wall troops or something like that would make sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it makes perfect sense, and they're great choices so far, and they all make perfect sense. And I remember watching the video a while back and thinking, yeah, I don't really disagree with any of this. It always quite reasonable. I don't think any of it is. There's no obvious outliers. And reminding me of them now, I think, yeah, actually, no. So far, it's been good. But yeah. So what are we on now? Number 5?
Number 5, I think everyone has this in their list. Probably it's the Rivendell Knight. Like, it's just so good.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it's got so much utility. It's killing power, the fight value. It's just got everything you need, really, and almost certainly the best cavalry in the game, even though it is expensive. But it's hard to argue with it. And like I was saying, in isolation, these work really well. You don't want to face them against this guy, Elf. And I guess the one downside, I guess, is terrain. But he's amazing at everything else.
Yeah.
All cavalry will suffer a little bit in terrain, so that's by the by, really, isn't it? So a great choice. I'm surprised it's not a bit higher, really. But
I think I can see why people put it a bit higher. Personally, I don't like them, so I think that's why I wanted to keep it a bit lower.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, top 5. Top 5 is very, very good.
100% agree. Yeah, it definitely deserves to be in the top 5.
This next one, I did not have it on my list. 2 of the people that I asked put it here. So it's the Hearthguard from Durin's Folk.
Yes, so these are the what they call the 4. They've got the extra the burly rule. That's it.
Yeah, Burly Khazad-Guard.
Yeah, Burly Khazad-Guard. Yeah, I think these are great. These are great models. The one downside is they're a little bit expensive. I think if there were 12 points rather than 13, I'd be well up for it. But I think they do get a lot. Don't get me wrong, they get a bang for their buck at that price. But there's something about it being 13. It means that you're really having a very elite army if you're filling them up, because the dwarf heroes are quite expensive as well. So you get into a stage where you're having to be ultra elite and drop quite significantly on your numbers to have loads of them. And of course, you can only have a maximum of 18 of them, which is always a downside.
Yeah. And I mean, they're rock solid. I just don't think they're anything that special, personally. I do have the models. I haven't painted them up yet. That's one of my future projects. So maybe my opinion will change when I get more experience and I've played them quite a few more times. I know you use them.
Yeah. On the top shelf there.
Quite a bit before in the podcast.
Yeah, I think generally I think the movement it can be a bit tricky generally. I think maybe I need to reassess that, having another sort of competitive tournaments with them. But the killing power is absolutely it's just insane. Especially in a pure list at which you get your strength 4, your fight 4, and you're getting re-rolling 1s to wound, and you're getting a +1 to wound, and there's not a lot in a basic troop that competes with that level of sort of output of damage, I think. So so it's a hard argument to say that they're a bad troop model.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'll talk about it more in my honorable mentions. Just a comparable model. Number 3. Now this, just for a bit of context, number 3. All of these ones so far have been submitted by the best players in Australia. So. The Green Dragon crew submitted a lot, Andrew Coleman, Andreas. So this isn't just me like sitting by myself thinking like, oh, I think that one's good. This is sent out a lot of messages, got a lot of people to contribute.
Yeah, it was a great idea, by the way. That I love that idea. That you got little videos and audio messages from people as well, which is really cool.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously people can check out the video on Conquest Creations.
Actually, while you're talking, I'll put a link in the chat.
Ah, perfect. So number 3. This was the only one that I put on this list. My choice for best troop in the game is the Bat Swarm from Moria. There is so much that I can say about the Bat Swarm. 4 wounds. It's got fly, 40 mil base. So that alone, it's incredible at getting objectives. 4 wounds means it's so durable. And if it's fighting against you, your fight value is halved, rounding down.
Yeah,
so,
that's ace. This is a good choice.
They are so good, and they always stay around because they've got the 4 wounds. And these are just a massive game changer. They can just annihilate heroes left, right, and center.
100% agree. It's a great choice. I mean, I would probably, if I'm to stay consistent, I would put them in the elite troop category. But I mean, you can't argue with the advantage.
How about let's say that this is the elite troop?
Yes. Yeah, that's true. I think if you were to, because I don't think I'd put them in the same category as things like your Hearthguard or your Palace Guard or whatever. But they are an amazing troop, and the versatility they add to the army. I mean, absolutely. And without these guys, Moria would really struggle in some ways. And I always think it's a measure of a good model is when people are desperate to ally it into other armies. And so things like Shades, things like Bat Swarms, you see often allied into so many other different things. And that is a good sign for this. So yeah, I think you're right, 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And they just provide so much to the list. They're so cool. And I think my favorite thing about them is that they reward you for playing well. Like models like the Hearthguard, they're cool and all, but it's, you do the expected thing with them where a Bat Swarm, if you say it's your first game and you bring a Bat Swarm, it's probably not going to do a lot. You need to know it and practice it and be really familiar with it. So it's really rewarding. The more you use it, the better you get at it and the more you get out of it.
Yeah.
I think that seems like the criticism on, not that this list was like criticized very heavily at all. I think most people thought it was pretty good, but it seemed like there were quite a few newer players who didn't understand some of the choices because, maybe on paper when you haven't played a bunch, the Bat Swarm doesn't look that good. But
yeah, absolutely.
And especially if you haven't, you might accidentally get it killed early in a game and then it's like, oh, well, that was 35 points, not well spent. But yeah, once you're really experienced with it, it's an incredible model.
Well, yeah, I mean, it levels the playing field out from big heroes to just giving little guys a chance, and I love that. And also, it's a good tank. 4 wounds. That is something well worth just throwing it in against something you really need to hold up. It goes down, but it can survive a couple of turns, which is ace.
Yeah. All right, we've got 2 more. Number 2. Submitted by Lachlan Linton Keane from Zorpazorp, who you've spoken to him already or not yet?
No, we were going to. He was meant to be joining in at about 9 o'clock, but then he had an emergency with his daughter who's a bit ill. So instead, we are going to talk to him in the morning. So we'll catch him later on.
All right. So he submitted, not surprising at all. If you've watched his channel, it's the Rohan Royal Guard.
Yeah, this is a great choice. Great choice. I can't argue with this. I was going to say when you said the rider of Rohan earlier, when I remembered the Royal Guard comes up later on the list. So yeah. This is the choice, isn't it? Sad that you can't take a bow, but the throwing spear more makes up for it.
Yeah, they've got the hitting power, they've got the fight value, they've got the bodyguard, and they don't have the price tag. So
yeah. And also, it's worth noting that you can put them on foot as well, which is really useful and certainly in the the ways Rohan's being played now. It gives that extra versatility of going. You know what? I can have a Royal Guard sat there in a line of troops with Theodred or whoever, and they suddenly become very useful and continue to become very useful. So yeah. I agree with this. So I've
got an army of foot Royal Guard with. I'm going to use the Denethor model and convert it to be Theoden when he's all corrupted and old. So it'll be corrupted Theoden, Gambling Hammer, a bunch of Royal Guard on foot, And then I'm going to use Grima Wormtongue. I'll use his model, but he's just going to be a regular Warrior of Rohan with no upgrades, and then some of his thugs as well to round out the list of just a super fun, themey little list.
That sounds like a fab idea. Just so you know, the DCHL are in the building. The Unexpected Podcast, I can see them in the studio below me. We're just waiting for Rainier. Yes, I see Devon's waving at me, but no one else can see that. So, so we'll do your number one, and then I think Rainier hopefully will be arriving in the studio.
Cool.
And we'll get the DCHL in.
Well, did they want to jump in for the number one?
Yeah, well, why not? Why not? Let's get them in. If
get them in.
They're nodding. Hey, guys.
Hey there.
Hello.
Welcome to the building. So Jacob's just running us through. He's done a video which on his Conquest Creations podcast video YouTube channel in Australia. And we're running through the top 10 warriors of the game. So just before he reveals the number one, what would you rate as your number one warrior of the game, Devon and Matt?
Oh man, you put us on the spot. That's all
right. That's a big question.
Yeah, it's a really big question here to answer in like the next 1 minute.
Do you want me to read out the list?
I've got. Yeah, actually, that'd be great.
Yeah. Let's do the top 9, and then we can refresh everyone's memories.
So these are all submitted from some of the best players across Australia. So we've got the Green Dragon crew, we've got Andrew Coleman, Andreas. If you don't know any of those names, they win a bunch of tournaments. That's
I know them all. I'm fans.
Awesome. All right, so we got number 10, Rider of Rohan. Number 9, the Mirkwood Spider. Number 8, the Hunter Orc. Number 7, the Palace Guard. Number 6, the Dead Marsh Spectre. Number 5, the Rivendell Knight. Number 4, the Hearthguard. Number 3, the Bat Swarm. Number 2, the Rohan Royal Guard. And number 1.
Oh, you took the one I probably would have picked.
Oh, what would you have picked then?
I was in my head kind of thinking of a Hunter Orc, but like it's hard to say it's the best. But on my head, that was the first thing kind of jumped out.
Yeah.
So are these like best overall or like best in context?
This is the debate we've been having throughout. Yeah, because I sort of said I wouldn't necessarily include a Rider of Rohan unless you had the charging bonus from the army bonus and the Theoden rule to give him a fight forward and all this sort of stuff. So, but what would you say?
So it is interesting because you have like some choices in there, like a Dead Marsh Spectre, where you only pick like 2 or 3 at most. They don't get spammed out, so it's like okay. I guess so. In context, without those choices, I almost like it. Kind of wondering if it would be like a Mirkwood Elf because of the +1 bonuses and all they get. But I highly doubt that's what they would have all picked. Oh no!
I love seeing the cold swearing.
Yeah, I'm like cycling through all. Yeah, it's like if I'm very close. I mean, I don't rate a Rivendell warrior or a Lothlorien warrior as highly as a Mirkwood one just because of Thranduil's bonuses.
Yeah.
In context, once again, even though they're basically all the same profile. So if you're saying I'm very close, is it an elf?
It is an elf.
See, that's throwing out my idea. I thought it was going to be a ruffian. So
so
going with going with the Sentinel.
Okay.
Interesting. And just before we move on for that, Scholar and Bard has put a comment in which I agree with. It seems there are 2 interesting philosophies at work here. Best rank and file, which is what I would say a troop is, and best force multiplier. So, and I guess the Sentinel is force multiplier.
And if you look at the list, we'll say that this list is the force multiplier list with a couple extras, because I think that's they're what make the biggest difference in the game.
Yeah.
But yes, I think there is an argument for a different list of rank and file, which is the best rank and file.
What would you go with, Matt?
Yeah. So I mean, so I was going with a rank and file, and I think I was debating between 2 in my head, and they are the dwarf warrior with axe and shield, and then the warrior of Arnor. that comes with the shield and spear.
Yeah, those are actually for point.
Yeah.
They are solid.
Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking is like I mean if Arnor could ally with anybody, I think you'd be seeing those at like every list. Every
If
good
any
list
other
would have those
heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think one downside of those guys is that there's a lot of terror going on in the game at the moment, and with that weakness, I know obviously with you get the fearless bubble, don't you? But
I honestly wouldn't even bother with that army bonus. I would just bring in like either Saruman or Hogwarts or something else.
Círdan.
Círdan, yeah.
Círdan.
I do like that's a list that you can bring Tom Bombadil thematically because there was a battle where Arnor fought next to Old Forest. Dewey wasn't there, but you can get away with the Tom Bombadil in that list. And he has the 3-inch auto pass courage tests.
That's true. That is true. So that's your top 10, Jacob. You did have some honourable mentions, though. I know you said during.
I did. Yeah. I don't want to take up too much screen time if I need to get off, but I've got a few honourable mentions here.
Oh, quickly, go through them.
So honourable mentions were this one was interesting. The Gundabad Berserker. 8-inch move, 2 attacks, courage 6. Not bad at all.
Yeah, quite high price, but yeah, good. I like it.
Personally, wouldn't have been in my list, but that was submitted by Jeremy. And then we have the Mahud Raider. If you talk about damage output, Devin, I know you've talked about Mahud Raiders quite a lot.
I love them.
And I've talked about Gundabad Berserkers. I once took a list that had only Gundabad Berserkers.
Oh, wow.
Oh, nice. Yeah. All right.
How did that play?
I came in 4th.
Well, he actually, you know what, that's one that you really got to catch. It's actually a lot more brilliant than it sounds. And I don't even know if we have time to explain it, but it has a signal tower in it.
Oh, yes. Signal tower. Yeah.
All right.
He actually does very well with it because of the abusive mechanics of the signal tower. One, not being defined whether or not he can stand on objectives or if objectives move up.
I can win either way. Pick whichever way you want, Devin. I'll
and you can do it either way, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
And 2, because you can design it however you want. Like, it has infinite ranges of base sizes within reason and infinite heights.
I like the idea of these like sort of channels of bridges over all over the battlefield. So it's like a big spider, like off War of the Worlds or something. It's like just sat on the table and it's got all these
It's crazy to me because I'm pretty sure they just meant the flags. Like,
probably.
The mountain that moves with it.
All right, I have to get my product placement in here.
Well, brilliant. Jacob, thank you very much. Did you have more?
I've got 2 more or 3
go
more.
on, quickly fire through them. That'd be great.
We've got the half troll.
Oh yes, so good. Absolutely.
Yeah, good shout.
We've got the Warg Marauder.
Oh yeah, because the being able to wait, that's the one with the 3 guys on it, isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking a different Warg, but yeah, go
on. And then my final one didn't make it into the video because I've recently put it on the list, but Guardians of the King, Grimhammers with strength 4, amazing models.
Love it. Yeah, there's some good options there. I think I would say the one that you did miss, which I'm surprised wasn't on there, is Hunter. The Wargs, the Hunter Wargs, or whatever they call the Fell Wargs. That's it.
Wargs.
Yeah, just the utility of that, being able to charge around terrain and out of sight. That is something that is really useful to add to an army.
People always talk about how cool they are. I know the Green Dragon loves them, but I'm like, I've never actually seen anyone do that yet. So it can't be that good.
Well, one day it will happen. It'll catch you out of guard and you'll rue the day you said
that would be a bad day for me.
Indeed. Right, well, Jacob Lucas from Conquest Creations, thank you very much for joining us throughout the night. And yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, and I really do appreciate it. Dipping in for so long. I don't know what time it is there. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon or something, but it's nearly 3 o'clock in the morning here. So I really appreciated the extra energy you brought for the last few hours. So thank you very much.
Yep. If you have a spot that needs to be filled, message me. Don't have anything on, so.
All right, Jacob, thanks very much. I'll boot you out. There we go. Right, so we're just waiting for Rainier from the DCHL podcast, the Unexpected podcast. So is he aware? Is he even in the chat?
I will admit, I haven't, I'm looking at the chat, and I haven't, well, actually, no, we did hear from him.
He was I did ping him, I haven't gotten a return ping.
Yeah, he asked when we're starting.
Well, tell you what. Before we get cracking, I'm going to take a couple of minutes break because I've been on the stream for a while. So I'll just whack a little bit of a break so I can stretch my legs, get a glass of water, and we'll come back and we'll be able to do the duel with the guys from the Unexpected podcast. So we've teased ahead to DCHL Devon and that. So I'm very excited. We'll see you in a few minutes' time, so probably 5 minutes tops. And I can. Actually. This is why I was going to do it. I need to end the stream because we're getting to the 8-hour mark of the stream.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I need to delete this one, add another one. So what I'll do, I'll end the broadcast, and within a few minutes, there should be a new one popping up on the Battle Games of Middle-earth YouTube stream. So just find that. I'll post it in the Facebook page, and I'll send the links to Devon and Matt, and hopefully we'll get everyone back in within the next 5 or 10 minutes, and hopefully we'll have all three of us there. So thanks for dipping in so far, guys. But we'll see you two in a few minutes' time, and everyone at the start of part 3 of my epic 24-hour charity live stream. It's getting late, but I'm still feeling energetic. So Jacob just said, thanks for having me. Good luck surviving the rest. We'll be there in the next chat. So if you're still in, keep a tab on the channel. I'll be going live soon with the next one. All right. Cheerio. See you in a few minutes, guys.
All right.
See you all soon.